while, but he's still in his teens, so Kent see it as a case of development, of perhaps not even cherry picking, but a bit like with Matt Milnes and Harry Podmore, taking one that's perhaps surplus to requirements of his county and then allowing them to kick on. So that's the idea with Hamid Kadri, with his Stevens bowls full of ball this one, turned to the onside, straight to that man at square leg, Ivan Thomas, side armed into the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he progresses.
And the scoreboard is now working. Particularly good news for me. Matt can probably, from his angle, because we're distant, peer out of the window and actually see it, but I'm relying on the internal screen we have here. It's great news.
Stevens to 10 discard. Oh, beat him out on the outside edge there. Well, went for stumping as well, or Robinson, but my feeling is he wasn't out of his ground and they were asking for the catch, or was it the stumping they were asking for?
Well, I think probably the stumping, actually, and a very good idea to have Robinson standing up. Beautiful glove work there from Robinson, and it's a good idea to appeal, a skyscraper of an appeal. You know, anything you can do legitimately to unnerve the batsman, and that will just have let Tendulkar know he'd better be careful.
Fabulous work by Robinson with the right hand, just taking the bails off there, and a shout to the square leg umpire, but nothing doing on this occasion. Here's Stevens to continue. Ooh, pads up outside the off stump. My feeling is impact was outside the off stump of the pad to move it outside the off timber there, but end of the over, and a couple of very good shouts from Kent, and Tendulkar just finding himself in a bit of trouble against Stevens.
Yeah, I think Stevens is a little bit miffed at that. He's got the teapot stance on, you know, with both arms, both elbows jutting out and the hands on the hips. And I rather sympathise with him, because that ball for me was starting to come back, and if you just don't play a shot and the ball would have gone on to hit, you've got no complaints if you're given out. And as I say, he does have a record, Ryan Tendulkar, of too many LBWs on his CV. He's a wonderful player, wonderful man, but that very often has been his undoing. First 6 dismissals last season were all LBW. Grant Stewart bowls his third over of the morning, the 6th in total, and this ball is clipped very firmly into the onside, where the excellent Jordan Cox, who's a real live wire in the field there, again makes a good stop at mid-wicket, and the score remaining at 185 for 5. Essex still want 3 more to avoid any possibility of being asked to follow on, with Wheater on 29. Scored a lovely boundary through the covers in the last over. Here he is facing now with a wide slip and a wide gully, and Wheater comes forward, returns it whence it came. So the one slip is really where second slip would normally be found, and that's not necessarily a bad move, actually, because off less than maximum pace bowling, the wicket-keeper would reckon to be able to dive in front of where first slip would be, and then second slip will not only be able to grab anything coming his way, but might just about be able to dive to his right and cover where third slip would be. And the other close fieldsman is a wideish gully, as Stewart's on his way again in current sunshine, fair amount of cloud around, bowls, and this ball's clipped off the pads, and that may well go for 4. It's out towards the mid-wicket boundary and beats the attempts of the man running round from the square leg boundary to stop it. Ivan Thomas can't get there, and that now saves any possibility of the follow-on coming into play here, as Essex move past the 188 they need.
The wrists over it, no backlift at all timing through the onside, beautiful shot along the outfield.
Stewart again, bowls to Wheater, and gets this in much shorter. Wheater inside edge into the pads, and rebounds to the bowler. Yes, he's not been bowling badly, but he's just tended to be a little bit too full of length, enabling a batsman to play him on the half volley, where he just wants to come back about a foot to get the perfect length, where the batsman's not sure whether to come forward or to go back. Already this Chelmsford pitch, which habitually would tend to keep a little bit low, if anything. You don't see much rear up on the Chelmsford pitch as Stewart's in. Bowls, and Wheater comes well forward, sensibly plays it to Cox at short mid-wicket. So bearing in mind it keeps a little bit low, and it's unlikely to hit you in the mush, it has to be the right policy, I think, to get onto the front foot.
Yeah, Wheater's done that very well this morning. It's Tendulkar that's looked a little bit shaky, perhaps against Stevens from that far end, but Wheater looking to carry on where he left off, and he's actually dominating this stand, isn't it? Did he come in after Ryan Tendescarter?
Yes.
So at the moment he's on at 33, 189 for 5.
Stuart bowls. Ball's played out to Jordan Cox this morning, and that completes the 6th over of the morning, with Essex moving on from 179 for 5 to 189 for 5. But they're not a quick scoring side, Essex. That can change if Ryan Tendescarter eventually gets going, but certainly the top order tends to be circumspect in its approach. And of course Essex are very mindful that chasing 387, which is a big score, I've got a feeling there was only one score last season that was more than the 387 that Kent have got here. So Essex do right in a sense to make sure that they lay a foundation here.
It's just 33 or 45 this partnership standing at the moment. Adam Wheater scored, so they're taking the lion's share of this partnership. A couple of emails coming in. Lovely to hear from you. KentCricket@gmail.com. We're pooling them all today. Kent and Essex fans, so don't be afraid. It might have Kent on the front end of it, that address, but you'll be dealt with. Actually, that sounds terrible. Yes. I shouldn't leave a pause off that.
Dealt with suitably, I think, is a euphemism that we can use here.
That was, yes, an unplanned pause, that. Yes, you'll be with equanimity is what I was going to say, and hopefully some grace, but perhaps not after that. Diana, good morning. Diana on the email saying, thanks for your commentary, Matt and Paul. Could you explain why the changes of rules this year, or the changes to this competition, are these Bob Willis's idea? I heard some story he had planned a competition that's now named for him. That's from Diana in Calgary. Here is Darren Stevens then bowling to Ryan Tendescarter. Forward defensive, that right on off stump, and there's no run.
Yeah, great to hear from you, Diane, all the way there in Canada.
Oh,
and
Canada.
No, it wouldn't be actually anything that Bob Willis had identified. The reasoning is because of the coronavirus that certain of the rules are relaxed a little bit to make sure nobody works too hard in the day's play.
Stevens, who wouldn't care, I don't think, but of all of them, opening the face was Tendescarter all the way along the ground with soft hands to Hamid Kadri backward of point. So yes, it's 90 overs the ball lasts,
instead of 96, yeah.
So to
instead of 98,
sorry, 90 in a day.
Yeah.
And also a new ball is offered after 90 rather than 80, so the seam bowlers don't come back too quickly. It's the idea of limiting their load as well. So, as you say, 90 overs in a day as well to mitigate those factors. Forward defensive again. Darren Stevens has a good long stare at Ryan Tendescarter.
I think I read, I don't know if they've actually brought it in, but the intention was that any sort of young teenage bowlers would be restricted to 12 overs a day, so that they don't strain themselves too far. And of course the save the follow-on mark has been extended to 200 rather than 150.
Stevens to Tendescarter once more. Just a bit of bat and pad on that one. Turns it round the corner. Might even be a leg by. Great fielding from Ollie Robinson, this time forward of the wicket on the leg side, and it will be a leg by. Now, Ivan Thomas sort of took a swipe with his leg at Ollie Robinson there, but having seen the celebrations yesterday, they're doing a kind of Morris dance jig to congratulate each other.
Yes.
So knocking shins or insteps against each other. There's a video of Jordan Cox's excellent catch, bat and pad catch yesterday.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where they may even go out with bells on tied around their ankles. But no, I'm very impressed with Kent's fielding. They look as if they're under instruction, to strain every sinew, and they certainly have been excellent.
It's been, they've been tigerish, I think, is the adjective that is most often used in it. But yeah, they've been very quick in the field so far. Stevens bowls to Wheater. They get us across for the leg by, of course, up towards Marcus O'Riordan at cover, 190 for 5, so they're past the following target if you're just joining us, are Essex, so no danger of that. 33 for Wheater, 23 for Tendescarter. Wheater started confidently today. Tendescarter looks a bit tentative, particularly against Darren Stevens, a couple of big appeals against him, but he survived those. And Stevens comes in to bowl his last ball of his 21st over. talking about workloads, just defended up to mid-on Matt Milnes field. That is the end of the over. Essex 190 for 5, Wheater has 33 from 70, and Tenderscarter 23 from 94. Stevens 2 for 36, Stewart at none for 29 as yet. And I should get across to speak to good people of BBC Radio Kent and tell them that Kent haven't taken a wicket.
Thank you very much, Matt. He'll rejoin us again very shortly. And Matt Walker, of course, has spent a fair few years at Essex as well in his playing career. Delightful man. And I remember Essex playing at Whitgift against Surrey, and Kevin Peterson was playing. And I have a feeling that Matt Walker actually dismissed Kevin Peterson. Can't swear I've got that right, but I know it was one of the sort of not frontline bowlers for Essex, because Matt, of course, principally played for his excellent batting. But that would certainly be a feather in his cap if I've got that right. And as I say, absolute gentleman, Matt Walker, and excellent man for Kent to have at the helm. As we see the first bowling change of the morning, Grant Stewart out of the attack, Marcus O'Riordan into it from the river end. Sun has disappeared for the moment. O'Riordan preparing to bowl to Tenderscarter, who's almost leaning over backwards there as he rests on his bat. And Tenderscarter, no longer the Essex captain, 23 not out, and this widely expected to be his finale for Essex this season. Been quite wonderful play, and man as well as O'Riordan bowls, and Tenderscarter stretches forward, and first over a spin from the river end. Tenderscarter this morning, that is, bowled yesterday. Ball just propped out into the cover region. O'Riordan again off his 7 or 8 step runner. Bowls, and this ball's nicely worked off the pads there to mid-wicket. Heino Kuhn made that brilliant 140. You so often find a guy who's carried all before him one day comes out the next morning and is out straight away. Happened a few times to Stuart Law in his splendid 6-year stay with Essex, as the next ball's just dropped up to bat pad here. May hear the sound of a train going by, which is only about a quarter of a mile away to our right here. And O'Riordan again. Slip and a bat pad bowls. All nicely picked up by the bat pad. There's no run there. Score remaining at 190 for 5, and I'm told that the stretch of railway line between Shenfield and Colchester is the busiest two-way stretch of railway in the world. As this next ball is worked away down the fine leg, just played with the spin from the off-break bowler, and they can come back for 2. Tenderscarter, who by his standards has been very tentative this morning, only getting about 1 run every 4 balls he's faced in this innings. In fact, he's 1 shy of a century in terms of balls faced, but has only a quarter of a century in terms of runs scored. However, if he ever does get going, Kent will know about it. He's on 25, and O'Riordan bowls to him again. And again, he works this ball with the sort of fairly minimum amount of turn there. There is just a little bit of it, and goes up to the bat pad. There's no run. The over ends with Essex 192 for 5, now 195 runs behind Kent's 387, which they made at a very good tempo indeed. And one change to the rules, which I don't think we mentioned, was that the first innings of each side can only be, and I think I've got my figure right here, 110 overs. So in other words, it ends where the bonus points that can be gleaned end, and Essex are 8 runs shy of a first batting bonus point as Wheater leans over his bat. Kent going at a much quicker tempo than Essex will have got 4 of the 5 batting points. Just a few changes in the field here, and I think Darren Stevens is being taken off and has gone up to retrieve his cap, which he perched behind the boundary line. And still no return to action as Matt Milnes, no, it isn't Matt Milnes, just checking, it's Ivan Thomas who's coming into the attack from the Hayes close end. Had started to come in only to find that the batsman not only wasn't ready, but was halfway down the pitch doing a bit of gardening. So A few more practice deliveries from Thomas. Darren Stevens having opened up with 3 very accurate overs from the Ace close end, and back to Matt Cole, who's back with us.
And here is Ivan Thomas then, well to Adam Wheater. So immediately on the front foot, looking very confident, very solid behind it. Marcel even feels at cover. So, Stevens removed then.
Yes, I was just saying while you were doing your update that I think it's 110 overs, isn't it, the limit of first innings?
120.
120, thank you,
yes.
120,
Yeah.
a bit more than I thought. Even so, Essex don't have a lot of room for manoeuvre at this stage to get more bonus points.
That's a very good point. But they will need to quicken their scoring for the points. But Thomas to Wheater, back slightly further away from the body that time, but no alarms again as he looks very solidly behind that. Started really well, Wheater for Essex this morning. Good morning to George as well, he's been on the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com. We're pooling them all today, so I'll say that again slower, kentcricket@gmail.com. Those who are just noting it down. Good morning, says George. Pleasantly surprised to see how Kent have operated. Great to see some of the younger players doing well. He says Kent will win comfortably. Remember the last time Kent beat Essex in 4 days? He's put a link on there. George from Romney Marsh is Ivan Pope to Wheater cut away, and that finds Sammy Cadry on the point boundary now, or just in from there, and they'll get a comfortable single and go on to 193 for 5. Wheater on to 34, Tenniscarter on to 25. So the partnership building now. In fact, are we at 50 partnership? Not quite. 144 for 5. So yeah, they're just one short of it, 49 now. Great to hear from you, George. Thank you very much. But I'd echo that with not so many overseas players coming off. Not at all actually for this summer. A lot of younger players on view for a lot of the counties. This one rises up towards Tenniscarter, but he has no problem in opening the face slightly, pushing it out to Cadry again, who comes in from the offside boundary. And go through for a comfortable single, and that is the 50 partnership. Wheater's got 34 of them. Tenniscarter has 15. He's dominated that in 147 balls. There are now 194 for 5.
Yes, one player we haven't mentioned that Kent has signed as well is Jack Leaning.
Yes,
and I've seen him make very good runs against Essex in his Yorkshire days. We'll come back to him in a moment.
Pope coming down, tall, red-headed with a beard as well, rising delivery, no ball from Ivan Thomas. I think I said Ivan Pope, I was using George's.
Well, he'll be glad of his promotion.
I've got a friend called Ivan Pope, so that's probably what it is, Ivan Thomas. Red of hair and beard as well, but no ball. He did a few times in the warm-up match as well. He was troubled with the foot fault, no balls. So umpire calling that, and 2 to the total, so 197 for 5 now. But yeah, it's a factor with a couple of, I think it's the Middlesex game, a couple of left-arm spinners making their debut during that game. As this is turned round the corner again from just back of a length from Thomas. He's getting good bounce, I suppose, but they seem to be coping with it fairly well at the moment. Scampering through again, and it's 198 for 5. Wheater on to 35. Tenniscarter 27.
Yeah, it's just tending to stray onto middle and leg, which to Tenniscarter is meat and drink really. He's very strong off the pads. Yeah, I think Jack Leaning could be a very good investment for Kent. He sadly was just unable really to press home his early promise at Yorkshire, and hopefully will do a really good job for Kent.
That's Thomas again. That one does rise, and that does just worry Wheater a little bit. It was a threat of a leading edge as he tried to turn it into the onside, ended up on the offside, off the shoulder of the bat, but safe, soft hands on that one. But that's where Thomas has done well actually, just using the lift that he naturally gets at 6'5", 6'6", and a bit of pace as well, just hurrying Wheater into the shot. But no wicket still to get, 198 for 5. So Essex resumed 179 for 5 overnight total. It'll be a double change. Marcus O'Riordan trying to add to his
Yes,
making wickets yesterday.
He's actually had one over so far.
So I let
doing your update. Yeah. Here he is.
I'll be up to speed in a minute.
Off breaks from the river end. This is hit very firmly back to the bowler. Yeah, just wanted to finish off talking about Jack Leaning. A very good record at Scarborough, where he got a one-day 100 against Essex, and his very proud mother came up into the commentary box with, sadly, the late Dave O'Callaghan there, distinguished Yorkshire commentator who very sadly died a couple of winters ago. This ball, or it was in fact the winter before the one that's just gone, this ball's turned to the onside, there's no run. And what I found particularly impressive about Leaning in the championship in 2017, again at Scarborough, break in because O'Riordan's on his way, bowls, this ball's just over pitched and 4 runs, played wide of mid-off there, no hope of Belgium getting anywhere near that, and Brian Tedescarter has moved along to 31, has scored 202 for 5, and Essex have a batting bonus point. But Essex had Mohammed Amir, the Pakistani bowler. Amir never really looked like getting him out, so he is potentially a very good player, as this next ball is just played a few yards into the onside, there's no run, and Essex continue at 202 for 5, as this partnership now is worth 58.
Yeah, looks like a good acquisition, certainly, as you say, from what he's done. That's a lean couple of seasons for Jack Leaning, that's no pun intended at all.
This next ball is played firmly to the wicket, stopped by Hango Kuhn, there's no run there. Bright sunshine for the moment. We've got about 40% blue sky and 60% cloud as I look out here from the river end, and the next ball is tossed up by O'Riordan and played very, very defensively and correctly by Tedescarter back to the bowler. The over ends with Essex resuming at 179 for 5, a point at which they needed 9 to save the possibility of being asked to follow on. They've achieved that and gone some way past it, 202 for 5, currently 185 runs behind.
So George is a Kent supporter, I should say. He attached a scorecard for the 2015 game between the two sides at Tunbridge Wells. So we were talking before the game started, weren't we, about the 2 encounters that these sides had last year, which Essex very, very soundly won both of them. But George likes to hark back a 5 years, and why not, to a big total for Kent and an innings win. Ivan Thomas for to bowl from the Haystow's end and defended by Wheater on the off stump. Ben Harmison got a century now, that has reminded me as well. Sam Billings as well in a 6-3-3 for 8 declared, and Essex have bowled out twice at Tunbridge Wells, but they very much got their own back last season if they didn't the season before.
Yeah, well, as you know, Matt, at my age I have a very selective memory, and I buried that one. Actually, I'm lying, because I do remember it, and Essex were a shambles in that particular game, and I remember Jesse Ryder, the overseas player, just last ball before tea, just knocked it calmly up into the mid-off's hands.
Thomas bowls to Wheater. Again, slightly hurries in with a ball back of a length out of the offside though, and that's defended, there's no run.
But it's wonderful how, with the emails we get, people manage to rediscover your forgotten nightmares. That was a lovely ground, Tunbridge Wells, let it be said, but yeah, Kent absolutely walloped Essex on that occasion. And then, of course, they haven't played very much in the sort of until last season, because Kent were at that stage rather cruelly kept in Division 2 when I felt they should have been promoted.
Here's Thomas to Wheater. Pushes forward again, no run. That's very kind of you, but yes, there certainly was a season when they finished second where it felt like they probably should have been promoted. But
well, they're the only side to have finished second in Division 2 and not gone up to Division 1, and that in itself doesn't sound very just. But what makes it more unjust, I think, is that Durham were disgracefully treated, in my view, it's just a personal opinion, by the ECB, and treated vindictively, I would have said, you know, with penalties for the following season as well. So they went down. Now for me, Kent should then have gone up, but instead Hampshire were allowed to stay in Division 1.
Thomas to Wheater, just drops a little bit short on that one. Standard in fact a no ball as well, so pulled away gently and very pleasantly by Wheater for a single, but it'll be 3 to the total, and they're on to 205. Sorry, don't worry, Ken, they're not scoring that quickly. 205 for 5, Wheater 36, Tedescarter 31. What's happening if you're just joining us? Yeah, it's 205 for 5.
But you're right, Wheater played that with great assurance, and actually there's only one ball that really has caused him any problem all morning, and it just took the inside edge into his pad.
Yeah, it's looking good at the moment. Thomas to tender Scott, who sees, oh, that's a lovely cut away, that'll be 4 runs behind square. Beautiful shot. Tender Scott seems to be getting into his work as well, and Thomas perhaps not as threatening as Stevens. But the new ball comes up at 90 overs, doesn't it? And I think they'll be thinking of that as well, as they took Stevens off at the far end and put her in on this end for Stewart. Is that this is a little bit of a phony war period, perhaps, before the new ball comes. Their hopes will be pinned on that, but Essex rightfully making hay at the moment.
Yeah, that you don't bowl there to Tender Sculptor. He loves that sort of back cut.
And expertly executed. Just drops this one into the offside. Another no ball for Ivan Thomas. That's second of the over, third of the morning, and that'll be a worry. So 3 more for the total, but more of a worry than the context of the match is for Thomas. He's just struggling with his leg.
Well, when you think about it, he's effectively given a 6 to Essex with 3 no balls, and in Test cricket it's only a penalty of 1 run if you bowl a no ball, but in the county championship it's 2, which I think is actually fair enough. But basically, try not to bowl them.
Yeah. A lot of goodwill towards Ivan Thomas from all around the cricketing world. A terrible knee injury kept him out last season, and that one's on the money. Good length, just outside off stump, and defended by Wheater, and there's no run. Loads of emails coming in. Great to hear from you. Thanks for keeping us company today.
Kent Cricket at gmail.com. Both Essex and Kent supporters, we'd love to hear from you.
Indeed, our good friend Kester is on the emails, giving us a warm welcome. He's responding to my "you'll be dealt with."
Yeah.
You'll be dealt with. He says, "No, just deal with them, Matt." He says. I don't know who they are in this context, Kester, but I have a suspicion. Here's Thomas to Wheater. Lovely cut from him. Full blood of this one. Doesn't really get full money for it. Heine Kuhn is out on the point boundary. He throws in. Such a great fielder, Heine Kuhn. And it takes a lot of responsibility as well. End of the over. 2:13 for 5. I noticed in the warm-up game when there was almost there were rolling substitutions. You'd expect a senior member of the squad like Heine Kuhn, vice captain, and could have even been captain for this game. But a couple of the players, let's put it this way, who were fielding the slits. If they weren't fielding the slits, they weren't on the field. When Heine Kuhn was put out the slits, he was happy to be roaming the boundaries of boundary riders. He's such a man full of energy. But there we are. 2:13 for 5. Essex holding sway at the moment, but the new ball available in just a couple of overs' time. O'Riordan to continue. From this river end or city end, should it be?
It can be either, but of course it didn't used to be a city, so being old school I still call it the river end, as this next ball is played back to the bowler. My fellow septuagenarian Dick Davis, very quick to avail himself of the handle, the city end, but it's just all too late in life for me, as this next ball's played to backward square leg. There is no run, and score remaining 2-1-3 for 5, and very good partnership from an Essex point of view, putting on 69 as O'Riordan's in, off-break bowler bowls the ball, played with any turn there might be to Kuhn at the wicket.
Couple of people asking about the live video stream. I'll come back to that in a second.
Next ball is thumped, but straight to mid-on, so there will be no run there. Matt Milnes fields.
Tony and Richard both saying, I believe this is where we're going to have some confusion with the video stream, but I think both of these comments about the video stream rather than the commentary on the.
As the next ball is played down towards mid-on, it was a misunderstanding, could be a run out. He's out, and that is the end of Adam Wheater, who came a long way down. Tender Sculptor, who's very quick between the wickets, but just wasn't for moving at all. He never took so much as one stride towards his colleague. And Wheater, who is sprinted back, dived full length, but didn't manage to get the bat down in time, and he departs. And he was playing so well as well, run out for 37, so the partnership ends at 69, and it's Essex 213 for 6, still 174 behind. And Kent admittedly was a new ball due that they would have been wondering where a wicket was going to come from, and Essex have basically committed suicide in this particular case as the ball. It's a moot point whether there ever really was a run there. I suspect not really.
No, I don't think so, and as you say, it's a real gift for Kent, isn't it? You can understand Essex wanted to make the runs while they can, perhaps when just before the new ball is available, but yeah, that's an absolute gift. As you say, Tenderskata didn't move a muscle at the non-striker's end, and Wheater scrambling back, Heine Kuhn eventually effecting the throw, and a dive onto the stumps by Ollie Robinson, and that is the wicket then. That they craved Kent this morning, and from an unlikely source, one might say. 213 for 6, expecting a run out this morning, but Reardon doesn't add to his tally, but a wicket in his over, and before the new ball is taken. As I said, that's a real gift for Kent. Wheater goes back. He was looking so good as well, Paul, wasn't he, in terms of the progress he'd made. 37 from 85 balls, looking absolutely assured this morning. So I'll be very disappointed with that, Essex.
Yeah, I mean, you just wonder why Wheater didn't see that Tenderskata wasn't moving. Technically, Wheater's call, as the ball played to mid-wicket, as O'Riordan comes in again, bowls, and this ball is played to Kuhn at mid-wicket there, but he's only about 20 yards from the bat, if that. And you know, I have to say, from the way that Wheater sort of came halfway down, and it was literally just about halfway down, and then had halfway to get back and didn't make it. It does rather suggest that if there was a run there at all, it was a very, very tight one. And in the situation of the game, with Essex replying to 387, still a long way behind, you'd have felt that risky runs shouldn't really be on the menu. Having said that, Wheater had played thoroughly well, and he'd be very disappointed because he looked booked for at least a half century. 213 for 6.
Yeah, I'd agree. So Simon Harmer comes in as the next batsman. It'll be Hamid Kadri from the Hayes close end, replacing Ivan Thomas, who was expensive, certainly went into those 2 no balls in his previous over as well. Kadri will just get a couple of overs here, perhaps. There are it's now 4 to go before the new ball is available. Kent will assuredly take it. So Tony and Richard, I'm afraid we can't affect the live video stream. That's not within our powers. Paul has many powers, as you'll know, as listening to these commentaries.
Well, they should be getting it up. I've put the plug in for it.
It looks okay to me, certainly. I think they're talking about buffering. They're talking about the stream itself moving along rather than the commentary. Looks like it's fine now, ladies and gentlemen. I hope it is for you as well. We are, as Kadri then bowls, to Tenderskata, slow delivery just outside off stump, coming into the right-hander. There is no run. It looks fine at the moment, so hopefully that's all cleared up. We're not allowed to go and talk to the people that are running it either, because we're in a different zone. And I suppose we could email them. Kadri to Tenderskata, a big LBW shout. That was a big shout, and that didn't look far away.
Well, he hadn't got very far forward. He was on the front foot, but that doesn't mean that he got very far down the track. Lovely to see spin at both ends. It's not often we can say that, actually, sadly, in championship cricket these days. It used to be very common back in the day.
Low bounce there. I just wonder whether it's beating the leg somehow.
Yeah, I think that's the only explanation, yeah.
As Kadri bowls once again. Quicker delivery this one, and it just halts a little bit in the pitch and whipped away with keen wrists by Tenderskata for a single out towards Grant Stewart on the leg side boundary. The leg side boundary rider. 37 for Tenderskata. Harmer then to face his second delivery, is it? 214 for 6.
Yeah, he's a very, very capable batsman, Simon Harmer, and was key to Essex winning that game we mentioned earlier last season.
So Kadri gives that a lot of air, and it's defended by Kadri, pushed in by Harmer from Kadri, pushed into the onside, fielded behind a Kuhn at mid-wicket. They've got a catcher with the helmet on, John Cox took a great catch there yesterday, bat and pad, and I'm hoping for more from him. That was off Reardon yesterday. Harmer goes for the drive, ends up with Goon again at mid-wicket with the spin, and there's no run. Just this is the last ball of the over from Cadry. Some encouragement for him as well, the one that beat Tenduscar. This one squirts past Reardon, back foot drive by Harmer. Nicely done as well. That'll be 2 runs for him.
Yeah, Reardon just got a hand for that, and otherwise it would certainly have been 4. Good bit of lovely shot and a good bit of fielding, even though he couldn't prevent the ball squirting out for 2, but did well. 2-1, 6 for 6.
Just as we finish that over, so many emails. We will catch up with them in good time as we come through, but thanks so much for getting in touch. KentCricket@gmail.com for fans of both sides. But a little nugget regarding Cadry, so perfect time from Simon. Says his 5 for 60 was the youngest 5-er since W.G. Grace in 1865. Quite a feat. He won a game for Derbyshire with his 5 wickets.
Bright sunshine greets the next over from Reardon, but he in turn is greeted by a lovely shot to the extra cover boundary here, which now takes the score along to 220 for 5, and Tenduscar, who's taken a long time, he's faced 114 balls, but he's just beginning to get going. He's 41 not out. His 3 really scary moments so far, Dave, all been to LBW shouts, and it is his major way of getting out, LBW, and certainly I wouldn't have been surprised on 2 of those 3 occasions this morning if the umpire had found him guilty, but they haven't, and he is still out there in the middle, fighting Essex's cause as ever in what is expected to be his final season, as Reardon's in. This is tossed right up, and Tenduscar has smashed this one over mid-wicket, and just waiting to see. Yes, it's gone on the full. That is 6 for Tenduscar, so he's taken 10 off 2 balls from Reardon, who suddenly actually he's been bowling pretty tightly before, but that one slipped out of the hand, met on the full toss, and Tenduscar needed no second bidding, and he's suddenly racing along to 47, and Essex 226 for 6, 161 behind.
Yeah, that deposited over the boundary. Lovely postscript by Simon, by the way. Perhaps we'll wait to the end of the over because he's getting through them quickly here, Marcus O'Reardon. But yeah, on the attack, Ryan Tenduscar.
And O'Reardon again. Bowls River End, and this one's tucked up the pads to backward square leg. And there is no run as Jack Leaning does the fielding, and score remaining 226 for 6. O'Reardon again. Sun suddenly vanishes, and ball played back to the bowler. Essex still 161 behind. The man out this morning after a misunderstanding with Tenduscar. Wheater called in for a quick single. Tenduscar didn't budge. Wheater run out for 37. Not sure there was a run there, as here this ball keeps a little bit low. It's well kept out by Tenduscar. It was well bowled, and score remaining 226 for 6.
As you say, a little bit of low bounce from O'Reardon in that previous delivery, but nothing that's going to discomfort the batsman. I think it's pretty slow as well from him.
This ball comes off the pad and goes to Leaning at backward square leg. End of the over. A new ball approaching with Essex 179 for 5 overnight, and losing Wheater run out for 37 a few moments ago. 226 for 6 with Harmer on 2. Tenduscar to 47, 161 behind.
BBC commentary, BBC Essex, BBC Kent, of this game between Essex and Kent, the Bob Willis Trophy, 3rd day of it. Simon Peel adding to his facts about having Cadry first youngest 5 since W. Grace in 1865. Also, Kent have a new fan as of last Thursday. Future England cricket captain Isabel Peel was born eager to get a full season of Kent support and a tiny belt. Congratulations to you all. This is drive by Harmer getting on the front foot against Cadry, stopped by Marcus O'Reardon. Well, Paul and I will hope to be around to commentate on Isabel Peel when she does it, eventually making him captain. Here's Cadry bowling to Harmer, just dabbed into the offside with soft hands. Both of us enjoying listening today while Mum sleeps. Quite right too. Time to take up the
Here,
slack.
here.
It's time to take up the slack, Simon.
I was rudely awakened an hour earlier than usual today to come here.
Cadry to Harmer, just a little bit short, but fielded by Erin very smartly at extra cover again. Yes, my timetable has slipped slightly, I have to say, during this strange period. But here's Cadry over the wicket, diminutive, right arm off spinner, and into the wicketkeeper's glove. Just on the leg side, I thought he just caught up in Harmer's pads for a second, but you can tell he's accomplished with the bat, Simon Harmer, can't you? He's immediately into his work.
Yeah, it gets the ball a good clout as well when he's attacking.
10 to Sky has 47, Harmer's on 2 so far. That's a full delivery, and that will be 4, I think. Arin's herring after it, so too Ivan Thomas. They're giving manful chase, and Thomas does stop it at the boundary. They'll just get 2. That's great work from Thomas. I have to say the ball was favourite. I think Thomas was probably third favourite when O'Riordan set off.
Yeah.
So,
I think it's appropriate for the Kent captain to say to him, well done, we'll rescind one of your 3 no balls. You've paid us back, because that was a great stop. That looked 4 all the way.
There's a demerit mark taken off. You're right, gold star. Cadry given air again. A sweep by Harmer goes through Jordan Cox at forward short leg, and Milnes fields, and they'll come through for a comfortable single. 2-2-9 for 6 at the end of that over. The witching hour approaches at 12 o'clock, so I'll be off for an update. But Harmer has 5 from 10. Ted Escarta 3 off his half century, 119 balls survived. 2 or 3 actually, good looking LBW appeals, but has come out of his shell, and a 6 and a 4 off the last over from Marcus O'Riordan. The 1 wicket for Adam Wheater, the wicket keeper, run out by Heineken for 37. That at 2:13 for 6. The score 2-2-9 for 6, and at the moment the deficit 158.
Yes, that was a great bit of fielding by Matt Milnes there, because it was a full-blooded sweep, beautifully timed by Harmer. No doubt whatever, it was going to have whizzed to the backward square leg boundary, and Milnes diving to his left saves 3 runs. He's busy warming up now. He's clearly going to be given the new ball in an over 2, and just waiting to see. I think Jack Leaning looks as if he's going to bowl an over a spin before the new ball becomes due, as Marcus O'Riordan was rather expensive in his previous over, going for a 4 and a 6 in consecutive deliveries to Ted Escarta. So leaning into the attack, and the first ball is nicely extra cover driven, but straight to Cadry in the covers, and no run. So we've seen 3 different spinners for Kent in the last half hour. The third of them leaning now in his first over bowls, and this ball is played out to extra cover, has a run round the boundary, and there's for once a slight misfield, but they were going to come back for the second anyway, and that takes the score along to 231 for 6, with Ted Escarta on 47 and Harmer on 7. Harmer it is again, got 2 from the previous ball, plays the next ball back to Jack Leaning in his first year down in the southeast corner of the country, having made his way all the way down from Yorkshire in his career previously. Leaning again. River end, bowls, and that's tossed up and driven powerfully, but straight to mid-off, and Daniel Bell-Drummond doesn't field it cleanly, but he got the body behind it very correctly, and no danger of conceding a bonus run or 2 there. Next one's a little bit too short, and this ball is cut to backward point, and there is no run. Score remaining 231 for 6, 156 now behind Kent's 387. Essex is the last major batsman at the crease here, this pair, as that's gone through everyone there. I'm not sure if there was any bat on that at all. It's 4 byes. Now, I've been impressed with Ollie Robinson's wicket keeping, and I will put that down to him being completely masked until the very last second by Harmer there, who's a considerable presence. He's a well-built man, and he drove at that, missed. Wicketkeeper missed it as well. It's gone down for 4 byes, so 235 for 6, 152 behind, with Harmer on 7, Ted Escarta 47, and just when I was saying earlier that Kent have experience of how useful Harmer is with the bat, in that extraordinary match at Canterbury last August, I think it was, 26 wickets fell on the third day, the only day I was there, and Essex in the morning session were rattled over for about 112 and Kent had made 220 odd. So it really looked at lunchtime as if Essex had no hope, because the ball was doing everything to help the bowlers. And I remember saying to one of the Kent members with whom I enjoyed a very fine lunch as ever at Canterbury, I said, well, the only way Essex could possibly win this, you couldn't make many in the fourth innings, they'd have to bowl Kent out for well under 3 figures to have any chance. Well, this they did, and in fact a long way under 100, all out for 40, with Sam Cooke bowling magnificently, taking 7 for 12 I think it was, extraordinary figures. And Essex were 89 for 6, needing 153 to win, when Harmer came in to join Wheater. And Harmer was only out with the job basically done. It was left to Mohammed Amir to come in and apply the coup de grace, the winning runs. But it was a very, very tense finish and a quite extraordinary day of brilliant championship cricket. So 235 for 6, the only wicket to go. Wheater run out after calling Tenduskarter for a quick single, to which he did not respond, and doubtful if there was a single there, to be honest. It was Wheater's call, in fairness, and Tenduskarter is very quick between the wickets. Well, we're into, I think, new ball territory here, and the next over, replacing Kadri, will be bowled by Matt Milnes from the Hayes Close end, and he's on his way to bowl to Ryan Tenduskarter. Milnes bowls. Ooh, that keeps low, but Tenduskarter tucks it off the pads to long leg. Runs the only run taken quickly, but he can see as he turns round that there is no hope of a second, and scored to 236 for 6. Deficit down to 151, and Essex will certainly be pleased if they can trail on first innings by fewer than 100 runs. And the field here is not sure if they have taken the new ball yet, but they're certainly going to if they haven't already. And we've got 2 slips, gully, backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on. Manu was on the mid-wicket boundary, being called in just inside the circle. Ivan Thomason, a long leg, that completes the field, and Milnes is on his way, and bowls to Harmer, who meets it with a dead bat, fielded by the bowler. Kent have been very enthusiastic in the field this morning, and Essex remain 236 for 6, having added 57 to their overnight 179 for 5 as Matt returns.
Indeed so. So the new ball now taken, and Matt Milnes, orange soles to his boots, seems to be a very popular colour this summer. He bowls to Harmer on the front foot, pushed up to O'Riordan. I'm making the assumption they took the new ball straight away.
Yes, I can't say that I saw a moment where the umpire raised his hand and displayed the new ball, but I imagine they've taken it with bringing Milnes back. I don't think they necessarily took it first ball. I think it's probably for the second ball, but I was looking round the field describing the field at the time when I think it was taken.
Here is Milnes then to bowl to Harmer. Harmer perhaps doesn't get all of that, pushing forward. It's gone rather wider than he imagined perhaps, but Kadri has to struggle to get that ball. They come back very quick too. Great running between the two, and Harmer just running past Robinson as the ball came in. I think just unsighted him. He's been hit in the stomach by it. He's asking for sympathy for Jordan Cox and Heino Kuhn, who both immediately look at each other and start giggling. I think here, not giving him much at all, but he's fine. Milnes back to his mark. A well run 2 for Essex too. 238 for 6. Harmer goes to 9. As Milnes bowls, just hurries him a little bit, but just closing the face on that one. In fact, Harmer running up to mid-on to Darren Stevens. No great aggression in that shot, but running really well, this pair. And Harmer quick off the mark. He's 10. Tenduskarter has 48. More emails coming in. James on kentcricket@gmail.com. We're pooling all our emails today, both Kent and Essex, on that address. A morning, he says. Welcome back. Where's Podmore? Well, short and to the point there, James. But James saying, great to hear you and your colleagues back on the airwaves at the cricket. Missed you all terribly, and we're very sorry you can't all be here in the ground if you could be as well, obviously. Commentary 5-star standard, he says. Crikey. Don't overdo it, James. Here's Milnes to tender Scarter outside the off-stump bouncing. I should have censored this one, shouldn't I? Very kind of you, James, but there's plenty of day to come before giving you a rating, I would suggest. Well, certainly on me. 239 for 6 at the end of the over.
Yes, thank you very much for your kind comments, and certainly keep them coming, because we've gone 10 months without any compliments now. You know, some of us, not myself because I'm single, but the likes of Matt, probably no help from his wife at all in the compliment square.
Well, frankly, if you live with me, you'd understand why.
Yes,
I think that would be no bad humour on her part. Brilliant to see Kent going so well against the reigning champs, he said, without some of our key players on England duty, but surprised not to see Podmore play in this game. Was carrying a slight injury during the warm-up. He actually had an injury to his left hand. I don't know if I can be more graphic than that. If people are squeamish, perhaps I shouldn't say, but to do with the nails on his left hand. I don't know if that has discomforted him, but they are, all these sides, I gather, going to rotate their bowlers through. Simon Cook, the Kent bowling coach, has already said that probably in the Bob Willis Trophy, Kent bowlers won't bowl in more than 3 games. They're so underprepared for this in terms of repetition and fitness that they want to make sure they stay fit.
Darren Stevens with a shiny new ball bowls, and this ball goes through outside off stump. He's switched to the river end, having opened up with 3 overs from the Hayes close end, and I must say I thought he was very close to having tender Scarter LBW in those 3 overs. One very, very good shout, when I have to say I rather expected the finger to go up, but it didn't, and Essex have by and large prospered since the only wicket had run out. 239 for 6 on the board, and Harmer plays the next ball firmly to mid-wicket. There's no run, and Harmer is one of those players you describe as having a heavy bat, because he tends not to glide the ball around. You know, he gives it a fair bit of welly, and he's got the physique to do that. And as Matt was saying, this pair appear to have a good understanding, and they've been running some quick runs. Stephen is in, bowls to Harmer. He won't have to run this particularly quickly, because it was always going to be a single to deep backward square leg where Matt Milnes is officiating, and the score moves along to 240 for 6 as Harmer with that single goes to 11. Tender Scarter 2 shy of a 50, and Essex trail by 147.
Obviously a key period of the game this, isn't it? Second new ball. Kent, they can get perhaps 2 or 3 in the first 10 overs of the new ball, but for Essex, if they can stand fast,
and here's the next ball. Is going to be 2 runs probably, I think. Yes, they're going to come back for a second as Tender Scarter ran it down with no great power, but actually probably picked up an extra run in consequence, because there's a fieldsman at deep backward point, but it took quite a while to reach him, and he had to run round, and that brings Tender Scarter's 50. And 50 runs for Tender Scarter, one of the slower 50s of his Essex career, and there have been many of them. Superb player. 122 deliveries for that 50 as Stevens is already on his way again. Sun's back out, bowls, and Tender Scarter plays the ball uncertainly, and certainly not out of the middle of the bat to the bowler.
So some very warm wishes from James there during that email. Thank you so much.
Thank you, James.
That's very kind of you indeed. He said, stay safe and look after yourselves, gentlemen. We are socially distanced here. We have a barrier between us, Paul and I, which is probably as much for his benefit as mine, I'd say.
Well, there's always been a barrier between us, but it's actually both a literal one and a metaphorical one. As here is Stevens in. 2 slips and a gully. Bowls, and the ball played back down the pitch. And in fact, I say 2 slips and a gully. It's really first slip, second slip, and a 4th slip, because a little bit too fine to be a gully. Another Darren Stevens over passes with Essex at 242 for 6, 145 behind. Wheater the man out today, run out for 37 by Heino Kuhn. Tender Scarter has 50 not out from 124 deliveries, and Simon Harmer 11 not out.
We're having a sanitation break here, is that right?
It is.
Yes. Ben Watts came up with gel break. I thought it's all an almost pun, isn't it? Which I quite like. They're doing that at the moment. Don Topley has been on Twitter at
Don, very good morning.
At BBC Kent Sport. Morning chaps, he says. Wheater run out. He says. think he was splendidly run out at Canterbury in the practice game only last week. Absolutely right. And also run out for naught for Frinton on the Saturday. He says, says Don, poor old Hussein and Pringle were known for their run outs. Paul Newton will concur.
Well, yes, and Don, it just occurs to me with you telling me something I didn't realise, that Wheater had been run out in the practice game at Canterbury last week. Well, this is the whole point of practice. He did it in practice, now he's come out and actually done it in the match. He was a bit unlucky, Don, in one way, in that it was his call, and Tendescata didn't respond to it at all. He never even left the crease at the non-striker's end. Having said that, Wheater came halfway down and had to go halfway back and didn't make it, which does rather tend to suggest that probably if there was a run there, it was only just. I did feel sorry for him, Don, because he played so well, Adam Wheater. He really had looked in very good form indeed. And 242 for 6 up on the board. Essex, nevertheless, will be quite pleased with their morning thus far.
Yeah, thanks for the reminder, Don. Absolutely. It was a great piece of work. Hamid Kadri, off his own bowling, took the ball right-handed on the bounce, wide of the wicket as it returned, and hurled the ball back for Robinson to take the bails off. Again, Wheater was committing to a run at that point, but I have to say it was a lightning piece of work by Hamid Kadri on that occasion. Perhaps a little bit more culpable Wheater, I'd say, today from the way that he was dismissed. So Milnes to continue from the Hayes Close end. 1 for 35 so far. He'll bowl to Harmer, left outside the off stump. It's coming back at the right-hander there, but confident lead. Does a bit of gardening up the pitch. Don't seem to be any demons in the surface today. Mike on the emails as well, kentcricket@gmail.com. Good morning, guys, he says. He's enjoying having the commentary back on the BBC. Appreciate the BBC as the cricket available for us to listen to. We don't mind doing it either, Mike. I think we might have mentioned that in the past, but yes, it's a wonderful service to be able to bring the listeners. Here's Milnes bowling to Harmer, pushing to the offside, and there's no run. Coon Fields.
I'm going to give Wheater a little bit more credit than I have previously. I've forgotten this business of the throw going to the bowler's end to start with, and then being relayed to the wicket-keeper. There probably was, if they'd gone immediately, a run there. It was a little bit risky, but it was Wheater's call, and technically, you know, you should go if your partner calls you. Obviously, Tendescata thought it was a poor call.
Milnes to Harmer. Again, defends that in the offside. That's a good point. It is his call, and I suppose you would say if it was a marginal decision on the run out, well, Wheater had to get to halfway up the pitch and turn with if the batsman was backing up.
Tendescata, even at the age of 40, is still lightning between the wickets. I'm pretty certain if he'd gone as soon as he got the call, bearing in mind that it had to be relayed by the bowler, I think he'd have made it.
Here's Milnes once again, defended back up the pitch. Again, no run from Harmer. Encouraged, says Mike, by this Kent performance with players away with England. Maybe tough to get 20 Essex wickets though. Absolutely, I couldn't agree more.
Well, yes, one potential snag from a Kent point of view here is that unfortunately this is normally the best corner of the world you can be in for avoiding any rain, but actually this sort of area of East Anglia in the southeast may just clip a heavy shower or two, they say, after mid-afternoon.
Milnes to bowl to Harmer, leaves it outside the off stump. Good leaves it seaming away from him. Good pace from Milnes once more, and there's no run. Mike continues, Kadri could be a very good signing. I was surprised he's still so young. It's the same with me, Mike, I completely agree. He seems to have been around for ages, such was the fanfare made when he arrived, but he's still under 20, which seems like ridiculously young to be playing, having played county championship cricket obviously for 3 years. And also Mike saying sometimes rivalries must be put aside, and I was pleased to see young Reece Topley playing for England, and our Sam Billings taking his chance as well, as Milnes bowls to Harmer, leaning forward through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. End of the over. Essex are 242 for 6. That's the deficit as a maiden over from Milnes again. I gave him a big build-up, didn't I, to an over he didn't bowl right at the beginning of the day, but if there's one criticism you would have of Milnes, and it wasn't even really criticism last season, he took plenty of wickets, got on that England Lions tour, but economy rate, he was more of a strike bowler, and the economy sort of went by the board, but certainly in the practice match and this one, he's been parsimonious Meanness personified. There we go. That's from Mike from Soho Square anyway. Mike, great to hear from you.
Thank you, Mike.
Of course, started here at Essex, didn't he?
He did. Reece started with an absolute bang as well. He got a 5-wicket haul in, I think, each of his first 2 games as Stevens is in. Bowls, and this ball goes through outside off stump. And the poor chap has suffered, I think it's 4 stress fractures of the back. So great to see him back. And I saw the highlights of the England-Ireland ODI the other night, and I thought he did pretty well as well. He didn't look like someone who'd missed so much cricket, bowled pretty good line and length, didn't prove particularly expensive, so very well done to Reece, and let's hope he stays fit from here on, as here is Stevens in the bowls. Taken on the pad, but the LBW shout you heard didn't come from the bowler, it came only from behind the wicket, because it was clearly going down leg side. Score remaining 242 for 6.
Yeah, great to see him back. I can only imagine Ivan Thomas is another one who knows all about stress fractures of the back, but his last injury was a knee. But so difficult for bowlers to come back with confidence from those kind of injuries. As he's wrapped on the pad there, Tenduskarta moving forward. Stevens, double teapot again. There's no appeal from him. I just think he just wanted to have a little chat with Ryan Tenduskarta there about this and that, probably. And
of course he's a smart man, is Darren Stevens, if ever there was one, and he's thinking, I'm not going to appeal for things that clearly aren't out, and then hopefully I'll get the finger up from the umpire when I know it's a good shout.
And this one's pushed into the onside by Tenduskarta, off Stevens to Ivan Thomas, and there's no run.
Do remember a member of staff when I was a schoolboy saying to one of our bowlers, you know, you're very unlikely to get an LBW from me, you just appeal for everything, and usually I'm not really concentrating with you because I know you haven't a clue yourself.
It's working the psychology as well as the ball. Darren Stevens, this one's defended the offside by Tenduskarta, and there's no run. Bradders, Mike from Norfolk, another one that was talking about the video stream earlier on. Hope it's all okay now, ladies and gentlemen. Just to say, we understand the frustration if you're watching the video, hoping to hear our commentary alongside it, and the video is suffering, but we honestly can do nothing about it. Our commentary is fed from us here in this commentary box to the technical bods who do the video streaming and put it on YouTube. Single taken, just dropped into the offside by Tenduskarta, neatly done as well. He'll take the strike for the next over. Essex 2 4 3 for 6, deficit 144 now. Tenduskarta has 51. Simon Harmer, who's joined him after the demise of Adam Wheater, run out for 37 after a partnership of 69, is on 11.
Yep, the deficit is gross from an Essex point of view, 144 behind, but they'll be pleased with the way they've continued this morning. The little breaks have gone their way. There have been 1 or 2 that look very good shouts for LBW, but Kent didn't get the verdicts. The 1 wicket Essex had lost, they'll be very annoyed about, with the run out of Adam Wheater for a very good 37. He was actually looking the more composed of the 2 who returned this morning, he and Tenduskarta. Tenduskarta has begun to pick up his rhythm now and gets a single out to Kadri, coming off the cover boundary from the first ball of the Matt Milnes over from the Hayes close end, and so the score to 244 for 6, deficit 143, Tenduskarta 52.
Mike from Ashford on the email, kentcricket@gmail.com as well. Brilliant, he said. I can barely believe I'm watching and listening to live Red Ball County Cricket with Kent at Essex, and in the bacon sandwich I've just made, a seriously good Monday morning.
This next ball is played defensively back to the bowler, just reminding Essex callers as well as Kent callers that we're asking Essex callers as well to contact us at kentcricket@gmail.com, because Matt is able to work the emails off his phone. We can't get the Wi-Fi on our laptops here at the moment, so all calls please keep them coming to kentcricket@gmail.com.
And those this morning, thank you so much for getting in touch. Lovely to hear from you.
Milnes is in, bowls Harmer neatly off the pads, but times it too well for there to be any hope of a run there to Thomas in mid-wicket, and the score remaining at 244 for 6.
Talking about Essex supporters, JC and Colin on email. So pleased to be watching and listening to county cricket, even more so now the streaming problems appear to have been fixed. That's all good news. I think it's working for me too. Obviously, as Essex members, we want a result in our favour. We just want to thank everyone involved in bringing the game to us. Well, I would give my thanks as well to the Essex staff here today. Everything's gone smooth as clockwork.
Harmer stretches forward, plays the next ball to, I'm almost tempted to say, the old man at mid-off, and certainly I'm qualified to talk about being an old man, but Darren Stevens I refer to, just such a wonderful player, first with Leicestershire, then with Kent. And I must say, I was amazed to hear when we were down at Canterbury last year that Kent had decided that he was in his last year, and here he is again, and hopefully he'll still be here in another year or two. It's still more than good enough, as here is Milnes in, bowls, and not out of the middle of Harmer's bat here, comes off the outside part of the bat, but along the ground out to Marcus O'Riordan in the covers, and again there's no run.
Yeah, he changed their minds. That double century against Yorkshire certainly had scratching of heads, and he took Pfeiffer in that game as well as Kent won that one. Just when you think you've seen all that Darren Stevens can offer, I think was more or less what I was saying during that whole innings.
That was a career best, wasn't it?
Yeah, just surpassed.
Phenomenal.
Incredible.
And that next ball has taken something and gone down to the boundary. It's an inside edge that has just gone down leg side past the wicketkeeper to the boundary. Nothing he could have done about it, and the score 248 for 6, with Harmer 4 streaky runs there, up to 15 and 10 to scout at 52.
Feels like the first sign that this new ball's done anything, particularly for the Kent bowlers, or certainly that they worry Essex with it, but they've gone very well apart from that. So JC and Colin, great to hear from you. All your Essex supporters as well as Kent supporters, very welcome on kentcricket@gmail.com. We're doing our best with the Wi-Fi at our disposal here, or the 4G. I'd say 5G, but that's a bit of a knotty subject, isn't it? We won't go there.
You're too polite. I've pinched you over, unknowing I warned you I would, so you have this one.
Just, as they say on all the TV programs, just happy to be here, Paul. Thank you very much. Here's Stevens bowling to Tenderscarter, worked into the offside, nicely done. Full face of the bat shown, and Thomas has to take a long run in from the offside boundary. It's the longer of the two boundaries as well, so it's a long way in for Thomas, and they come back for a comfortable 2 there. 2 slips in. It's Jordan Cox and Hannah Kuhn. Alongside them is Jack Leaning, I suppose, at a 4th slip position, you might say. Stevens bowls. Does get a bit of shape in towards Tenderscarter, but he's equal to it, forward defensive. Thomas is a good half a mile away at deep points now. They've got O'Riordan at cover. Bell Drummond mid-off is the captain on the white floppy hat. Under a cap is Stewart at mid-on, Kadri at mid-wicket, and long leg Matt Milnes near the dressing rooms. Stevens bowls wrapped on the pad. I think it was a bit too high. A bit of a woody sound as well.
Yeah, it's well forward.
Yeah.
So I think Tenderscarter had quite a lot going for him, but he does get hit on the pants a lot, and it is a way he is most often out. LBW, as I've been saying, his first 6 dismissals last season were all LBWs.
So Bruce is in touch as well on emails, kentcricket@gmail.com. You're very welcome, everybody, to get in touch.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thoughts with us. Here's Darren Stevens to Tenderscarter, a little punch into the onside, but no great force, and Kadri fields at mid-wicket. Raining here in The Hague, he says. Bruce is in the Netherlands. Thus dampening prospects for a Veterans Evening League game tonight. I'm sorry to hear that, after a summer where you've not been able to play much cricket. He says, I was unsure that O'Riordan was ready for a first team call, but he seems to be bowling okay, especially compared to Kadri, who's on England under-19 credentials. What do you guys think? It's Stevens to Tenderscarter. He says, on the other hand, defended that one. Ivan Thomas looks way off his best at the moment. Can anyone say whether there are second team opportunities at the moment, or are the fringe players only getting club cricket to get them into form? You're right, the latter, only club cricket at the moment, no second 11 fixtures currently. I would say with all 3 of those bowlers, it doesn't sound like a very interesting answer, Bruce, but all the players here are struggling to get themselves to full fitness and fully firing. So slow ball from Stevens again. Looked a bit paddy from Tendescarter as he came forward, but outside the off stump. End of the over. Stevens, it's double T-ball again, hands on hits. Probably shares a word for his long-time foe Ryan Tendescarter as he moves past it, but it's the end of the over, no breakthrough. Essex 250 up for then, 250 for 6, Tendescarter has 54, Harmer has 15, one man to go on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent today. Adam Wheater run out by Heineke at 4.37, at 2.13 for 6 that was, so these two have put on 37 so far for the 7th wicket.
And quite a rapid 37. New ball, a two-edged sword. It makes wickets more likely, but also increases the chance of the ball coming off the bat rather nicely as well. And waiting for Matt Milnes to begin the next over. Just had a brief confab with his captain Daniel Bell-Drummond. Here comes Milnes in, bowls Harmer back to the bowler, and what we were saying is fairly relevant here in terms of players needing a few games to get back into form, but the better the player you are, the less you tend to need a few innings before you start delivering the goods. And in this game, a wonderful century on first day from Heino Kuhn here. It may not be a coincidence that both he and both the batsmen out in the middle at the moment all hail from the African continent, as we see Milnes bowl again, and Harmer works this ball nicely through mid-wicket, but in fact not through mid-wicket, because it's very well fielded by Ivan Thomas. There saving, if he missed it, a certain boundary. And the score remaining 250 for 6, 137 behind. Essex through to a second batting bonus point. Point I'm making though, players from the African continent have this ability to make really big scores. They don't sort of get 61 and think, well, that'll do for the day. And here is the next ball from Milnes, bowls, and Harmer's hit it slightly cross-battedly, but gets a single this time. The very fact it wasn't timed facilitated a single to Thomas at mid-wicket, and 251 for 6, 136 behind. Harmer up to 16. And so Kuhn comes in, and not only does he make a good start, coming in at 23 for 3, but goes on, makes 140. And here, Tendescarter and Harmer clearly are not needing that many innings before they're beginning to get the ball coming nicely off their bats. And here is Milnes in, bowls Tendescarter. That doesn't come particularly nicely off his bat, if I'm honest, because it's edgy, but it goes along the ground to deep backward point, where Hamid Al-Qadri does the fielding, and scores 252 for 6 with that single. Takes Tendescarter to 55 from 138 deliveries, Harmer 16 from 37.
Thanks for your emails, Bruce. Absolutely. Hope things dry up in the Netherlands in the nicest possible way for you to get some cricket this evening of your own. I better go and give the news to the people of BBC Radio Kent right now.
Thank you very much, Matt. Next ball, and this is a mighty drive, but it's brilliantly half-stopped at wide mid-off by Darren Stevens, because he gave that some real clout. You may well have heard the thwack on our effects mic there. They just get a single, 4 runs if Stevens doesn't dive to his left, having made good ground to get within hailing distance of the ball. And he may be in his mid-40s now, but still superb, Darren Stevens. Harmer moves along to 17, 253 for 5, 134 behind our Essex. Milnes is in to Tendescarter, turns the ball off the pads, and Harmer very quick to respond to the call, even though the ball was going straight to Ivan Thomas, 25 yards from the bat at square leg. Good understanding between this pair, and single to the former Essex skipper, takes him to 56. He keeps the bowling, 254 for 6, 133 behind. Mixture of cloud and sunshine over the ground at the moment. Been a very pleasant morning, but we are warned that there are potential storms, some of them quite heavy, likely to clip the eastern quadrant of the country at some point this afternoon. We're better off the closer to London and the further from Norfolk, who are expected to get a real drenching later this afternoon. So here at Chelmsford, hopefully we will avoid the rain, but there is the possibility. It's Grant Stewart coming back into the attack. He opened up with 3 overs from this river end at the start of play this morning, and he replaces Darren Stevens. Just had, I think it's 3 overs with the new ball from the river end. 2 slips, a wide gully. We've got a shortish extra cover, about 16 to 18 yards from the bat. Man on the backward point boundary. This ball's clipped very firmly to Stevens at mid-on. No run. Hit far too well for to be a single. And score remaining 254 for 6. Wheater, the one man to go this morning, run out for 37. And I think he was rather miffed that it was his call, and Tenduscarter did not respond to it at all. And I've come to the view that if they'd really gone straight away, there might just have been a run there. It would have been risky, but the ball had to be relayed via bowler and back to the wicketkeeper to run out Wheater, who come halfway down and then had to go halfway back again. Narrowly failed to regain his ground in time. Stewart, after a conflab with the skipper, Daniel Bell-Drummond, be sun-hatted as ever, bowls, and Tenduscarter, easy single, played wide of the short extra, or shortish extra. Tenduscarter moves along to 57, 255 for 6. And Matt Cole does the necessary and plugs his various odds and ends back in. Over to you, Matt.
Surprisingly, I seem to have managed to do that respectfully this morning. The right bits into the right. I don't know where I'm going with that. It's Grant Stewart is the man bowling from the river end here. Bit of an adjustment in the field. Jordan Cox goes into first slip. It's Simon Coon at 2 and Jack leaning at gully more or less. Cloud comes across the sun and outside the off stump. Great direction from Stewart. There is no run from this third ball of the over. I see Bradders has been in touch again. I hope you've got the live stream working. I can feel the frustration in your emails, Mike, growing. He says, all I can see is the ground staff sweeping the wicket before play. Now, have you filled out the form, Mike? Because that's what I had to do as well. It's surprising they did let me in, but you need to fill out a form with your details before you're allowed onto the stream, just to confirm who you are. Outside the off stump, left through to the wicket keeper. Apart from that, technical advice pretty much pointless from me. I can say mine's working absolutely perfectly, and I think elsewhere the people are getting onto the stream as well. So I just thought I'd add that. There is a form to fill in if you haven't done that already. Haven't made yourself known to the Essex web streaming people. Hope that's all fine for you right now. But thanks for all your emails. KentCricket@gmail.com. As Stewart turns, 2 balls to go of this over. Bowls to Harmer, solidly behind it. Shows us the maker's name. Red and white on his back. Pushed back to Stewart, and there's no run.
Yeah, that's a good word to describe Harmer's modus operandi. You know, he is solidly behind everything. He actually takes a stride forward and across to limit his chances of being given out LBW.
Yeah, getting well forward. Steve on the emails as well.
Steve, thank you.
Is Grant Stewart again. Forward of that one. Slightly more toe end of the bat to end of the over, and there's no run. Steve's email. Kent v Essex. Good afternoon, Matt. I know which Steve this is. Marcus Erin makes another Kent League player that plays for Kent Cricket Club and plays for Tunbridge Wells with his brother Julian, both ex-Tunbridge School players. Thanks for that, Steve. Of course, we should mention Grant Stewart, who's just bowling, played for Sandwich Town before graduating to Kent as well. So yeah, Kent League players in the lineup. Good to see players graduating, isn't it, from their
very much so.
County leagues up to the full ranks. You're not missing anything. Bit of a sanitation and drinks break for the players right now. Essex though, their morning, do you think, Portland 255 for 6?
Yes, certainly has been, just as it was very much Kent's day on Saturday without any question. And again, I think yesterday The honours went more Kent's way than Essex's. Essex would have been pleased to wrap up the last 4 Kent wickets reasonably quickly, but then they really did make lugubrious progress to 179 for 5, but they've scored much more quickly this morning. They've added 76 runs, and the only wicket that's gone down has been Adam Wheater to a run out. So they'll be pleased with that, because Kent would definitely have been hoping, and with some justification I think, that they might have bowled Essex out by now. But in fairness, Essex's batsmen 6, 7 and 8 are no mugs. You know, Tender Scarter is an outstanding county cricketer of this century. You know, he goes back almost to the start of the century for Essex. First game he played for Essex was at Arundel in 2003, which is interesting because that's the last time that Essex have appeared at Arundel until this year, when ironically they'll be playing against Hampshire there in a couple of weeks' time. And delighted to say I'm going to be there for the first 2 days. An absolutely charming ground, and Norman Backhouse, the Essex-based bookmaker, used to be there, and those were in my gambling days, and it was very lucky for me, Arundel. I never failed to return a profit on the 4 or so days that I went there over the course of the years, because Essex were down there in 2001 as well. But it was, from every point of view, a lovely ground to be on.
It's absolutely beautiful, Arundel, isn't it? Slightly jealous.
Stevens has switched to the Hayes close end now, bowls, and this ball's run down to third man, and they're probably going to stick on one. No, they're coming back for a second, as Kadri has to run round the ball to field. That's not a criticism, he physically had to do that, running to his left. And they do get 2 and score to 257 for 6, with 59 now to Tender Scarter. But other delights of that trip to Arundel, the Reverend David Shepherd. Sadly the late Reverend David Shepherd, but he just got a new book out at the time, and he was there, of course. Wonderful player for Sussex in England back in the day, as Stevens is in, bowls, and Tender Scarter drops this to mid-wicket. And there was a phenomenal Ashes Test series in 1956, and England, as usual, lost the Lord's Test and were 1-0 down. And in the remaining 3 tests, the 3rd, 4th and 5th tests, they recalled 3 veterans, and David Shepherd got 113 in the first of the 3 at Old Trafford. Cyril Washbrook, former Lancashire veteran, came back and got 98 in the 4th at Headingley. And here's the next ball from Stevens in the bowls. Tender Scarter gets a single out to Kadri at deep point, 258 for 6. Tender Scarter up to 60, and none other than the great DCS Compton, Dennis Compton of Arsenal, and I believe he played a bit of cricket as well for Middlesex in England. He got 94 in the final test, and England won the test at Old Trafford and Headingley, drew the test at the Oval, won the series 2-1, and in that Old Trafford test, a lot of rain around, a certain Jim Laker of Surrey, Essex in England, 19 for 90. Figures that have never been remotely equalled, let alone surpassed, since as Stevens is in. 2 slips a wide gully, bowls, and this ball is back cut but without timing to Kadri at backward point. There's no run. Score remaining 258 for 6. But yeah, what a fantastic series that was. And we must give credit to the Hampshire bowler. Just remind you who it was who got 17 wickets in a match for Hampshire last season. It was the best figures since Jim Laker's 19%.
Kyle Abbott?
Kyle Abbott, thank you so much. Afraid the memory's gone. Kyle Abbott, wonderful bowler, but what a match he had, because he also featured in a crucial 100 partnership. And why I should be particularly grateful to him as an Essex man, as Stevens bowls and Harmer stabs the ball to backward point Kadri, there's no run, is that Hampshire absolutely gave Somerset a going over in that game. Had they not done so, Somerset would have been champions rather than Essex. But Kyle Abbott has got plenty of Essex wickets under his belt as well. He's a terrific player. 258 for 6.
Yeah, Abbott's superb, but Kent's struggling a bit. They could do with him, I think. All counts could do with a bit of Kyle Abbott.
Absolutely. Here's a nice shot from Harmer, but mid-on is deep enough to cover that and prevent a run. Beautiful on drive from Harmer, and Matt Milnes is the fieldsman there, the over ends, and Essex 258 for 6 are now 129 behind.
Yeah, so as you say, Hampshire playing at Arundel. I mean, obviously we have an amount of self-interest when we look at the fixtures for this Bob Willis Trophy, where we might be going. And Ben and I were thinking, well, the GS Bowl is being used for international fixtures. Are we going to the Isle of Wight? What will that mean with all the current strictures involved? So we were, firstly, well, I was very, not very pleased. I was pleased, perhaps, that we weren't going to have to go across all those bridges, and indeed ferries, to the Isle of Wight, and then a bit miffed that we weren't going to Arundel. So you can't have always.
No.
You know, I'm just totally spoiled by the whole thing, but no, it'll be at home to Hampshire, but Arundel's such a beautiful place. Only ever been there as a spectator, but I would imagine the experience is much the same. Fantastic. Stuart bowls to Tenderscarter back at the bowl, and there is no run.
Yes, another delight of Arundel, from a racing man's point of view, and of course Goodwood's only just around the corner. But John Dunlop, who was one of the top trainers in the land for many, many years, used to train, and you pass his stables as you drive into the ground at Arundel. People like Pat Edry, you know, one of the great jockeys of all time, was a regular stable rider for John Dunlop.
Stuart then to Tenderscarter, looking for this breakthrough. Tenderscarter is more than equal to that. Lovely cover drive, and that will be 4 runs, will it? Thomas made a really great effort at it. Long boundary he's patrolling there. Wide open spaces, but that is 4. And Tenderscarter moves on to 64. Essex 262 for 6. Now 125 behind. Doesn't seem quite so far now. And breaking the back of it as Tenderscarter goes on this partnership, which started at 213 for 6, so they're just 1 run shy of the 50 partnership. And Stuart, the latest called on by Kent to try and make this breakthrough. Bowls now to Tenderscarter, cut away, and that'll be another 4, will it? Thomas has to go off, running off again. No, he's no chance of that. What a lovely cut shot that is. And as Paul was saying earlier on, you don't bowl there to Ryan Tenderscarter and expect to get wickets. 53 the partnership then. Tenderscarter's made 32 of them. Harmer at 17 as a score. Rattles along. That's an 82 balls that partnership. Bit of applause from hither and thither. And Essex 266 for 6 now. And the consecutive 4s for Tenderscarter. Off Stuart, so 3 balls to go. Right, up the slight slope. Into the strangle? No, didn't get anything on it. Tenderscarter. Good take from Robinson down the leg side though.
Yeah, he just slightly overcompensated there. Stuart, not easy bowling to Tenderscarter when he's got going. He was very slow through the early part of his innings, but he's really accelerated. And as I did say earlier, if he ever clicks into gear, he's difficult to bowl to.
Yeah, certainly making the most of the morning. Seeing off the Kent bowlers, defended into the onside. Jordan Cox fields, there's no run. Bruce continuing he says it's great to see 2 young off-spinners operating for Kent. It's one bowling type the county hasn't been strong on since the war. It's one of the great pluses of the Bob Willis Trophy for Bruce, he says. How many names can Kent supporters come up with? Alan Dixon, Graham Johnson, Charles Rowe, he says. Now wicket keepers is a different matter, says Bruce, in terms of counties producing certain types of players. Absolutely. I might add James Treadwell to that immediately. Perhaps he went to further back in Kent cricketing history. So Stuart, short ball, and Tenderscarter's on that in a moment, and whistles out towards Hamid Kadri, along the ground this is, and Kadri feels out yet. You get a single for that. Doesn't feel like full value, but he gets 1. Keeps the strike. I think he wants some new gloves. They move on to 267 for 6 do Essex. That 50 partnership is up now, and Tenderscarter 69, Harmer 17. Not going at any great run rate particularly, Essex here. And as we move towards seeing the overs we are in now, but see only 120 to make in their first innings, so it looks very much like it'll be a deficit, but Tenderscarter might change everyone's view of that in the next few overs.
Yes, I mean they've certainly picked up the tempo today. Tenderscarter in particular has raced on to 69 from 150 deliveries, and at one point he got 25 from 100 deliveries. So in the last 50 that he's faced, he's added 44, going at nearly a run of all. 267 for 6 then, and obviously Essex have about 15 to 16 overs I think left when bonus points would count, so they would certainly, if they're not bowled out in the meantime, expect to pick up 3 batting bonus points. And from 179 for 5 in 74 overs at the start of the day, they would have been pretty happy with that. Talking of former great Kent spinners, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Titch Freeman had a phenomenal record.
I think he was a leggy, wasn't he?
Yeah, I believe he was. Yeah. I think I may be wrong. For some reason, the figure of 304 comes to my mind in relation to him, and I think he may have got, improbable as it sounds, such a haul in one season flat at one point. Of course, he bowled a lot more overs in those days. You know, that literally about 120 overs a day, and play would finish on time at that as well. Extraordinary. Just talking about visits to grounds, I was saying I've been lucky with being given a couple of days at Arundel. Where I've missed out is that tomorrow I should have been presiding over a one-day game, 50-over game at Aigburth on the outskirts of Liverpool, and I booked into this travel lodge, which apparently is dead opposite the ground. And because I thought, well, if it's that close to the ground, there'll be lots of Essex supporters who've not been to Aigburth before, wanting to stay there. I'll book in quick, and it's cost me in the end because I didn't take out insurance, and so I'm not going. But never mind, I've got Arundel, which is a very nice compensation. But I've never actually been to Aigburth.
I haven't either.
Not quite sure what the long delay on this occasion was for, but
it was a change of gloves, wasn't there, for Ryan Tender-Scarter, but it took rather a while.
Yes, it looks as if they probably had to send to Colchester to get the gloves for it. As Darren Stevens will continue from that Hayes Close end, having been switched to that end after his first stint with the new ball was from the River End, from where we're broadcasting. Sun still shining, but quite a lot of heavy-ish cloud around, and forecast of rain later as Stevens is in and bowls to Tender-Scarter, a lovely square cut, but man is there. Hamidullah Kadri keep it down to a single. 267 for 6. Tender-Scarter moves along to 268 for 6. They've just put the run up. He moves along to 70.
Richard from Horsham on the emails.
Richard,
great to hear from you, Richard. He says, I have the live stream on okay now. He says the stumps at one end don't look upright. I think they're okay. It might just be the angle you're at.
Stevens is in bowls, and balls played down to mid-off. I'm tempted to say nothing is upright in this county, but I must watch what I say. Yes, it'll be the angle of the camera. I think it is,
yeah,
I'm sure.
The camera angle, Richard. But yeah, don't worry. I think the umpires are on the case. All the stumps look pretty much perpendicular to the ground.
Stevens is in again as the sun begins to disappear, and this ball is hammered away, absolutely wellied through the covers by Simon Harmer. It wasn't a shot of great beauty, but a shot of great moment, and it literally only took a moment to speed over the cover boundary for 4. He's a very, very strong man, and he really got that out of the middle of the bat. 21 to him, 70 to Tender-Scarter, 272 for 6.
Kind of characterises the number 8, number 9 batsman to me.
Yes.
He's the perfect example, I would say, Simon Harmer, is that he's not going to nibble around and give you plenty of defensive shots. He's going to, not exactly see ball, hit ball, but certainly solid behind it.
This one's down leg side, lovely work from Ollie Robinson to whip the bails off, standing up to Darren Stevens, but Harmer had not left home and remains there. And now this partnership, just trying to remember where what the score was when the
213.
So that yeah, they've put on 59.
Indeed so. Stevens just struggling here against these two Essex batsmen, doing really well against the new ball.
Oh boy, edge for 4. There's 2 slips in the gully, and it went straight through where third slip would be. And probably, I think it would have been at catchable height as well. It wasn't far off the ground, but that actually is the first real edge that we've seen all morning. There's nothing been going in the sort of slip or a slip cordon way, but that would have actually been a catch if there'd been a third slip. 276 for 6, Harmer 25.
Yeah, just there we are, commentator's curse. Kent fans will be very pleased with me there, saying nothing's really happening for Stevens against these two excellent batsmen, but Harmer definite, yeah, absolute palpable edge. And yeah, very much catchable height, I'd agree, Paul, for that one. But, well, got to put your fielders somewhere.
Deficit down to Nelson now, 111. But even that doesn't produce a wicket for Kent, because they're coming back for a second here. And there's a well run two there, because Kadri was on the case there at third man, had to run round to his left. And that was a more authentic shot from Harmer without being right out of the middle of the bat. But he rode his luck in that over and benefited with 10 runs from it. He's moved along to 27. Tenduskarter has 70. 278 for 6 currently, Essex. They've added 99 this morning for the loss of Wheater, run out for 37, and they are now 109 behind.
Indeed, so Mike on the emails. Morning, Mike. Or afternoon, I should say. Morning session.
Thank you, Mike.
It's great to hear from you. KentCricket@gmail.com. We're pooling our emails today. Welcome back, he says. Real cricket at last. TMS is all very well, but it's not real commentary, is it? Says Mike with a wink. Bless you, Mike. Preaching to the crowd here. For those interested, both Kent and Essex versions of the live stream running again, he says. He says, how long they last is another matter entirely, with a wink, but yes, they're up for him, certainly. It hadn't occurred to me, of course, but I'm on the Essex one here, but of course both county websites will be broadcasting. It's O'Riordan brought on. We're 7 minutes until lunch, with a new ball quite early on to bring the spinner on, but they've decided O'Riordan, who has 2 for 54 so far, perhaps a little bit more bounce, more prominent seam now. That one keeps a little bit low to Tenduskarter, but sees it off.
I think it's a good move to bring O'Riordan on for the reason you've given. You know, a spin bowler likes the ball still to be quite hard and to get the bounce, because there is turn, but it's not very sharp turn. So flight and bounce, you know, could be the bowler's two best weapons.
O'Riordan to Tenduskarter. Harmer will be looking as an interested spectator, as a non-striker, certainly as a spinner himself. This one is just moved with the spin out towards the square leg boundary. Single taken. Harmer will now face, with Essex moving on to 279 for 6. Ed, an Essex fan, on the emails as well. County cricket, he says. His email rather is titled, "Ooh, wraps the power," but going down the leg side. Certainly beat Harmer there. I think got a little bit of grip.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That one from O'Riordan. But yeah, wrap the pad, looking to again work it away on the onside. So we get Ed's email at the end of this over probably. Here's O'Riordan, waits for this one. Lovely little roll of the wrists over it, and although leaning is after it and will stop it just before the boundary, they'll come back for a sprightly run. 2, Harmer to 29, Essex to 281 for 6, and the deficit down to 106. So Ed, his email titled "County Cricket in Capitals" with a number of exclamation marks over it. After it, he says, "So glad to see cricket back. I think the difference between title-winning Essex and this year Essex could be Dan Lawrence, who was so good last year, scoring crucial runs, but hopefully he can break into the England team to represent the county. Come on, you Eagles," says Ed.
Well, thanks, Ed, and I do think you're right to someone we haven't mentioned so far, but Dan Lawrence was superb for Essex last year, and he is a big miss, there's no doubt about that.
Bradders, Mike from Norfolk, he's in, he's on the stream, fantastic. Great to have you along, Bradders, and here's O'Riordan gets caught between Harmer's pad and he's gone. He looks back rather disconsolately at the stumps, does Harmer, but that's got caught between his pads. Appeal from O'Riordan, and Simon Harmer goes just before lunch here on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent. So the spinner Marcus O'Riordan took his maiden 2 first-class wickets for Kent yesterday, and he has a third important breakthrough. These two batsmen, Harmer, who's now gone for 29 LBW, and Tenduskarter for 71, seem to be getting away from Kent there. And though it'll still be Essex's session, this first one of the third day, they'll be very, very delighted, Kent, to finally make their second breakthrough, although it comes with another 50 partnership. Simon Harmer departs for 29.
Well, there have been a couple of shouts earlier that I thought were out and were given not out. It's not a case of bias. That one surprised me because we're in quite a good position here, and it just seemed to me to be going down leg side there, and Harmer played at it as though that's what he thought about it, because he was looking to sort of help it round the corner. However, overall these things even themselves out, and it's actually much better from an Essex point of view if there were going to be some you thought were out and some that was given that were you thought wouldn't be. From an Essex point of view, they'd rather it happened just now than earlier on when they were still trailing by 200 and odd. Tendescata, for example, got one that must have been perilously close before Essex had actually saved the follow-on. But that, I must admit, I do understand why Harmer, who didn't make a big song and dance about it, but just stood there looking back down the pitch to see how that could possibly have been out. But let me hasten to add, we may be in a reasonable position, but the umpire is in the best one of all, and if he says it's out, there is no point arguing. And Kent have a very, very useful breakthrough right on the stroke of lunch, and I did say when Daniel Bell-Drummond reintroduced Simon O'Riordan, Marcus O'Riordan, I beg his pardon, into the attack, that it was a good bowling change, and so it has proved.
Absolutely right, and it did look like it hit the back pad first, although he was slightly splayed, opened up, wasn't he, at that point, to try and work the ball into the onside. It came actually after a very long break when Bill Drummond was talking to O'Riordan about this next delivery.
Stevens is in and bowls, and the ball's played into the offside for no run, and I must say as well, in the umpire's defence, when you look at things like the football commentary and so on, you sometimes see something live and think, oh, it's never that, but more often than not, actually, you say, oh, we're looking at that again, actually he was right. So it's only a quick impression you get when you see something live, as Stevens is in and bowls, and this ball is played to deep point, and they get one run, and the score moves along to 282 for 7, and Tendescata up to 72. And
having seen the replay as well, it does look like it bounces off the back pad first and onto the other pad, and certainly his body shape was awkward, Simon Harmer. It's one of those things that perhaps all adds to the impression the umpire's got of where the ball's ending up, and perhaps how the batsman's trying to play it, or the weight on each foot. So
I think they do a terrific job, the umpires, because you've got to try and concentrate every single ball of the day. Even when you're standing at square leg, you've still got to have all your wits about you. Stevens is in and bowls. Oh, and that one is the only ball we've seen all morning that has climbed up off a length. The ball's been keeping low, and shoots, what a ball to receive first up for Sam Cook there, the new batsman, and he did well to avoid it. It's nicely taken by the upstanding Ollie Robinson, whose wicket keeping has impressed this morning. But where did that one come from is just about what you'd be saying if you're a batsman. 282 for 7.
Yeah, won't encourage many batsmen, certainly that, but absolutely a one-off.
Bright sunshine again. It is a lovely delivery from Stevens, and you wouldn't need to know that the wicket must just have gone down, because that wicket, it's a bit like when a football side scores a goal. You notice a spring in the step that wasn't there before, and he ran in, put a bit more into that, and it was a leg cutter that left the batsman there and groping at thin air basically, and suddenly we've seen two terrific deliveries out of nowhere.
Yeah, beautifully done by Stevens. 2 balls to go, probably 2 balls before lunch as well, as it ticks across to 1 o'clock.
Stevens with the first of them, and Cook can reassuringly, for him, lay bat on ball for the first time, because that ball behaved properly as he would see it, and just played it back down the pitch. Thanks very much to Matt Cole, who now has to unplug and plug into another bit of equipment so he can update for BBC Radio Kent listeners. But many thanks to Matt, and we look forward to him being with us after lunch. I will be updating for BBC Essex in a moment or two, but here's Darren Stevens. Could be the last ball before lunch, and Cook meets it with a dead bat, plays it out into the onside. Jordan Cox does the fielding, and off come the bails. And sorry, it was Marcus O'Riordan with the fielding, and the players retreat. Not in the traditional way to the pavilion for lunch, but they've each got their little places where they will go and have some well-earned refreshment. So at lunch, Essex, having resumed 179 for 5, have moved on by 103 runs in the session to 282 for 7, and they are now 105 behind Kent's 387. Sam Cook yet to get off the mark. Ryan Penterscarter on a typically fine 72 not out. Very slow through his first 100 deliveries, much quicker through the last 56, and 156 he's faced in total, and that is lunch with Essex 282 for 7. So unless you particularly want to hear a lunchtime summary, with Wheater run out for 37, 213 for 6, a partnership of 59 for the 6th wicket, and Harmer LBW to Marcus O'Riordan for 29, 281 for 7, at which point the 8th wicket had put on 68, 7th wicket I should have said. The players have now left the arena. We'll be back with you at 1:40 sharpish, and there'll be a short silence, and then we'll be going into the BBC Essex news.
Really been Essex's morning on this third day. They're at lunch 282 for 7. They started 179 for 5. Kent really wanted to try and wrap up the Essex tail if they could do in this third session and build a big lead batting through today and perhaps bowl them out tomorrow. That was the task at the start of the day, but Ryan Penterscarter, veteran, has been in their way. 72 not out. He's at lunch. He survived a couple of lusty LBW appeals from a man even further into his years, Darren Steeves, at 44 years of age, still bowling really well. But 2 breakthroughs for Kent this morning. The first didn't come from a bowler but from a run out and a Wheater stranded halfway down the pitch on 37, but to be back to great batsman, very accomplished too, out for 29, a partnership of 68 with Penterscarter, and he was LBW to Marcus O'Riordan, who takes his maiden wicket tally to 3 in this match. His first 3 wickets in first class cricket. Plenty of work to do for Kent then in the second session. Essex now just 105 behind, so Kent has 7 over.
Yes, good afternoon, and they've had the better of the morning. They resumed at 179 for 5, and they're now at lunch at 282 for 7, so they've added 103 and 29 overs in the session. Ryan Penterscarter is still there on 72 not out from 156 deliveries, and he shared half-century partnerships of 58 with Adam Wheater, who was run out for 37. It was his call. It was a very tight call, but I think they might have got there if Penterscarter had responded. Penterscarter then shared in a partnership of 68 for the 7th wicket with Simon Harmer, who was only out just before lunch, LBW to the off-break bowler Marcus O'Riordan for 29. But now Essex are just 105 runs behind at 282 for 7, and they have 7 further overs to add to their current 2 batting bonus points.
It's all yours.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Session 2, Day 3 of Essex against Kent at Chelmsford. I'm Matt Cole and Newton alongside me. We'll be taking you through the rest of this day. And Essex will, I think, they'll probably have lunched slightly the more content of the two sides, having lost just 2 wickets this morning. And, resuming at 179 for 5. Come back out at lunch on 282 for 7, so 103 for the loss of just 2 wickets. Adam Wheater was run out by Heine Kuhn this morning for 37, but he'd already completed a 69-run partnership with Ryan Tender-Scarter. Tender-Scarter is still there. He's on 72 from 156 balls, and the other wicket to go, Simon Harmer, LBW to Marcus O'Riordan, a couple of overs before lunch. 29 he went for LBW to the young spinner. 281 for 7 that was. Those two, Harmer and Tender-Scarter, put on at 68. As I said, Ryan Tender-Scarter starts this afternoon. 72 not out. He's been joined by Sam Cook, estimable seam bowler, on none from 4 balls at the moment. Umpires back out and slowly emerging. Marcus O'Riordan for Kent took that Harmer wicket, and it's his 3rd one, his first 3 wickets of his first class career occurring today, in this match rather. The 3rd one today, I should say. He has 3 for 57. Stevens was going in tandem with him. He's actually bowled 7 more overs than the young spinner. 2 for 52. I'm sure we won't mind us, but we do rather go on about the fact he's 44. The stamina doesn't seem to be a problem. Bowlers warming up their shoulders. Matt Milnes down below us, who's at a long on to Tender-Scarter. Just 1 slip in place. Stevens alongside, or just behind wicket-keeper Robinson, as this one's pushed out into the offside. And they'll come back for a sprightly 2. Tender-Scarter getting through his work well. Ivan Thomas is patrolling the offside more or less on his own, and it's a very long boundary as the wicket's been pushed towards the pavilion. The pitch is on that side, I should say. The meeting between Marcus O'Riordan, Heine Kuhn and Daniel Bell-Drummond, the captain for Kent. Last time they went through a lengthy meeting, Simon Harmer was out the ball after. What does that presage, I wonder, here. Score then 284 for 7. And Tender-Scarter's almost a return catch there. Leading edge back to Marcus O'Riordan. Nearly made the breakthrough again after that conference with his captain and vice-captain. Just a leading edge coming forward and dropping short of O'Riordan on that occasion. No fault from the player. So Tender-Scarter on a 74 now, works it off into the offside. Heine Kuhn runs towards the ball, tries to pick it up and throw in one movement, just doesn't get a grip on the ball. Don't think it would have been any danger of a run out anyway. Tender-Scarter was through quickly. He's on to 75 now. And Essex move on to 285 for 7. 103 overs there. Paul was in his update at lunch talking about the number of overs that Essex have remaining for bonus points. So that's up to 110, so 7 from lunch to make up a bonus points, and 120 in total in their first innings. That's all they have. Both sides limited to 120 overs. That's Bob Willis Trophy. Solid shot into the offside there from Sam Cook, but fielded, and there's no run. O'Riordan once again to Cook. 4 short leg put in as well. Jordan Cox, but turned past him with the spin by Cook to backward square leg. Jack Leaning is out there. Stevens asleep beside Ollie Robinson. The last ball of the over coming up. Thomas is put further back for Cook. I expect him to try and slog against the spin here. Reardon again runs up once more, just defended back at him. Ollie Robinson approved of that ball, the wicket keeper. End of the over, and they're 285 for 7 Essex, then having added 3 to their lunchtime total. Conference between Tendescarter and Cook in the middle, and who will come down from the other end. Takes a lot to get the ball out of Darren Stevens' hand, and in fact normally the indication he still had his cap on would be that he probably wasn't bowling this over, but of course he can't give that to the umpire, so we'll hand that off in a minute. He's shining the ball up, he's marshalling his troops along with Daniel Bell-Drummond now. Just one slip in for him, and a fairly wide gully as well, so Jordan Cox is at a sort of second slip position. One went through third slip from Harmer before lunch, the only edge we've seen of the morning. And in fact, I should have trusted my instincts. Darren Stevens had his cap on, because it's going to be Matt Milnes, Paul, to take the ball for Hayes close end. Usually it takes a lot to get the ball out of Darren Stevens' hand, but he was just helping with the field placing on that occasion. So Essex 285 for 7.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, and so Essex 15 runs needed for them in 6 overs to see if they can snaffle a third batting bonus point. Of course, they've only 3 wickets left to play with, but Tendescarter from his own bat is well capable of getting the handful of runs that are needed. And I do remember one occasion last season, I think it was in the very last game at Edgbaston, where Essex missed out on a third batting bonus point that had looked an absolute certainty, and they let it slip through their fingers. They didn't get much wrong last season, but that they did, and of course it could have cost them very dearly, because each point was pretty precious. By the time Essex actually got over the line, 11 points in hand of Somerset. Here comes Milnes. One slip and a wide gully. Bowles and field for LBW. Interestingly, the bowler was full of confidence for that, but nobody really backed him up particularly on that occasion. It looked to me a question firstly of height, and also might have just been missing leg stump. Yeah,
on the replay actually, that the height doesn't look so bad, and I kind of see why he was shouting for that, but he wasn't, as you say, he wasn't joined by, but I think you're right, I think he probably would have gone over the stumps, and perhaps a little bit leggy as well. He wasn't joined by anyone there. A lone voice from the bowler.
Milnes to Tendescarter. And he's hit this uppishly, and for the second time since the resumption has narrowly failed to hold out, one to the bowler and one to, on this occasion, Kadri, fielding at extra cover, and it bounced barely a stride in front of him there. It wasn't a drop catch or anything. Shall we say that in the history of cricket there have been fielders who'd have pulled off an absolutely amazing catch there, but Kadri not quite in that class, which isn't the same thing as saying he should have caught it. It would have taken something absolutely remarkable. Milnes is in, bowls to Tendescarter, drives straight to Bell-Drummond at mid-off, hit too well for there to be any sort of a single, and score remaining 285 for 7.
I wonder what the chat was that they had at lunchtime. I mean, obviously they want to make up this to the next batting bonus point, but obviously not to have too much scoreboard pressure at the end of 120 overs or 10 wickets, whichever is the soonest as well, from their point of view. Yeah,
of course, with that limitation on the number of overs generally, only 10 overs beyond the end of the bonus point sphere, it possibly sort of makes it all the easier to decide, well, we need to get an extra point here if we possibly can. And Milnes is in, bowls to Tendescarter, play and a miss, and certainly the ball appears to be doing more in the immediate period before lunch. Remember those 2 deliveries from Darren Stevens to Sam Cook when he first came in, and the period after lunch, as brief as it's been so far, this is just the second over after lunch, and the ball has suddenly started doing things it wasn't doing.
Yeah, it can happen, can't it?
Oh yeah,
the TMS commentary the other day about balls at 10, 15 overs old, just starting to get a bit of even reverse going on.
And Tendescarter here, the old Staffordshire cut or Surrey cut, whatever you want to call it, aiming into the offside, taking an inside edge, wasn't close to playing on there because it goes to backward square leg rather than only just missing the stumps. But another false shot, he's moved along to 76 and Essex 286 for 7.
Talking of bonus points as well, Kent with their 387. I mean, obviously, it's a big target to be one of the two teams, isn't it, to go into the final from 18. But those could be margins, couldn't they? They're failing to get the fifth batting point. Might be in the end. Obviously, this is the first game, and we're talking about getting through the other five with a perfect record, probably.
Another slip added now for Sam Cook, who faces and leaves a ball from Matt Milnes. Milnes just, I think, slightly annoyed with himself for not making the batsman play there, because he won delivery to bowl at Cook, who's no mug with the bat. He put on 80 odd with Peter Siddle up at Headingley last year, but even so, it's an annoyance for Milnes not to have made the batsman play. 286 for 7. Cook yet to get off the mark from 8 deliveries, and Tendusgarter 76.
Mike reassuring me on the emails. KentCricket@gmail.com with your Kent or Essex today. We're pooling them. So I can pick them up on the mobile phone. Mike's saying you don't have to give all your details to Essex to get on the web stream. Apparently, that was just my mistake, or my not being able to work it out. That one kept low from O'Riordan as he continues from this river end, but Tendusgarter sees it off. He says it only does that if you hit F5 to refresh the page. That's exactly what I did, Mike. That's why we need people's technical expertise coming on this. But anyway, it's getting on with it now. The stream's working perfectly as far as I can see. Turning to the onside, single for Tendusgarter. He moves on to 77, 287 47 for Essex. Well, here's a knotty question just to start the title of an email. Paul emails. Great to hear from you, Paul. Thanks very much for your email. As O'Riordan bowls to Cook, gets on the front foot, but can't propel it past the bowler, feeling off his own bowling. The title is Run Out dash Who's to Blame? Question mark. We will write a PhD on that, I imagine. There's a quick single taken by Cook again. Heino Kuhn is running. I mean, he's all action in the field, but can't complete the pick-up, let alone the throw. And actually, really good running from Cook anyway. I think he would have been quite safe there. Observation as regards the run-out, he says. As the non-striking batsman, I think one can have a lot of sympathy with Tendusgarter. He starts to back up as one must, but because the ball goes to mid-on, as O'Riordan bowls to Tendusgarter down the leg side, neat take by Robinson, whips the bails off with one movement. I think James Foster wouldn't have been upset with that take. Beautifully done.
No, he's been impressive, Ollie Robinson.
As O'Riordan over the wicket, the young off spinner, and Tendusgarter, not for the first time, a little bit uppish in the onside, but this one much more safe. No chance for Kadri to get near it. He's just turned it into the leg side. Takes the strike as well for the next over. I think he does indeed.
Yes, definitely.
Yep. 289 for 7 then Essex. 98 is the deficit. And, trying to make their way towards that third batting bonus point. He starts to back up as one must, Tendusgarter, but because the ball goes to mid-on, you will notice he has to take a step backwards initially as his becomes the danger end. This means he wouldn't have been able to get the start off at his usual 2-yard start for the non-striker. It's a good point.
It's a very good point. Thanks for that, Paul. No, I agree. We haven't factored that one in, and you are quite right. Many a time I've been the non-striking batsman. If the ball goes fairly straight, you can't just set straight off. And
additionally, Paul saying, well, there's a question whether Wheater would have made his ground if the ball had been stopped at mid-on, whether he made his ground at the non-striker's end. So,
yeah,
good point, well made, Paul. Thanks very much for your email.
So Matt Milnes is in, bowls to Tendusgarter, who plays the first ball to Kadri in the covers, and there's no run there, and the score remaining at 289 for 7. And Essex now have, I think it's 4 overs left, would it be, to get 11.
Just check the scoreboard. Yeah, we're in the 107th over, so yes, 4
this and 3 more.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
For Tendusgarter, just the one slip and a wide gully. Tendusgarter is edged and caught in the gully, and Tendusgarter departs, taken by Jack Leaning, falling backwards in the gully. And well, Tendusgarter had been threatening with every other delivery, as it were, every second delivery, to hit the ball in the air, and twice it's landed just in front of on one case the bowler and the other Kadri, and this time no such luck with the extra pace of Milnes. The ball is carried to the wide gully, and although it went low, he's ended up actually clasping it and then falling over backwards to make absolutely certain that the ball doesn't evade his grasp. So caught leaning, bowled Milnes 78, and Essex now rather less likely than they were to make this 300 and get their third batting bonus point, because they're now 289 for 8.
Yeah, you would still very much hope that the tail enders could put on 11, but as you say, that's a blow for them just after lunch. It's exactly what Kent wanted, and Tenduscarter, the danger man, was the one they would have had their eye on as well. But he did look to be pushing to get on with things, Tenduscarter. That may well have been his downfall, as the ball's edged, you say, Paul, leaning, taking absolutely no chances, and rocking onto his back to take the catch at gully. But it was a good height in the end. And Milnes, as you say, he does have extra pace, doesn't he? So the ball will fly off the bat quicker.
Yeah, I mean, it was one that if he put it down, you'd have said, oh, he really should have caught that. But you're always very relieved to see a catch taken, and particularly, obviously, if you're supporting the side who's taken the catch. So good news for Kent supporters there. Jamie Porter's come to the crease. It's the Porter and Cook combination. Penultimate partnership for Essex, just Matt Quinn to come when the next wicket falls, and that we have the extra slip put in now. And Porter, who mainly through his career has been totally defensive with his batting, but he did leave the pass behind. I think he actually may even have hit a 50 at one point last season, as he gets behind the first delivery he's received from Milnes, plays it back down the track. And I know for a fact that one thing Anthony McGrath has done, Essex's coach, is have a little competition among the tailenders to see who can get the most runs. A good idea, that, because even if people basically are not particularly gifted as batsmen, it's good to try and sort of get them animated into seeing if you can eke a little more from them. And Sam Cook, as I say, he's no slouch with the bat, as Milnes is in. Bowls to Porter. Ooh, keeps low, and he played that very, very well indeed. Everything properly in line behind it. If he'd been a little bit windy and started taking a step to square leg, he'd almost certainly have been bowled by that. It was on the stumps and it kept distinctly low. Of course, Porter's well in tune or attuned to batting at Chelmsford. He knows perfectly well the ball keeps low here. 289 for 8. And 3 overs after this for Essex to try and get 11 more runs for another batting bonus point. Porter not interested in that at the moment. He raises his bat to signal the ball through to Ollie Robinson. 289 for 8.
Yeah, that breakthrough, if it can lead to another couple of wickets for Kent, they'll definitely think that the day has swung back in their favour. The deficit's at 98 now, so if they can bat for the rest of the day after 3 quick wickets, then they will put Essex under a lot of pressure on the final day.
Milnes bowls, and Porter's off the mark here, plays it well. A remark which is fair to apply to all the balls he's received so far. He's not looked to mug with the bat so far, and he's turned that off the pads for a single to square leg. 290 for 8. Porter underway with that single. He and Sam Cook just having a confab there, and Porter, who isn't short of standing up for himself, will be doubtless telling Sam Cook, just because you're one place above me in the order is no reflection on my abilities. You do as you're told. And Porter will be facing Marcus O'Riordan, the immediate future.
Has 3 wickets now for 63. Now off spinner. The Tunbridge Wells club spent some time in Ireland as well, trying to push forward propel his cricket career, but came back, played some second level cricket for Kent. Now in the first team squad, bowls floating delivery towards Sam Cook, who pushes it away. Sorry, to Porter, pushes it away. He's got some company. He's got wicketkeeper up to stumps, obviously, Ollie Robinson. Jordan Cox had a very short leg, and Darren Stevens at slip. 2 men on the drive as well, either side of the wicket. Nicely turned past Jordan Cox actually for a single there by Porter. Does look assured. Mistakes 1 to add to his total. Essex on to 291 for 8. If there are no more alarms and surprises, I'll take you through the rest of this over and then be off to give the update for BBC Radio Kent. Here's O'Riordan to Cook, driven straight back at the bowler and fielded off his own bowling neatly by O'Riordan from a bouncing ball. Porter's 2, Cook has 1. 96 behind Essex on 291 for 8. O'Riordan flatter delivery, this one quicker. Great stop by Hono Kuhn at mid-wicket. Goodness me, running stop that looked all ends up. That was heading towards the boundary. Stewart might have stopped it going for 4, but he saved 2 runs there for sure. Keeps the pressure on as well. 2 balls to come of this over, and it's the 108th. Bowles once again, gives it more air, and this one has been crashed rather, over mid-wicket for 6 runs. What a shot that was by Sam Cook, and almost a slog sweep there out through mid-wicket. Superb shot. He moves on to 7, and Essex 3 away this next batting bonus point.
Well, he's a great guy, Sam, and I can almost detect a smile inside his helmet there. He'll have loved every second of that. The ball's just being retrieved from the top levels of the balcony there, away to our right, and it was a superb pickup for a guy. Okay, the fact you're batting at number 9 doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to bat a bit, but he would have loved that.
He would indeed. So last ball of O'Riordan's over. Bowles to Cook and just pushed it around the corner. They'll come for a quick single, done really well. And actually Kadri in the trying to pick up and throw, the ball's ended up somewhere behind him. So that's not worked. Good running there. 298 for 8. So Essex have 2 more overs to make that bonus point. They need just 2 more runs. 108 overs gone. Cook's on 8 after that superb 6 and 8 over off O'Riordan, and Porter is 2 not out.
Yes, and of course it came off the back, the 6, of a period where the ball, which didn't have all that much of a look in the morning for a long time, the only wicket that had gone down all morning was the run out of Wheater for 37, and it was on the very shores of the lunch interval that Harmer became the first man out to an actual delivery, LBW to O'Riordan for 29, but immediately before lunch, Cook, when he first came in, got a couple of snorters from Darren Stevens. Here is Cook now facing Matt Milnes. The 109th over begins, and out, caught at mid-wicket, and Cook curses himself there because he tried to clobber that ball through mid-wicket, didn't get hold of it properly, and it just lobbed very, very tamely into mid-wicket's hands, and it's now 298 for 9, and Cook knows that he's rather let the side down a little bit there. Marcus O'Riordan with a catch, by the way, at mid-wicket. He's rather let the side down there. He hit that wonderful 6, and of course it's very tempting to say, oh, it went to his head, but the ball was dug in short, and he went on the pull shot and just got it rather high up on the back, didn't get hold of it at all, other than to place the gentlest of catches. I was calling it out long before the catch was taken, simply because if you had to nominate someone who couldn't catch for toffee to at least have some sort of chance, you'd say, well, try your luck with that one. You know, I defy you to drop it. And I'm not trying to be insulting to Marcus O'Riordan there, but he'd probably be the first to say he won't get an easier catch if he plays the game for another 20 years. It is Matt Quinn making his way out to the middle now. Cook caught by O'Riordan after the bowling of Milnes for 8, and Essex 298 for 9. They'll be annoyed now if they miss out on the extra runs, and they've got 11 deliveries left, so it doesn't actually need heroics, just needs 2 batsmen to get in line and exploit any gaps. Kent, for their part, have in a sense assisted Essex's attempt to get the 3rd batting bonus point, because when Tenduscata was in, we had 1 slip in the gully. There are now 3 slips in the gully, and you don't need to be a wizard at maths to work out there must be gaps somewhere with so many close catches as Milnes is in. Bowls to Quinn, edged and caught, and Essex do not get a 3rd batting bonus point. Caught Hono Kuhn off the bowling of Matt Milnes, who'll be on a hat-trick at the start of the next innings. He finishes with 2 wickets in 2 balls, and Quinn's is one of the briefer trips out to the middle there, caught by Kuhn off the bowling of Milnes for naught. Golden Duck joins that club where you can get a club tie for being in the first bowlers department. Porter is left 2 not out, and so despite the fact that Kent in a sense did their best to assist Essex by having a close set field for the last batsman, but it's paid off for them, because Heino Kuhn was at second slip there and took the catch very nicely indeed. He should have caught it, but he did do. So what does that mean? 298 for 997 is the extent of Kent's first innings lead, and we will be back with you in about 8 minutes time to describe Kent's second innings. Stewart on his way again. The sun's returned for the time being. There's a lovely shot here. That's going to be 4 runs to Adam Wheater. Lovely extra cover drive. The ball just crossing the sunshine. Fair amount of cloud around. Bowls, and this ball's clipped off the pads, and that may well go for 4. It's out towards the mid-wicket boundary and beats the attempts of the man running.
Players coming off, not at all actually for this summer. Younger players on view for a lot of the counties. This one rises up towards Tender Scarter, but he has no Scarborough. Break in because O'Riordan's on his way. Bowls, this ball's just over pitched, and 4 runs played wide of mid off there. No hope of Belgium get anywhere near. Scarter, who sees, that's a lovely cut away, and that'll be 4 runs behind square. Beautiful shot. Tender Scarter seems to be getting into his work as well, and Thomas perhaps not for the video stream rather than the commentary on the.
As the next ball is played down towards mid on, was a misunderstanding, could be a run out. Edge out, and that bright sunshine greets the next over from O'Riordan, but he in turn is greeted by a lovely shot to the extra cover boundary here, which O'Riordan's in. This is tossed right up, and Tender Scarter smashed this one over mid-wicket, and just waiting to see. Yes, it's gone on the full. That is 6 for Tender Scarter.
Stand fast can.
And here's the next ball. Is going to be 2 runs probably, I think. Yes, they're going to come back for a second as Tender Scarter.
The pass,
phenomenal.
Incredible.
And that next ball has taken something and gone down to the boundary. It's an inside edge.
Here's Stevens bowling to Tender Scarter, worked into the offside, nicely done. Full face of the bat shown, and Thomas has to take a long run. Stewart then to Tender Scarter, looking for this breakthrough. Tender Scarter is more than equal to that lovely cover drive, and that will be 4 runs, will it? Thomas made a really great breakthrough. Bowls now to Tender Scarter, cut away, and that'll be another 4, will it? Thomas has to go off, running off again. No, he's no chance of that. What a lovely cut shot.
To disappear, and this ball is hammered away, absolutely wellied through the covers by Simon Harmer. It wasn't a shot of great beauty, but a shot of...
Essex batsmen doing really well against the new ball.
Oh, edge for 4. There's 2 slips in the gully, and it went straight through where 3rd slip would be. And probably...
Great to have you along, Bradders, and here's O'Riordan gets caught between others, and he's gone. He looks back.
A wide gully. Tender Scarter is edged and caught in the gully, and Tender Scarter departs, taken by Jack Leaning, falling backwards in the gully, and, well, Tender Scarter...
This over, and it's the 108th. Bowles once again, gives it more air, and this one has been crashed rather, over mid-wicket.
The 109th over begins, and out, caught at mid-wicket, and Cook curses himself there because he tried to clobber that ball through mid-wicket, didn't get hold of it in.
Certainly hurried Daniel Bell-Drummond again. He's played it high up on the bat. Porter gave him a look as he went back to his mark. Great delivery, that one, with real pace, short of a length, but rearing up at Daniel Bell-Drummond's face there. He plays it into the ground, no run, end of the over. Great start from Porter, none for none. Kent had a lead of 89 at the changeover, and Milnes had bowled out the last three batsmen. But well, I said on the update BBC Radio Kent what their task was. Essex's task very obvious. They have to do, as you say, Paul, get amongst the Kent batsmen as they did at Canterbury last year, and really force the issue for a result in their direction.
Yeah, Sam Cook was the chief architect, taking 7 wickets in that Kent second innings of 40 as Cook's in, bowls, and the ball resolutely defended into the offside. There's no run, still no run on the board for Kent to lead by 97.
Emails coming in on kentcricket@gmail.com from Daniel and Christine and Debbie as well. We'll get to those in due course. Thanks for your emails though. It's great to hear from you today from both Kent and Essex supporters on that email address.
Cook, who got 7 for 23 at Canterbury in that second innings, comes in, bowls, and that is left, and goodness me, came back a long way from outside off stump and very nearly cleaned out the batsman Jordan Cox there, who shouldered arms to it and would have felt very foolish had it actually hit the off stump, which it very nearly did.
Indeed so. That's a risky tactic from the young man. Back to his mark now, Cook. Excellent again, such accuracy, isn't he? Really does. Yeah,
he's a very fine bowler as he comes in, bowls to Cox, and this ball is driven into the offside. First run on the board, it is only the one, as it's nicely covered by the skipper Tom Wesley, running round behind Aaron Beard, who's on the field, not quite sure for whom, but Beard just got a hand to it, and Wesley backed it up at mid-off. 1 for no wicket.
I can see Feroz Kushi actually out there.
I think he is. I think I spotted him. I think he's at sort of, in front of the square leg umpire as Cook bowls. And again, it's an off cutter. This time Cox doesn't shoulder arms and fends it off into the offside. There's no run there. Score remaining at 1 for no wicket, an overall lead of 98. He is, as I say, a very good bowler, Sam Cook. He bowls very, very straight. Now, at the moment, England have got a couple of very useful bowlers in Anderson and Broad with over 1,000. That's an incredible figure between them. Test wickets. As Cook's on his way again with 2 slips, no gully. In bowls, and Bell-Drummond appeared initially to be going to play at that. I think he probably withdrew the bat at the last moment. Goes through to wicketkeeper Wheater. But when Broad and Anderson retire, which can't be that far off now, a guy who bowls arrow straight all the time, and alright, doesn't have that extra yard of pace, but you don't want a whole battery of Jofra Archer's bowling, because he can be expensive, he can be wayward. You want his counterpart to be someone who's not all that quick but very, very accurate, and Cook is all of that. For once he does stray onto leg stump here, and a single down to long leg, so both the Kent batsmen are now off the mark. Porter, the fieldsman, there at long leg. 2 for no wicket. The overall lead to 99 for Kent, and 1 to each batsman.
I believe that it's Ryan Tender-Scarter that's off the pitch at the moment, if I've counted correctly.
Yes, punch up in the Essex dressing room. Wheater not exacting revenge for the run out at lunchtime, but once Tender-Scarter was out, saying to Anthony McGrath, "It's all right if I hit him now." Yes, it's pure fantasy, fake news.
He's either hurt his hand, or he's
yes,
or he's come off worst. Here's Porter then to Bell-Drummond again. That's a spiteful delivery coming up towards his midriff, and he takes the bottom hand off, jammed against the handle, I think, as he plays it into the ground. Porter absolutely brimming with energy here, and this is well, a torrid 7 balls for Daniel Bell-Drummond so far facing him. Great start from Porter.
You're so right to say brimming with energy. Now, he's had 1 or 2 disappointments in the last couple of seasons. Hasn't quite had the fantastic success that he had in Essex's first championship win in 2017. But I'm delighted to say there's something about him today. I thought it was true when he came out to bat. He looks full of determination.
Really does. Running in once again to Daniel Bell-Drummond. Bell-Drummond's right behind this one. What a test that is for the Kent openers. Straight back at the bowler, and no run on that occasion. So a couple of emails I mentioned. Debbie in touch saying, can you say hello to my husband Kevin Pickworth? And Kevin's been in touch with us over the years. He's a Kent supporter who lives in Abingdon, Oxfordshire. He's missed coming to watch Kent this year, but enjoying watching the game. Absolutely, Debbie. Our regards to Kevin, and to all of you that are missing your cricket, can't be in the ground, because we've got the immense privilege of being here when no one else can. But I know how painful it'll be for people who've been following, or even just get to 1 or 2 games a year, not to be able to do it right now. Porter 2. Bell-Drummond drives it back at Porter. First sign of aggression from Bell-Drummond, but stopped in its follow through again by Porter. Excellent fielding.
Yes, you can imagine the disappointment this has caused to people who, let's say for argument's sake, they've been to at least 1 day of every game for the last 11 years, and suddenly, find themselves deprived of that privilege. It hurts.
Yeah, we were talking much similar to on Saturday, Dartford fans who would have been at a playoff final, which is an incredible occasion, albeit they didn't win that one, but couldn't be there. Porter with a full toss, actually Yorker length to Bell-Drummond. He turns it away from his toes into the onside in Cushy Fields, and there's no run. But yeah, so we feel your pain that way. It's great to be here and doing what we can to bring you the wonder of the sports that you love, but it's one of the sadnesses, of the many sadnesses of this period. Christine saying on email, kentcricket@gmail.com, bowling points? Question. All this talk of Essex batting points, but not a word about Kent's similar need for bowling points. Pleased to see them the 9th wicket fall. Good point. As the ball goes through gully, and that's going to be 4 as it is. No third man there. Bell-Drummond did well. It wasn't an edge. He kept the ball down well. It's more or less a defensive shot, that one, but just angled through gully. Again, he's on, I won't say he's exactly on the front foot, metaphorically speaking there, Daniel Bell-Drummond, but he's done well to keep the ball down. 4, so he moves on to 5. Cox has 1. And it's 6 for none, the lead at 95 now.
It's a very good point, that one about the bowling points. My apologies. We
both were fixated on Essex.
That's right, because we've been sort of following could Essex get to 300 from some way out? We omitted to point out Kent's triumph in getting maximum bowling points.
Porter to Bell-Drummond, oh, lovely ball, and that's taken the edge. Rising delivery outside the off stump, high up on the bat. It's taken the merest snick, but Bell-Drummond didn't wait for the decision from umpire Bainton. He's gone, and Jamie Porter's fantastic opening salvo for 3 in the first inning. Captain with the score at 6 for 1. Bell-Drummond caught behind, caught by Wheater. Bold Porter lasted 15 torrid balls with just a single 4 there.
Yes, well, for once, normally when you're a commentator you say something, it turns out to be well wide of the mark. But we were just saying, both of us, that Porter was looking full of determination there, full of energy, and sure enough, he gets a wicket, and even though he went for 1 boundary in the over, that was a little bit of an edgy shot down to the 3rd man boundary, and then he gets his man later in the over. 6 for 1 then, and he really does look at his best at the moment, Porter. That was the last ball of the over, so he'll be busy preparing himself for a major onslaught now in his next over. And going to be Jack Leaning coming out. Didn't have any success in the first innings here in his first match for his new county, so he will be very keen to avoid a second low score in the game. And as I was saying earlier this morning, he's got a lot of ability, and hopes will be high that he can really translate his promise at Yorkshire, which was never totally fulfilled, into precisely that with Kent.
Come on. emphasise enough how good Porter's been in those first 2 overs, though. Different lengths of delivery as well, all causing the batsman problems, and Bell Drummond goes. Cook to continue. And this one defended into the onside by Jordan Cox, leaning at the non-striker's end. And I don't want to take this over from you, Paul, so...
yeah, I was... having sort of pinched an over from you earlier today.
You're being very kind.
I was caught on the hop here.
Not at all.
I'll take over from this end. There's a few threatening clouds around, and there is a forecast of rain as the afternoon progresses. But at the moment, bright sunshine as Cook from the river end. In, bowls to Cox, plays it comfortably, straight to Chopra at mid-wicket. There's no run. Varun Chopra in his second spell with Essex, of course he originates from the county, went to captain Warwickshire for quite a while, or became captain while he was there. Back with Essex, been a huge success in one-day cricket for Essex, not so much in the championship, so he did get 40 in the first innings here, or 41 I think it was, and we'll be hoping to add to that. Of course, Ravi Bopara, no longer an Essex player, as Cooks comes in. Oh, and again it's an off-cutter, and Cox leaves, and again he doesn't play a shot, and again the ball narrowly misses the off-stump, leaving the bowler to clasp his head in his hands. Certainly Cox would be ill-advised to continue to leave these balls. They're only just outside off-stump. Cook nearing the top of his run-up. Rather more hair than he had last year, for fairly obvious reasons, and comes in again. Bowls to Cox. Oh, taken on the pad, no appeal, and in fact I think probably taken rather higher than the pad, and discomforted in two of the more painful places to be struck in the human anatomy.
He's just in a pose of contemplation at the moment, squatted down his Jordan Cox. He might just need a moment or two. The umpires will be, I'm sure, benevolent in that respect.
It'd make a splendid cartoon, because he's standing there with his left hand on the very top of the bat handle. He's down on his haunches, so the top of the bat handle is sort of level with the top of his head, and you could have some such caption as "No ball?" ? But anyway, we shouldn't laugh, but everybody does, and I'm delighted to say that although he still needs another few seconds, he's back on his feet and about to face the next delivery.
Very testing it's been so far for these Kent batsmen in all sorts of ways.
And that's a genuine leave, as that ball was sufficiently wider off stump for Cox not to have any difficulty in leaving that, but he's certainly survived by the skin of his teeth on a couple of earlier occasions. Kent 6 for 1, lead by 103.
Yeah, this is something for them to get through here. Obviously the bulk of the runs for Kent were scored in the middle order, with Robertson starting off and Stevens aiding and abetting, etc.
Cooks in, bowls and balls turned to long leg. Jamie Porter singles 7 for 1, and Cox moves up to 2. The man to go very early was Daniel Bell Drummond, caught by Wheater, just a feather through to the wicketkeeper off the bowling of the excellent Jamie Porter, who's made a very impressive start in his first 2 overs for 1. So the skipper gone for 1. Nevertheless, Kent with a sizable first innings lead of 97, to which they've added 7 for the loss of Bell Drummond, lead overall by 104 runs. And it's been actually very enjoyable and indeed fascinating duel between the two counties. Neither Matt nor myself were here yesterday. It did sound a rather turgid day's play. You couldn't accuse today of being anything other than really interesting and entertaining with it. So Porter on his way. First ball just played down to mid-on for no run. And Matt just doing his update for BBC Radio Kent. Back with us very, very shortly. Porter reaches the top of his run-up at the Hayes close end, prepares to pass umpire Neil Bainton, who's the only Essex umpire on the circuit. Porter bowls too far outside off stump to require Cox to pay it anything more than a passing interest. Essex, who have Cook at first and Harmer second of the two slips. Next man going round is Nick Brown, who's fielding at backward point, quite deep in that position, a good sort of cricket pitch length away from the ball. And we have extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, man just in front of square leg and a long leg. Porter's on his way. Bowls, forces the batsman Cox onto the back foot. There's no run. He steers the ball down to mid-off. Hasn't so far quite hit the right length in this over, Porter. Previous over was full of venom and everything just right. This over, it's not that it's been bad bowling. He hasn't been hit round the ground or anything like that, but just hasn't quite hit his normally impeccable length as he's on his way again. Pitch half in sunlight, half in shade. Bowls. Well, that one was an off-cutter, but the bounce was far too pronounced for the ball to hit the stumps. It goes well over the top of the stumps on its path through to Adam Wheater. Can continue at 7 for 1, leading by 104.
Just continues though, a bit wayward on that occasion, but still he's getting plenty of life, isn't he, Porter, out of this this pitch, and does seem to have his tail up. Certainly plenty of aggression in these opening overs, and whereas Kent at the interval or at the change of innings might have been feeling they had the momentum, he's wrestling it back here. As outside the off stump, comfortable lead this one from Jordan Cox, actually. Full sunshine. He's got the sleeveless sweater on though. It's quite warm out there. Jack leaning at the other end. Number 34 you can see on his back quite clearly on his short sleeve shirt. Jordan Cox is taking a leaf out of Darren Stevens' book, who I'd imagine if he was in the Gobi Desert would still have his sleeveless jumper on, just as a matter of comfort and habit.
Leaning coming from Yorkshire, of course, he thinks this is very, very hot out here.
His Porter to Cox, turned into the onside. Kushi fields at square leg, and there's no run. There's a sprint. Who's won that one? Cook beaten. He's beaten Simon Harmer, the sprint to the far end for the next over. Talk about enthusiasm and momentum in the field. Well, that was,
For a long time, that race has been between Cook and Wesley.
Oh, is that right?
And they are the two, they'll forgive me for saying so, but slowest runners in the side. So it always ended up with Cook winning quite comfortably. But Harmer is distinctly quicker than Wesley, and that was a proper race there, because Cook is actually no slouch. I say two slowest runners. That may be unfair on Alistair, who when he was run out in India in England's tour of India in either 2011 or 2012, was the first time he'd ever been run out. When you think he takes some quick singles, you know, he's a very good judge of a run, and it was extraordinary to go all that time without being run out. Cook's on his way to begin a new over to Jack Leaning, and squared up a little bit here, Leaning, but plays it comfortably enough out into the offside to Nick Brown. Backward point, and there's no run.
Did take a bit of a breather after that, a little bit hands on knees as to Cook, but he put full effort into that 22-yard dash.
He did,
and he had Simon Harmer there. I don't know what the signal is for them to go. Whether it's just the umpire. Perhaps it's when the umpire finishes the R of over, is it? And
yes,
they're gone then.
Yeah, it could well be. Cook's on his way again. Bowls. Ball's run down toward third man. Brown lumbers after it and probably going to keep it down to 2. And that takes the score along to 9 for 1, leaning off the mark, and joins Cox on 2. And I don't know if you watched that programme called The Edge last night. Which was about...
No, I haven't seen that, no. Looking forward to, though.
was
catching up on it.
Quite interesting. And it struck me while I was watching it that Andy Flower, once of this parish, put the England team through such a demanding routine at all times. Very, very intense. The pressure told in the end, but it did succeed in getting England from 7th in the world to number 1. As Cook comes in and bowls again to Jack Leading with 2 slips, no gully. And that's edged and just drops short, I think, there of slip. But while I was watching it, I was thinking that Alistair Cook is such a nonchalant, languid sort of fellow, but you had to be incredibly tough to survive that era. And of course, his wonderful career with England, and he went through all these extreme physical exercises in the process that Andy Flower put them through. Obviously had the difficulty of becoming captain for a few years, and that puts a great strain on players as well. He's made a tough stuff, as Alistair. As here is Cook in. Bowls, and that goes through outside off stump. And the Kent second innings, 9 for 1, overall lead of 106.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing that golden era, and I had an interview about it. One of the directors, I think, talking about the balance between I suppose the psychology and the physicality of the era. How much attention was paid to the person rather than the player, I think they were talking about.
Yes, Cook is in bowls, and that ball is played through third man for 4, and although the bowler's clasping his head in his hands, it was played very late there by Leading, but I don't think it was particularly a mistake that he got away with. He moves along to 6 and scored a 13 for 1 for Kent, who therefore now lead by 110. Yes, I mean, in that era, it was just before mental awareness had really come to the fore, and I think what it illustrated is, and maybe this will apply to Liverpool and Jurgen Klopp, he's very intense with them, and there might be a price to pay. You know, keeping up that sort of intensity year by year can tell in the end. Maybe it's what paid on Manchester City this year, for example, because Pep's another one who has a regime of great intensity. Here's the next ball, and Cook bowls, and Leading plays it into the covers. The end of a profitable over for Kent, and Jack Leading in particular there. He's got all his 6 runs in that over. Cox has 2. Kent 13 for 1. The man out was Belgium. Wheater bowled Porter for 1. Essex ended up 298 all out. Wheater 37, Tenduscarter 77, Harmer 29, Cook 8, Porter 2, Porter 2 not out, Quinn 0, and the best bowling figures were those of Matt Milnes 4 for 46 and Marcus O'Riordan 3 for 71.
So Porter, as you would expect, continuing at the far end. Word with Tom Wesley. Jordan Cox has 2 from 15 balls. Pressed to open in the absence of not only Zach Crawley, of course, but Joe Denley and Sean Dixon, having moved to Durham in the closed season, just before the season started, actually, the Bob Willis Trophy. On his toes, trying to drive that into the offside. Aaron Beard stops that. We believe Tenduscarter is off the field. Don't think he's actually come onto the field as yet, but made a very fine 78. Weathered a few early LBW appeals, did Tenduscarter, and then got, dashing from there, but certainly was looking to push the score on to try and get those that extra batting bonus point when he fell to Matt Milnes, the first of 3 in 7 balls, just after lunch, which wrapped up the Essex innings at 298. Outside the off stump, left by Jordan Cox, shoulders arms.
Yes.
Very good lead. Yep.
Don't think Tenduscarter had an injury. If so, it wasn't apparent. He was still running, you know, quite quickly between the wickets. I can only think that maybe he doesn't feel very well, because as I say, there didn't appear to be anything wrong with him while he was batting. Played very well for a top scoring 77.
Could well be that just fitness is not his fitness, but just fitness in general is an issue, as a Porter bowls to Cox outside the off stump. If he's not expecting to bowl in perhaps, you know, even the first 40 or 50 overs of this innings, that he can take a bit of time just to rest up.
Yeah, as you say, 40 years old now, and probably in his last season. It was said at the end of 2019 that he'd have one more year. I remember one of the football coaches, can't remember who it was, saying that there'd be a lot of hamstring injuries to footballers, and so it has proved to be, actually.
There's Porter charging in towards Cox now on the drive. Good looking shot, but also good stop from Porter. He's great on his follow through, isn't he? A number of these stop with one hand coming through on his follow through, even just to pass it away as he did there, denying Jordan Cox what looks like a pretty certain 4 straight back down the pitch.
Well, he does pitch the ball up, Porter, more than most opening bowlers do, and of course it costs him a few more runs, but he gets wickets thereby. But it does mean that he's sort of prepared. Bowls quite a few half volleys. He's prepared, quick reactions to make that very good 4-saving stop.
Porter to Cox there, again forward defensive, and there's no run. Seeing Jack Leading getting off the mark, just looking back on the end of his career at Yorkshire. Actually finished with a pair for Yorkshire against Surrey June last year in first class cricket anyway, so he'll be delighted, having got a duck in the first innings, to at least be off the mark now. Too good a cricketer, I would suggest, for a run of scores like that, but he's certainly got the technique. At the moment Essex bowling very well as well, and Jordan Cox is finding that out. He's on 2 from 20 balls now, just trying to see the shine off the ball as Porter bowls to him. Gets inside the line of that one, turns it into the onside. Cushy fields though, no great force from Cox, who so far has done okay, I think. But Daniel Bell-Drummond looked awkward and hurried against Porter, but he took the bulk of the first 2 overs, did Bell-Drummond, so that's not to his discredit. End of the over, and a maiden over from Porter. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 4. Beautiful figures as far as an opening bowler goes. Kent 13 for 1, a lead of 102. Essex bowled out long after lunch for 298 and in arrears of 89. And Kent with Leading on 6 and Cox on 2.
It will have occurred to Kent that they do have the possibility of winning this match, getting off to a great start in the Bob Willis Trophy. Cook is in meanwhile, begins a new over from the river end, and Jack Leading returns the ball whence it came, and the score remains at 13 for 1. Just looking ahead to the parameters of the game, therefore, obviously Kent would want to leave themselves, I would think, just over 2 sessions to try and bowl Essex out for a second time. So between now and, shall we say, halfway through tomorrow morning, that sort of time, assuming there's no interruptions from the weather, which there may yet be, they would be hoping to get that lead, toward 300 as Cook's in, bowls, and that did rather nonplus Leading, but gets a inside edge, I think, there into the pad, and the ball just alights a yard or 2 in front of him, and the score remains at 13 for 1.
There's a flurry of emails coming in on kentcricket@gmail.com. Great to hear from you, and whether you're Kent or Essex, we're pooling them all today on that one email address so we can get to them efficiently, and I'll get to them as soon as possible.
Meanwhile, Cook reaches the top of his not particularly long run-up. Towel hanging out from his back pocket, comes in, bowls, and the ball is played back to the bowler. And of course, one of the reasons for having a towel out there now, okay, there may be some rain forecast for a couple of hours time, but it won't be for that reason. But of course, we're living in this era now of having to be very careful about possible passing on of infections, so it's probably there duly sanitized, ready to make sure the ball is kept as honest as possible as he comes in again. Passed on by Ben Debenham. Oh, appeal for LBW here, and he's given. And Jack Leading there. I did say earlier in his innings that he'd been rather squared up on one occasion, and this was another such occasion where he was rather front on and bang in front of the stumps. Ball didn't appear to be lifting particularly, and umpire Debenham very quickly, well, I say very quickly, took a moment's thought, but up went the finger, and that will be a big disappointment to Jack Leading. He's a very good lad. I saw quite a bit of him in his Yorkshire playing days, and he will have been very keen to make a good start for Kent here. And of course he got a low score first innings. He's also had the disadvantage that he's, although he's in at number 3, but he's effectively almost opened in each innings because the wickets have gone down very quickly with the new ball. So it's been a big ask for him, And Kent 13 for 2, are effectively 110 for 2 with that 97 run first innings lead.
Yeah, just looking at the replay of that one as well, which we have the luxury of. Just did hit him around leg stump, but I think it, certainly from the umpire's point of view, it came straight back off his pad as well, so it was fairly squarely on the pad. He might have felt it was going down the leg side, but he's been beaten by that delivery by Cook anyway, and the umpire has got the angle on, which we don't quite have on the replay. And Ben Debenham thought for a moment, he's done that with all his LBW decisions though, put the finger up, and Kent 110 ahead, as you say, but this is exactly what Essex required from their bowlers, wasn't it?
Yes.
They can't have done much more, I don't think, Porter and Cook, with this opening spell. They've made it very difficult for a second time for Kent. And coming out next is Ollie Robinson at 4 for Kent.
Yes,
Heine Kuhn was the one that made the big 100, of course, in the first innings.
But Ollie Robinson played very well for his 70-odd and 150 partnership for that fourth wicket from 23 for 3. Really did put Kent into the ascendancy. But Cook, as I was saying, he really is a good bowler, bowls very straight, as he's just proved, comes in now, bowls to Ollie Robinson, who's off the mark straight away, gets a ball that was on the stumps but was just fading towards leg stump, helps it on its way down to Jamie Porter for a single. 14 for 2, lead of 111 for Kent. But Kent won't need any reminding what happened the last time they had a lead in the region of 100. And Essex, improbably on that day at Canterbury last August, came back to win the game, so they want to make absolutely sure they put decent runs on the board in the second innings on this occasion, as Cook comes in again. Bowls to Jordan Cox, playing a miss there outside off stump, and again it was only just outside off stump, obliging the batsman to play. Didn't really move the feet particularly well there. And that's the end of the Cook over, a successful one for him and for Essex. 14 for 2 with the two men out. Bell Drummond, Court Wheater bowled Porter 1. Jack Leading, LBW bowled Cook for 6. Wickets at 6 and 13. Lead of 111 at the moment, as this in reply to Essex's 298 all out, in which Tenduscarter made 77 and Matt Milnes took 4 for 46.
So a chance for Robinson to add to his tally in the first innings. He dutifully obliged when I tipped him as the Kent's Cricketer of the Summer to watch on the BBC Sport website, which I was very happy with. Obviously, no talent involved from me to spot someone make his way his career like Robinson. The first one's a great delivery from Porter. It's a Yorker length, but dug out by Robinson back past the umpire, and there's no run. But he has, I mean, yes, last season really was a proving ground for him. He played a lot more cricket than he might have done because of Sam Billings' absence with that terrible shoulder injury. Just seemed to take on every challenge. One of those cricketers he seems to be improving the more he plays, but I hope not commentators cursed him. Certainly did his job in the first innings. Porter 2, Robinson, these are outside off stump, and there's no run. But Essex obviously have a great tradition of bringing through players, young players themselves, but it's the ones, I think, how can I put it, Zach Crawley was one of those there. All the way through the age groups there was quite a murmur about Crawley, about what a talent he was and where he could go, but certain ones like Ollie Robinson and actually Sam Billings before him came up through without any great fanfare, but proved themselves with just a lot of real hard graft, great attitude as well as talent. As Porter bowls to Robinson, and that's a lovely shot through the offside. Perhaps didn't get all of it actually, that cover drive, but it's racing away on a quick outfield, and that will be 4 runs to him. So always intriguing to see how players develop.
Well, it is. I once asked John Childs at a meeting of the Essex Cricket Society whether he could name us one player, because John Childs, when he stopped playing, slow left arm spinner for Gloucestershire and Essex, and for that matter England, he had 2 or 3 test caps, mustn't forget that. We'll come back to that after this ball.
Porter to Robinson, 2 slips in place still for him, and defends that offside, no run.
And John Childs became head of the Essex Academy, and so I said to him, well, you see all the young talent, John, can you name us one player? we could expect to see in the coming years, that it's going to be another Nasser Hussain sort of thing. And he said, well, yes, there's a young kid called Ravinder Bopara who we think's going to be very good, and heaven knows it was a good call. Sadly for Essex, no longer with the county, but he's moved on down to Sussex, but he was a terrific player.
Porter to Robinson, hurries him a little bit, turns it into the onside, and there's no run. That's a good point. Actually, Daniel, in his a long email, but made a great point. I don't think I'll have time to get to all of them here, because we've got so many emails coming in. But Daniel, thank you very much for getting in touch.
Thank you.
Dan from Ipswich, that is. I think I know which Dan that is. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, I certainly do.
He carries the same burden of football team following as I do.
And Dan will be one of the people particularly affected by not being able to be at the games.
Absolutely.
He's keen as mustard, hardly ever misses a home or away game.
It was great to see him. He's Porter to Robinson, trying to pierce the offside field, not with the drive so much as just angles it out towards Aaron Beard, who fields in the covers, and there's no run. One of the questions he does ask, though, is about counties having to trim their squad sizes, maybe wage bills, with the current crisis going on. And I noticed that one of our non-league teams, Dover Athletic, their chairman today has said they're in real trouble. They're a national league team. They've done very well, finishing the top half last year, but put all their contracted squad up for transfer because things are dire. And it's a sad fact, isn't it, Dan, that and the rest of us obviously realising that all sorts of entertainment, if I can call sport that, because for many of us that's what it is.
Yeah.
As well as a living for players and media alike.
No, I mean this is just horrendous. So almost anything to do with the entertainment industry has been absolutely devastated by the virus. And if we're honest, until a vaccine is rolled out, it's going to continue to devastate, and having already created devastation in the first wave, if the second wave's anything like as bad or even worse, goodness only knows where the damage that it will do. But let's hope things are better than they might appear at this moment. But yes, I mean, the football team that I've always supported, Colchester United, have got rid of their manager as one part of the economies. He's Cook in, beginning a new over, and the ball's played off the back foot down to mid-off. And a lot of the contracted players, 9 players released at the end of the season, and the stated aim, to make the most of their academy, which is a very good academy, and just try and do, what I think a lot of sports teams of all different sorts of sports are going to have to do: concentrate on generating their own talent through the youth ranks and economising that way, as Cook is on his way again to bowl to Jordan Cox, still on 2 from 23 deliveries. He gets solidly in behind the next one, plays it back to the bowler, and 18 for 2 remains the score. Add to that the 97 first innings lead, 115 ahead, Kent.
On a happy note, Dan, talking about the opportunity available for a couple of batting spots for Essex, with Ravi Bopara leaving and Dan Lawrence looking to be more of a part of England's setup as well. And in the past, coaches would always talk about when a player was injured or they're losing somebody it's an opportunity to challenge, but actually I think this summer really is a great opportunity for a lot of young English players to make their way in the game.
Cook's in bowls, and untypically for him, a very wide delivery indeed, not actually a wide, though I think it would have been if it had been a T20 game. And no wonder that Jordan Cox, whose first instinct is on survival here, would have nothing to do with that.
So Marcus O'Riordan, for instance, one that perhaps wouldn't have got a place if Kent had all their resources available, but taken 3 wickets in Essex's first innings, got 40 odd as well with the bat. That's an opportunity grabbed as far as I can see, and great for Kent as well, but he's repaid them on that.
As Cook's in, bowls and played down to mid-on, there's no run, and indeed, I mean, Dan Lawrence is Essex's most distinguished recruit of recent years. Became the 3rd youngest player ever to score 100 in Championship cricket. When he did so against Surrey, I think he got 161 in the end, all the way back in 2015, when he was 17 years and 289 days old. And although it's taken him a little bit of a while to sort of get to the shores of the England squad, He's really made terrific progress last season. I think he's a great prospect. As here is Cook in, bowls and thickish inside edge into the onside, fielded by Cushy, Feroze Cushy, who was given his full debut in this match, and didn't get many runs first time, but doesn't mean he won't do well in the long term. 18 for 2 up on the board, and of course supporters like nothing more than seeing their own local products succeeding.
No, absolutely, and it would say cricket do itself no end of good by the end of all this, when normality returns to bring these players through. 3
slips now as Cook bowls, and that's ball a shade edgily, but not one of those edges that should have you thinking, oh, could be out here. It goes along the ground to Brown at backward point, and that is the end of the over. Cook 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10. Tends not to go for much more than 2 and over. He made his debut at Old Trafford in September of 2017, and bearing in mind this was his first game for the club, and he bowled 26 overs in the innings, which is, Tenduscarter doesn't tolerate fools, and he'd never have left him on all that time if he wasn't immediately making a very big impression indeed. Porter's 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8. Kent 18 for 2.
Yeah, superb. Kent well, maybe an area of debate here, but obviously it's horrible circumstances in which we have more young English players, homegrown players, playing for the counties in this opening round. But I wonder if it just might temper people through this, because there's a lot of talk about, well, you've got to have the biggest arsenal around the world. Football and cricket exactly the same. It's got to be, because you've got to have the quality product, otherwise no one will be interested. And I just wonder if perhaps this round of cricket, for instance, is proving, or perhaps just in different times, that it's not such a bad thing if as Quinn bowls to Robinson. I'm going to finish my rant in a second, don't worry. It's turned in towards the onside, fielded by Chopra at mid-wicket. Or perhaps it isn't such a bad thing if a Marcus O'Riordan, if a Moriarty bowling at
shall we say
the team.
Shall we say there are upsides to the downsides, just as there are downsides to upsides? And
because
so
the finance argument is there needs to be more money in every game, because we have to attract the best players from all around the world, because no one will be interested if we don't. Well, as you say, perhaps there's another side to that coin, and it's wonderful to see Jordan Cox as well at the far end here, with Robinson batting, angling it out low to Nick Brown at point, and there's no run. Again, Jordan Cox, would he be in the team? Oh, he'd be the most obvious one to drop out if you had Crawley, Denley and Billings around. They wouldn't necessarily be with England at the moment in an off time for them, but they're kept in a bubble at the moment. So anyway, rant finished. You can tell me how wrong I am on the emails in a minute. Well, you can do it now. kentcricket@gmail.com. It's not the worst thing in the world, is what I'm trying to say, with the absence of the overseas players. So Quinn bowls to Robinson, definitely played at that. He makes a show of having taken the bat away from that, but I think that was somewhat after the ball had arrived in the gloves of Adam Wheater at the pace of Matt Quinn.
Definitely. Matt Quinn, who's replaced Jamie Porter in the Essex attack at the start of this over from the Hayes close end. Yes, I mean, one thing I was reading the other day is that we're unlikely to see quite such absurd amounts of money paid in the football transfer market. 200 million being paid. Suddenly things were spiralling out of all control, and that'll probably have to stop, and I think it'd be a good thing.
One more ball from me. I'll go into an update for BBC Radio Kent, and Robinson plays this one into the onside, defends it from Matt Quinn, and Kent at 18 for 2, a lead of 107.
Just going to query your maths there, a lead of 115.
It's 100.
18 on to 97.
Lead was 89. 298 to 387. It leads 89.
Thank you. So 117 then. No, you're right. Sorry,
I'm confused.
My maths, terrible. I don't know how I ever passed it. And Quinn still hasn't finished his over, actually. Plays, Matt's got to go and do his piece. I should have kept my mouth shut, I do apologise. And score remaining, yes, I was calling it 115, thinking it was 97. In fact, it was 89. You can't get much further out than that, or I'll try. But Quinn, from the Hayes close end, coming in to bowl to Ollie Robinson. And 2 slips, Cook and Harmer. This ball not really where the batsman was intending it. He was looking to play it in the offside, goes into the onside. Jamie Porter fields no run. The end of the over. Decent start that from Quinn, beginning with a maiden. So let's get the mistakes absolutely out of my system. The lead on the first innings for Kent was 89. They've now got 18 runs on the board for the loss of 2 wickets, and as Matt says, it is a lead of 107. This is the whole point of having more than one commentator, so that eventually you end up with the right answer. Sam Cook is going to continue from the river end. At the moment, I've been saying that there was a threat of rain in the forecast, but it was for sort of 4 o'clock onwards sort of thing, so we should get at least another hour in. There's 1 or 2 slightly threatening clouds overhead, but plenty of blue sky as well. Tom Wesley, the new Essex captain, coming up for conflab with Sam Cook. 2 slips in the gully for Cook in his 6th over, 12th of the innings. So slow going for Kent here so far. Cook bowls and Cox, everything behind it, just drops a dead bat on the ball, which proceeds to go about 5 yards into the offside. Men out. Daniel Bell-Drummond caught Wheater bowled Porter 1, 6 for 1. Jack Leaning, LBW Cook for 6, 13 for 2. Essex made 298, conceding an 89 run first innings lead. Wheater 37, Tenderskouter 77, Harmer 29, the principal contributors today. Cook's in, bowls to Cox, tempted off drive, ends up at mid-on. Jamie Porter, thick inside edge, but perfectly safe. And for Kent, Matt Milnes, taking 3 wickets in 7 balls at the end of the innings, and he'll be on a hat-trick. First ball of Essex's second innings. Milnes 4 for 46, and Marcus O'Riordan 3 for 71. Bowled pretty well as well today. And Cook coming in again. Bowls to Jordan Cox. Oh, that's a good delivery. Now that one moved the other way. Most of Cook's deliveries are off cutters. That was a leg cutter, the one leaving the batsman, and understandably Cox was playing for the ball to be coming into him there and wondered where it had got to when he didn't get anywhere close to it, and it goes through to Adam Wheater. Fine bowling, and score remaining at 18 for 2.
You'll not be surprised to know, Paul, that I'm afraid no good deed goes unpunished. You're trying to work out the lead, and a number of people have been in touch to say that it's 89. Yeah,
how very unsporting of you to point it out. Here's the next ball that goes through outside off stump, and there is no run there.
I take absolutely no pleasure in that, because
nor me.
I'm going to stumble into that probably in the next couple of overs. So there we go.
However, I deserve it for daring to put you right.
But Ben and Mike and Philip and Nolan.
This is getting like the 12 days of Christmas.
And Lorne as well. Lorne Hart, the Kent scorer, also.
Fifth member, dear me. I mustn't attempt any mathematical calculations for the rest of the season. As Cook's in. Bowls, and this ball is played into the offside. There's no run.
Sorry, I really didn't want to put the pressure on you, Paul, but people email in, and it's nice to know that I say you're all paying attention. That's exactly why Paul did it.
I'll tell you what frightens me more than anything, and that is the speed with which so many people can all spot my mistake and pounce on it like vultures.
Well, you know how it is. It's the same in our household, actually. If you're wrong, you're soon to know it. But if you're right, it takes a long time to percolate through.
I would vouch they're all Kent supporters who've come in. Not actually out because Essex supporters are too biased to point out my mistake, but they've got used to so many of them. They've given up. And here's a single. First run we've had for an over 2 as it's played down to long leg, Matt Quinn. And that's another run to Jordan Cox, who was on to 3. Must have been on 2 for well over half an hour, I think, there. Robinson has 5. It's 19 for 2. And the lead, dare I say it, is 108.
Yep, absolutely right, as we've come to expect, Paul. Spencer on the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com. Lovely to have cricket back. Even better to see Kent going well, he says. Is this a key session? If Kent can move the scoreboard on quickly, we really will be in a good position to push for the win. Spencer, thank you for your comments about the commentary. It's very kind. And for all your emails so far.
Now that's much more like it. He's obviously overlooked my mistake. My sort of man.
Spencer is known as being a very gracious fellow. I think
well said, Spencer.
All his connections will know that. Indeed. The Grumbler gets in touch.
Grumbler!
It's well known to you.
Yes, one of our favourites.
Hi chaps, he says.
It's been with us from the very birth of us going online.
He knows better than to say gentlemen. It's a hi chaps. Here comes Quinn to Cox and a LBW appeal. I think it was going down leg. I have to say, for the body language from almost everybody there, it felt like an appeal, but not really that concerted. Cox himself didn't look overly worried about it and was going for the leg by. But umpire Debenham has just turned round and had a bit of a brief exchange with Quinn. I can't see from here whether they're both grinning, so I won't say it's an angry exchange, but certainly an appeal. 2 slips in, still behind Jordan Cox. Very still in his address to the ball, pushed into the onside, and there's no run. Looks very keen to get inside the line, Jordan Cox, doesn't he, and push it into the onside. Not seen enough of him to know exactly where he wants to play his favourite shots, but certainly he's trying to work that into the onside. So the Grumbler says, happy new season, good to hear you again, and be watching county cricket, albeit remotely. The Bob Willis Trophy rules interesting, he says, especially the maximum of 120 overs for each first innings. Positivity rewarded, and there'll be less clinging on late order cricket and more managed innings, he says. Is it worth considering in the real championship? Good question. Here's Quinn to Cox, leaves it outside the off stump, it's going away from him. Also, I've written a book on county cricket, A Midlife, based on Essex's season in 2019. And that game at Canterbury has a whole chapter. I've no idea what you're talking about there, Grumbler. That game at Canterbury doesn't ring a bell. But there we are.
I think I remember it now.
Was it that 2005, quite a boring draw? Is that the one he's talking about?
Yes, excellent. Well done on your book, by the way. I haven't read it yet, but I shall attempt to get that. I think I saw it advertised the other day.
I'm going to give it a plug. I don't care. Here's Quinn to Cox, turned to the onside. There are a number of things that appear on big networks that get a plug for almost no reason. This is from one of our regulars. So Last Wicket Stand, it's called, by Richard Clark. So there we go. It's got some good reviews on a popular website too. Anyway, thank you very much, the Grumbler. I've revealed your real name. Is that a bad thing? Have I done the wrong thing there, Paul?
No.
Is the Grumbler a bit like Batman? Is that?
No, I think now he's got his book out, he wants people to know who he is.
He's been revealed. Is Quinn bowls to Cox, slower ball. Cox is on the front foot to that one, up towards mid-off, and there is no run as it's fielded by Tom Wesley, the captain.
Well, I love the handle of Grumbler, but I have to say my very favourite pseudonym by which anyone's gone on the years we've covered. I forget which county it comes from, but there's one gentleman who labels himself Cow Corner Crikey.
Indeed.
Which I think is marvellous.
He does a great service as well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Here's Quinn to Cox, studious forward, defensive end of the over, 19 for 2 Kent then, and that was a maiden from Matt Quinn. 2 overs, 2 maidens, none for none so far. And elsewhere, I have to say on Twitter at BBC Kent Sport, you won't be surprised here, Paul, that 2 quick wickets falling at the top of Kent's innings has set the collywobbles among some of the Kent supporters. Nolan says, going to be last year all over again. Kent 13 for 2. And Nicholas, after last season's spectacular collapse against Essex at Canterbury, I hope history's not going to repeat itself. Courage, mon brave. It's 108 the lead at this point, 19 for 2. I'm not saying it's not going to happen. Simon Harmer's about to come on just to fill your nightmares, Kent fans. Well, try not to remember what happened here last season when Harmer got introduced.
To give Kent callers some solace, you know, bowling figures I'd never have believed were Harmer 26 overs, this is day 1 here, 26 overs, none for 104. 4 and over itself is a major surprise. He usually, pins people to the crease and only goes at 2 and over. So they did well. It has to be said, Harmer, in the match that's being referred to at Canterbury, I think he got 1 wicket in the match because it was very much a seam bowler's paradise, the pitch at Canterbury in the aforesaid match last August. But
there was no room for anyone else but Sam Cooke anyway, was there? He was taking all the wickets.
He got 12 in the match, that's right.
Very greedy.
And 6 of the others went to Mohammed Amir, who was playing what he labelled as his last game in first-class cricket, sadly, as Harmer comes in from the River End. Gives us plenty of air. It's clipped off the pads to Aaron Beard on because Ryan Tenduscarter isn't, and the score remains at 19 for 2.
Yeah, spinner on in the 14th over. Like a bit of this.
Well, of course, normally for Essex he's on when the overs are still in single figures, particularly in the second innings, as this ball is again played to Beard, fielding at short mid-wicket. Very good fieldsman, Aaron Beard. Has a superb throw on him. And Harmer again, and we've got the hottest sun of the day at the moment. And this ball's clipped, just a suspicion of in the air. There's a back pad lurking there, Varun Chopra. But in fairness, it goes well wide of him. Ollie Robinson is the man on strike. And the over rate will pick up very rapidly with Harmer on. He gets through his overs in double quick time. Bowls again, and this ball's clipped nicely. But there is a long on. And that is the skipper, Tom Wesley, single 20 for 2. And the lead up to 109 as my mask begins to gradually resuscitate after taking the most fearful battering from an armada of Kent supporters.
Well, Martin says, I'm sure his arithmetic was better when he was collecting from the bookies. But that feels like a low blow. Kicking a man when he's down, Martin, really. Kent Cricket.
Hey, watch it over there. Just because we've got distancing doesn't mean I won't be able to reach you. But,
okay. Well,
I can't resist telling this tale. Martin's responsible for it as Harmer's in and bowls, and the ball's chipped up to forward short leg. And everyone who knows me will know that I'm as honest as the day's long, brackets in December. And I was at Carlisle races once, scored 20 for 2 here. We'll come back to this because Harmer's already on his way again. The ball just defended into the offside. The over ends with a single off it, 20 for 2. Cox has 3 and Robinson 6. Overall lead 109. And I'd had this bet at Carlisle talking about my maths, and I should have been paid something in the region of 100 quid. And the lady in the course betting shop said, 452 quid, does that sound right? I said, yes it does. And, of course, I blame it on my very poor maths as I've been demonstrating. But
yeah, they can't get you for it now, that's for sure.
What should have been on the day a deficit in overall terms of just over 100 to me ended up in a profit of 200 and odd. And yeah, it was one of the rare occasions when I was very grateful to the bookmakers.
Yeah, it doesn't happen the other way around very much. So.
Well, I tell you what, there's many a time I would have been severely underpaid, and if I hadn't been on the ball and said, no, I think you'll find it's rather more than that, you'd be surprised. Well, you probably wouldn't be surprised,
yeah,
at what some of these bookmakers try to get away with. Incidentally, I've gone 2,912 days since my last bet, in case anybody thinks I'm still at it.
Quinn bowls to Robinson, as he up on his toes in that one, tries to get forward, can't really, backward defensive, and backward defensive up to the offside, and there's no run. More emails coming in. Malcolm Keane saying, welcome Malcolm, great to hear from you. He says, great to have the commentary back, Kent in good early season form, in inverted commas. My question, last year I heard an umpire, John Holder I think, saying that the rings used by test umpires to check the shape of the ball should only be used to check the shape of new balls, not those in play. Be interested to hear your thoughts. Here's Quinn bowling to Robinson. That's a lovely drive through the offside. Maybe not the angle he quite expected, Robinson, but he's got enough back behind that to go for 4. Maybe I'm doing him a disservice. He made it in the face at the last moment there because he split the field beautifully, but it's 4, whichever way you look at it. In many ways, that's as good as any shot played all day. It may not have been as spectacular, but what I liked about it, he waited for it. It wasn't Quinn's quickest delivery. He could easily, if he'd
gone at it too soon, have hit the ball in the air. He waited for it, timed it immaculately, beautifully timed to the boundary. Great shot.
Yeah, he moves on to 10 now, and Quinn bowls him, leaves it outside the off stump. 24 for 2, Kent. A lead of 113. That's from Malcolm, who's fletching arrows in Folkestone. Proper old crafts. He's a fletcher then. There we are. But yes, checking around as the ball. I mean, I presume Malcolm's bringing it up because it seems to have an awful lot in county cricket. That,
yes.
That attacks start conceding some runs, and before you know it, the captain's leaning on the umpire.
Very much so. I mean, they
say, old chap,
try all the tricks, and indeed that's part of the game. You've got to be up to every trick.
It's not what I'd heard though, Malcolm, that it was only for testing new balls. Oh, that's a rising delivery into the midriff of Ollie Robinson. He's pretending that didn't hurt.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, on this business
what
of...
a great ball that was, sorry.
Yeah, on this business of trying every trick, if you listen to the 5 Live chat shows and that, you know, they're all out to stop diving for penalties. And I see the point, you know, it's an infamous thing to do. But so is taking it in turns to foul the best opposition player, so that no one ever gets more than a yellow card.
Here's Quinn to bowl to Robinson. Just again on the slight walk forward, to very square as he plays the ball up to Chopra at mid-on. There's no run. And
I was, you know, I'm listening to the 5 Live commentaries, you know. They're having a go at Jack Grealish on one occasion for diving. And I thought, well, yeah, that is fair enough in itself, but 7 different players have fouled him in the last sort of 15 minutes. And if I were Jack Grealish, I'd be thinking, right, you lot, I'm going to see if I can win a penalty here.
There was an interesting debate on TMS yesterday, actually, about his Quinn again bowling to Robinson, turned to the onside, and there's no run. It would have been Saturday, actually, when the match was. But talking about, and Dan Norcross was talking about, well, the spirit of cricket, etc. People like to think that cricket has a massive moral high ground, but he said, but consider this, there are laws of the game, and the umpire's there to keep the laws of the game, and there are all sorts of different, because they were talking about man-cadding, there are all sorts of different infractions of the rules, grey areas of the rules that need to be enforced by the umpires. Why is one worse than another, as you say?
Yeah.
Why is diving worse than rotating your fouls to kick the best player in the opposition? It's there we are. Discuss. KentCricket@gmail.com. You're more than welcome to get involved in that and tell us that we're just terrible people.
Which is Stuart on his way again. The Suns return for the time being. There's a lovely shot here. That's going to be 4 runs to Adam Wheater. Lovely extra cover drive. The ball just crossing the sunshine. Fair amount of cloud around. Bowls, and this ball's clipped off the pads, and that may well go for 4. It's out towards the mid-wicket boundary and beats the attempts of the man running again at Scarborough. Break in because O'Riordan's on his way. Bowls, this ball's just over pitched, and 4 runs played wide of mid-off there. No hope of Belldrum getting anywhere near.
That's a lovely cut away. That'll be 4 runs behind square. Beautiful shot. Tennis Garth seems to be getting to his work as well, and Thomas perhaps not the video stream rather than the commentary on the.
As the next ball is played down towards mid-on, was a misunderstanding, could be a run out. He's out, and that bright sunshine greets the next over from O'Riordan, but he in turn is grief
for drinks and some hand sanitizer for all and sundry. Robinson has 10. Cox has 3, but 3 from 42 balls, which could end up being crucial for Kent in terms of taking the shine off an excellent opening ball partnership. Harmer is now bowling from the river end. I think this is your over, and I've just stumbled into it.
It's alright, I'll pretend not to be offended.
Turned into the onside by Jordan Cox is what you would have said, I'm sure, but in a much more descriptive way. No run.
He comes in again. Slip in the back pad. Good use of the feet here, but to no avail in terms of adding to the score. It's played down to Beard at mid-on, and Cox, the batsman, leans over his bat again. Harmer bowls to him, and that one has beaten the diving short mid-on, Aaron Beard, and goes down to the man backing him up, the skipper Tom Wesley. At long on, they get a single. 25 for 2. Kent leading by 89 on first innings, 114 in front now. Yes, take your point all day about Cox seeing off the new ball. On the other hand, the time will come when they need him to accelerate, because there's not all that much time left in the game if Kent are to win it, and they'd certainly love to. And can't be blamed for that in the least. You know, you've got the advantage on first innings. Make it count, as this ball turns away. It was poorly directed from Harmer in the first place, a rare delivery from him that didn't start accurately enough. It was already outside leg. That's a much better delivery, and treated with the respect it commanded by Ollie Robinson, who plays it back towards Cushy in the covers, but Harmer nips across to do the fielding, and he's already on his way back to bowl again. And this ball's nicely played by Robinson, just going to bring a single out to Brown at deep mid wicket, and that takes the score along to 26 for 2. Again, a lead of 115.
Sorry, again a little adjustment by Ollie Robinson, this time to the spinner, wasn't it, as he came down the pitch, just again the gap. Mark quality from him. John, the Soul Man from Stepney Green, great to hear from you, John. Regular on kentcricket@gmail.com, but with a question for Paul. He says, in a way, are you glad the season started later as the pollen is moderate and not as high as it was a few weeks ago? Are you a hay fever sufferer yourself?
I used to be.
Okay.
John, thank you very much for calling, emailing us, and yeah, particularly through sort of teenage years and until I was about 40. I had terrible trouble with hay fever, but it doesn't trouble me much now. Maybe I've grown out of it a little bit, and initially I think it was down to stuff called Beaconase nasal spray that tended to cure it.
Here's Quinn bowling to Robinson, forward defensive, and there's no run. My brother grew out of it as well. He had terrible trouble in his teens and even early 20s, but
well, I always used to say that the worst of hay fever was if you get a cold, it's horrible, but you know that it's not going to last much more than a week. But when I was a school teacher and spending a lot of time outdoors running X number of cricket teams, you just never knew. I mean, it could last for a whole season, and literally stretch into the winter as well in my case. So I'm very glad to be, for the most part, rid of it.
Quinn to Robinson, two slits behind him. Oh, that's a great delivery, and played and missed, I was about to say, and one of them's in action right now because it's whistled through there. Play and a miss by Robinson. He's composed himself, but and Quinn's bowled well, hasn't he? Got through a lot of overs, you were saying, in the first innings as well. Did Matt Quinn, but almost got his, you might say, his just desserts there with a great delivery just outside the off stump. John also saying he saw The Edge last night, although he did purchase the DVD when it was released last year, that documentary. I'm interested in the bowling attacks that the counties will use. Bouncer, Robinson underneath that one. Good bouncer though, even though Robinson's not the tallest. It was head height from Matt Quinn to dug in just short, and Robinson sways out of the way. One
poignant aspect, I thought, while we're on the subject of The Edge, the film showed last night, was Tim Bresnan, who had the most wonderful career for England for 5 years or so. You know, an instant hit with bat and ball from the moment he came in, and then just as suddenly, for no very apparent reason, it just evaporated, you know, and then he was struggling even at county level.
Quinn, full length delivery to Robinson, and there's no run.
Always disappointing to see someone's career that genuinely wasn't just a case of promise. He was delivering, very, very useful, coming in about number 8, and superb second change bowler, and a man who could hit you 50s and at a very rapid tempo as well, and therefore well capable of being very effective in one-day cricket.
I mean, obviously England are trying to replicate what happened in that era right now, and the squads are more or less as Quinn bowls to Ollie Robinson on the front foot. Didn't quite get full face of bat behind it, but it's along the ground. There's no run. But see, I saw a quote from Sam Billings today. I mean, he top scored in the first one-day international. Again, guided England home with help in the second one. But he said this is the hardest cricket team in the world to get into, the England one-day side, and he has no assurance of getting, when they're at full strength, in inverted commas, he's no assurance of getting another game for a year, 2 years even, who knows, because of the strength of that side at the moment. Again defended, another good ball from Quinn. End of the over with no run. 26 for 2, another maiden for Quinn, 4 overs, 3 overs, 3 maidens rather, none for 4. But sorry, my point being is that someone like Sam Billings who's trying to get into that team, that place is so fragile
it is
that it's an enormous amount of pressure on players to perform on just the one occasion.
Well, not only that, but Owen Morgan, who's done a brilliant job as England's one-day captain, but he's ruthless. And Sam is absolutely right to sort of be sort of cautious about thinking that his place is secure even after he's made such a good start. Harmer comes in to begin a new over from the river end. This ball is clipped off the pads. They can get a single here, and Cushy does the fielding at deepish mid-wicket. Score to 26 for 2. I'm not sure they've put that run up yet. They hadn't. It's 27 for 2, and Robinson has 11, and Cox, who got that run, has moved along to 5 from 46 deliveries. And next ball clipped just a fraction uppishly in its early paces, but clear of the bat pad and off the full face of the bat. It would have taken some catching, and retrieved at mid-wicket by Aaron Beard, substituting for Ryan Tender-Scarter. Harmer in again, and this ball is defended, and no run there. Yes, I think with the benefit of learning from the mistakes that we were talking about earlier when things just became too intense with England, I think Chris Silverwood, who's a very genial man, oh, that turns sharply. The first time we've seen one turn and bounce like that, and well dealt with in the end. He may not have had much option because it leapt up past his bat and into his thigh pad, he being Ollie Robinson, but that'll give Harmer a bit of encouragement.
Yeah, great delivery.
Here he is again, and well watched by Robinson. The next one was a quicker delivery but a no ball. 2 onto the board, 29 for 2.
I was going to say before that delivery actually that Kent looked to be trying to get after Harmer here, but that will certainly put a note of caution between the ears, won't it, for these two batsmen.
As here he is again, Bowles gives that a bit more air. Another forlorn attempt to stop it by the infielder Aaron Beard, again mopped up by Tom Wesley. A single is the net result of that, and the score goes up to 30 for 2, and Kent already 89 to the good as a result of the differential in first innings, so the overall lead is 119. And Harmer bowls again, and played with exaggerated forward defensive caution by Jordan Cox, and there is no run. The ball just goes about 3 yards into the offside end of the Harmer over. Kent then 119 in front with 8 second innings wickets in hand. And Matt just going away to do his latest update, so I will continue. Yes, I was just saying that I think Chris Silverwood, who had such a fantastic spell as Essex's head coach, guiding them to consecutive champions in Division 2 and then champions in Division 1 in the 2 seasons he was in charge. Here comes Quinn from the Hayes close end. Bowls. Ball is played solidly by Robinson to mid-off. No run. Kent would be, you would think, looking, provided there were no interruption to play, and at the moment there's actually fewer clouds than was the case after lunch, and about 50-50 blue sky and cloud now, and pleasant sunshine, so the threat of rain that the forecasters adumbrated is for the moment nowhere close to happening, and if there's no interruption to play, I suppose it means that we're roughly halfway through the day's play now. Potentially there's about 130 overs of cricket left in the game. Kent will be looking to leave themselves, I would think, just over 2 sessions to try and bowl Essex out for a second time tomorrow. Harmer, having gone down to have a word with skipper Tom Wesley, has now returned to his perch at second slip, and Quinn is in. Bowls, and this ball played uppishly but bounced well before reaching Nick Brown at backward point. About 5 yards in front of him it bounced. Batsman is Ollie Robinson. Quinn has bowled pretty well actually in the 2 or 3 overs that he's had in this spell. Score 30 for 2, leading by 119. Men out, Bell Drummond caught Wheater bowled Porter 1, 6 for 1. Jack leaning LBW to Sam Cook for 6 at 13 for 2. And Quinn is in again. 2 slips, no gully. Bowls played firmly to mid-off. Again, there will be no run. Essex resumed 179 for 5. They went pretty well until just before lunch. Wheater, the only casualty in the first hour and 55 minutes, run out for 37. Then Harmer on the stroke of lunch, LBW to a Reardon for 29. And the tail rather disintegrated. Tenduscarter out for a fine 77. Cook made 8. Quinn 0, first ball. Porter was not out 2. Milnes, who took 4 for 46, will be on a hat-trick when he next bowls. Meanwhile, next ball, Robinson placed a short extra. Aaron Beard substituting for the absent Tenduscarter. We don't know quite why he hasn't appeared. I would guess that he perhaps doesn't feel well. O'Riordan took 3 for 71 with his off breaks. Bowled well, I thought.
119 at the moment for Kent's second innings. They'll carry on probably through the rest of the day.
Quinn
into tomorrow.
Hasn't had that many outings for Essex in an injury-plagued career so far. New Zealander comes in, bowls, and this ball is pulled away. It was just a little bit short. Even so, only going to be 1 run, and Ollie Robinson might feel he missed out slightly there in that the ball was there to be hit. He did hit it, but it was a little bit too close to Cushy to gain the maximum from that. Single, 31 for 2, leading now by 120. And I think my maths has stood up quite well in the last 10 seconds, and desperately trying to keep those angry Kent callers at bay. Here's the next one, and this ball is played down to third man for 4, and I'll even venture that the lead's now 124, as that is a boundary to Cox, who moves along to 9. Now, he'd only got 5 of 47 deliveries before that. He's played that down to the third man boundary and almost doubled his score in one fell swoop, and Kent profit and go up to 35 for 2.
Yeah, I feel bad for mentioning all the names of the people that emailed in there, but that's probably unprofessional of me. But Ben Westlake does say Paul is right. He was the one pointing it out. I am a Kent supporter with a smiley face. I don't think anyone's taken that badly though. So loads more emails coming in, and it's a lovely struggle to have, but we're struggling to get through them all contemporaneously, as they say in
well
court.
Done yourself, managing manfully, because you alone have the feed for us, and it's great to be able to deal with them as Harmer has.
Well, it's
perhaps you'd like to change ends and pick up the commentary here.
Obviously, I'm filtering out the ones that are critical of me and just using the ones about the maths. So, it's a attempt at a catch by Farouz Kushi under the lid there. Robinson coming down the pitch to Harmer, and I think it's Chopra. Sorry, beg your pardon. I assume it'd be the youngster under the lid there, but he's still at cover. But actually, just pushing the ball, driving the ball into his midriff there, bounced off. Just couldn't react quick enough. No chance of it really, and he's on the front foot again. But I mean, it was catchable height, but it's basically on him as soon before he could react.
Technical chance, but it came out of the middle of the bat, and he's 4 yards at the very most from the batsman.
At short leg.
You have to be lucky to hold on to those.
Here's Harmer. Robinson dancing down the pitch again, and again it's a clip up to long on, but he's having to earn those, Ollie Robinson. And Harmer, again, he didn't really time that, Robinson, a bit toe end of the bat, so at the moment Harmer is getting some purchase, and that is danger for Kent. One
man who might have taken the catch is Ollie Pope. He is absolutely brilliant in that back pad position.
Yes indeed, but absolutely no criticism of Chopra there. All is Cox is doing the same, and more as a customary drive into the onside with the spin of the off spinner for the right hander. Harmer, blonde hair, bowling in his sunglasses, 11 on his back, comes in now, and that one, it's a bat pad attempt. It was a half appeal. I think perhaps it was bat and not pad from Cox there, and just fell short of Chopper anyway. But well, I didn't see him on the first day, but from the commentary I heard, this is a very different Simon Harmer. Flat delivery, quicker one as well. Gets caught up in Jordan Cox's pads. I think he ends up standing on the ball more or less. End of the over. This is making the game very interesting indeed. This is not a cakewalk for Kent, even with a 125 lead at 36 for 2. Robinson 14. Cox on 9 on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent with Matt Cole and Paul Newton. There is a lot of life in this game left, that's for sure.
There is. Won't be a lot of it for the next 20 minutes or so, because I think we're approaching tea. I'm not quite sure where we stand as
yes, the regulations, do we stick to time? Actually, there are 33 overs remaining, so we'll find out.
This should be the last over then before tea.
Well, it's not a 90 over day, is it not? So it'll be 30.
Ah, yes, you're right. Yeah.
So
probably another couple.
We'll
yes.
find out after this one whether it's time or over. Certainly. Here's Quinn.
Bowls, and the ball is played by Robinson down to mid-off, and no run. Score remaining at 36 for 2. Sorry, carry on.
Beg your pardon. I was going to say an email from Ollie, who's just over the border in Suffolk. Fine county.
It is.
Talking about crowds returning, the chairman's statement last week not providing any clarity regarding the return to the stadium. So difficult for clubs, isn't it, at the moment? Because there isn't clarity from government, there isn't clarity allowed, I suppose, by a situation. But I'll go on with that in a second.
This next ball is driven back past the bowler. Wells backed up at mid-on, so actually they don't get a run at all there. And score remaining at 36 for 2. I mean, crowds were to have been allowed into Goodwood races on the Saturday just gone, on the final day of the glorious Goodwood Festival. And then, with less than 24 hours notice, the government announced on the Friday, no dice, because of the outbreaks elsewhere. There weren't really any spikes in the Sussex area, so it seemed a little bit unfair as next ball's played back to the bowler, and there is no run. Having said all of which, they should never have allowed crowds in at the Cheltenham Festival in March, because there wasn't any proper distancing or anything there. But all it means is that there can be no clarity, really, because even if the government says at one point you can start that from August the 14th, it doesn't mean that in practice you will be able to. Everything is subject to change, and in fairness, it's an horrendous time. Even though I do think the government have made many mistakes over the handling of the virus, but it isn't easy, that's for sure, as Quinn is in and bowls and Robinson plays the ball to mid-wicket and there's no run.
And Ollie continues. I think he appreciates that, but he's saying the risk that there is obviously in this uncertainty for the smaller sides, that they have to go through the added burden of refunding tickets. So digital streams could be the way forward in the interim. That said, how fantastic it is to be able to watch these cricket matches online with the commentary. Who needs to return to the office? Says Ollie. Well,
yes, and on that point,
I'd rather not. That's it.
Suffolk and Norfolk have just about got the lowest virus figures of anywhere in the country as this next delivery's edge. A brilliant catch from Harmer. Sensational catch there, very low to his right hand, and as I was saying earlier, this man does all parts of the game extremely well. He's a very useful number 8 with the bat. He's unparalleled really with the wickets he's taken since coming to this country. Over 200 wickets in 3 seasons with Essex. They are in fact departing for tea, I think. I don't think this is a sanitation break, so they are going to be taking tea now, and he is just a fabulous fieldsman at second slip, and that one was fast going to ground when he held on to it, so a tremendous catch to get rid of the dangerous, from an Essex point of view, Ollie Robinson, caught there by Harmer off Quinn for 14 on what turns out to be the last ball before tea, which Kent will take at 36 for 3, and Harmer in the match at Edgbaston last year, when Dominic Sibley got a very big 100, and to be fair, Warwickshire had the better of the game, they clocked up 500 and plenty, and Harmer was involved in 9 of the 10 dismissals. He took 5 wickets, he held 3 catches, he effected a run out, and even succeeded in another run out when it was decided that the batsman had only left his crease because he thought he'd been given out LBW when he hadn't, and Essex were invited to rescind the appeal, which they did. But Harmer is just almost a schoolboy comic superhero.
He is indeed, and fittingly, he dived for that. I won't say he quite hung in the air, but it was a superb one-handed catch to his right, and that is T. So from me, Matt Cole, and Paul Newton, we'll join you again in about 20 minutes with updates for our stations coming. But what a game this is, and how poised it is at T with a lead of 125, but Essex certainly doing their job in the second innings with the ball. 36-4-3. Kent, thanks for all your emails, by the way. I realise if you've emailed, we're going to try and read them all out, but we are a bit behind just because of your generosity in getting in touch with us. But thanks for getting in touch, and we'll be back, as a famous Austrian once said. Is that right?
Indeed. I'm trying to think of which. Has any, just between you and me, not talking to anyone else here, have any Austrians ever been famous? If so, who are they? I've got one. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart.
Oh, is that right?
I think he was Austrian.
Is Arnold Schwarzenegger not originally Austrian? No.
You see, I never watch films, so that
okay.
one, yeah. I've only watched 6 in my life.
Yes, Austrian-American. There we are.
Yeah. Well, well done.
That was
well
his
done.
quote from the Terminator. There we are.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Mozart and Schwarzenegger. Yes. See you after tea.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back everyone as the Flannel Fools are resuming their positions on the field, and we have a new arrival, Heino Kuhn, because Ollie Robinson was quite brilliantly caught by Simon Harmer to what turned out to be the last ball before tee. An over being bowled by Matt Quinn, who hadn't finished the over, but obviously when the catch was taken they sensibly left for the sanctuary of not the pavilion but their little tents. Kent 387 and 36 for 3, Essex 298, and the overall lead for Kent is 125 here. As first ball after tee is a leave outside off stump by the first innings centurion Heino Kuhn, and that does now complete the over, and Kent 36 for 3. Bell Drummond caught Wheater, bowled Porter 1, Jack Leaning, LBW, bowled Cook 6, and Ollie Robinson caught by Harmer off Quinn for 14. Essex having been bowled out for 298, conceding an 89 run first innings lead. Tenduscarter's 77's been upgraded to 78, so he was the top scorer for Essex, but hasn't appeared so far in the Kent second innings. We don't know what might be the matter with him. He didn't appear to be injured, so maybe he's not feeling well. Harmer to bowl the first full over after tee, and that turns, it's a leave, it's also a no ball, so Kent 38 for 3, leading by 127. So second no ball that Harmer, off his very short run up, has conceded, and you always feel rather less excuse for a spinner than a quicker bowler to overstep. Here's Harmer again. Bowls, and this ball is played out to Aaron Beard at short mid-wicket. There's no run, and the batsman is Jordan Cox, who's been there from the word go. He's got 9 off 53 deliveries, and Harmer's in again. This is tossed right up, and Cox, unable to take advantage of a full toss, can only play it from anything but the middle of the bat to Beard at mid-on. Just about to go in for a news update. Stand by. Yes, it's intriguingly placed, this game, I would say now. Essex resumed at 179 for 5 and were eventually bowled out for 298. Ryan Tenduscarter, who hasn't reappeared in the field, but he top scored with 78, shared in half-century partnerships with Adam Wheater, who made 37, and Simon Harmer 29. So Kent led by 89. Essex have made early inroads into the Kent second innings. Bell Drummond caught Wheater, bowled Porter 1, that was 6 for 1. Jack Leaning, LBW, to Sam Cook for 6 at 13 for 2, and a brilliant catch to the last ball before tee saw Ollie Robinson, who made 70 odd in the first innings, caught by Harmer at second slip off Quinn for 14. We're just underway after tea. Kent are now 38 for 3, and the overall lead they have is 127.
Just come out there. Kent lead 127. Simon Harmer, who took 8 wickets in the
just a dot ball while I was doing that update, and here's another one. Ball just played studiously back by Jordan Cox, and eventually fielded effectively by the non-striking batsman as Heino Kuhn obligingly stretches down, scoops the ball up on the edge of his bat and lobs it to mid-on, and I think the umpire would already have called over there to enable that to happen. So Heino Kuhn, who's faced just one ball, yet to get off the mark. Jordan Cox, who's faced 58 deliveries, is still there on 9. Matt Quinn is probably going to continue, in fact definitely going to continue his spell. Was just a possibility that Tom Wesley, the new Essex captain this season, might have brought Jamie Porter back. Porter, who, let it be said, bowled 5 excellent overs in the spell with the new ball. But here comes Quinn. Hayes close end has also bowled pretty well here, and this ball is played back to the bowler, and there's no knowing what sort of an asset Quinn might be if he can have a run without the stress fractures of the back that have plagued his career so far. We were talking about Reece Topley, who's had 4 of such injuries in his short career to date, but good to see Rees back with the England T20 side the other day against Ireland. Quinn, meanwhile, busies his way back in. Bowls, off cutter. The ball is played with the general bias of the ball into the onside to be fielded by Sam Cook. And score remaining at 38 for 2. Kent leading by 127. 7 wickets in hand. 1 or 2 heavier clouds are beginning to appear. There was a forecast that we might get a little bit of a downpour.
I think the forecast, looking at 1 or 2 of the websites, if there's going to be any, probably around about 6 o'clock, so we should be okay.
Let's hope so, because the game is very nicely poised. Here comes Kuhn playing the ball to Brown. At point there's no run, and I say very nicely poised because although Kent clearly have the advantage, but if the last 7 wickets were to go down for, let's say, another 100 runs, which is not totally impossible, a target, 220 odd for Essex might not necessarily be beyond the bounds of possibility. So all 3 results, including the draw, still very much possible, and that's what you want at this stage of a championship game. Quinn is in, bowls. It's a good delivery. It's well played by Kuhn, who gets on the front foot, plays a ball that pitched about 3 inches outside off stump and was coming into the right-handed batsman, and he plays it back down the pitch. I say right-handed batsman. I don't think we've seen a left-hander all day. Indeed, we haven't.
No. That's a very good point.
Yeah, nothing sinister at Chelmsford. Keep those emails coming to.
They're all dexterous. Is that right?
Dexterous, yes.
Crikey.
Yes. As here is the next ball. Oh, that ball's forced off the back foot. There'll be at least 1 run here. Kuhn off the mark. He'll come back for a second. And although Beard has a very good arm on him, they comfortably make it. And the score goes up to 40 for 3, leading by 129. Emails, please. Be you a Kent supporter or an Essex supporter, please address your communications to kentcricket@gmail.com. I'll say that again, kentcricket@gmail.com, because Matt has got his the emails coming in on the mobile, whereas I can't get my laptop to get onto Wi-Fi. As here is Quinn bowls, and this ball is defended into the offside. There's no run there. The end of the over. Leading by 129. Kent in their second innings are 40 for 3. The overall lead is 129, and certainly Essex have bowled well in this second innings to date.
And just a word of caution, obviously, if you're emailing in kentcricket@gmail.com, we learnt from that previous session that any emails criticising Paul Newton I will read out, but anything that comes my way, there's really no points because I'm in charge. Joking, of course. We'd like to think that we're even-handed here. Colin talking about the video stream. We as Harmer continues, gives that one some air, and it's driven up the pitch by Jordan Cox. He has taken his jumper off. There we go. I'm feeling very warm here in the commentary box in the sunshine. They're out in full sun in the middle, and he's just finally taken his jumper off. So single to him. He moves on to 10. Kuhn has 2. He's got 140 in the first innings. But we really don't take responsibility for the video feed. I'm afraid that is not done by us here. So I'm afraid, Colin, we can't adjust the cameras for you. Here's Harmer to Kuhn pushing forward, bobbles up on bat and power. A bit of a roar coming from the or a shout coming from a couple of the fielders, hoping that Chopra short leg could get onto that.
I wasn't here on the first 2 days, but Harmer now is really beginning to get quite a lot of turn.
Absolutely. And this is could be key to the game and make this a very exciting finish, perhaps. Reverse sweep by Heine Kuhn. That's a lovely shot, and that's 4 runs all the way along the ground. I'm not sure Harmer will mind that, because if he's getting a bit of grip, that's still a danger to the batsman if he gets that wrong. But superb shot by Heine Kuhn. Is all action at the crease as he is in the field? Yeah,
no, it was a superb shot, and if he gets that wrong, he's sort of plumb in front and nowhere to go, but no such worries. He timed that immaculately, and it was 4 from the moment it left the bat.
So Harmer just takes a moment to let Quinn get back to his position at point, and bowls now to Kuhn, who leaves that one alone. And well, that was prodigious grip there. Quicker delivery as well from Harmer, but definitely spun from middle to down the leg side. He's got such great variation, Simon Harmer, as well as giving the ball a bit of a rip. slip and a short leg in for Heino Kuhn, and defends that. It goes to ground, not a million miles away from Chopra. It's short leg, and is picked up by the fielder just backward of square. That's Sam Cook. Is it 16 on his back, I believe? So yeah.
Yes, that's Sam.
So, I mean, it's a phrase you can use too often. This is a fascinating game, but this really is a session. As much as the previous one was, this one's defended into the onside and there's no run. Beard Fields. A lot of supporters, both Kent and Essex, saying that the second session was a crucial one, but I see now with Simon Harmer beginning to spin the ball, this third session of the day, I won't say it'll influence which way the game's going to go, because it's the wonder of 4-day cricket and 5-day cricket is that it can change session by session, but it's a fascinating evening in prospect. Linda and Steve in North Yorkshire.
Oh, Linda and Steve, very good afternoon. Great to hear from you.
As ever, they call us gentlemen, so they can't know you that well, Paul.
They're so kind. And they've met me as well, so that makes it even more remarkable. One excellent use of the imagination. Well, we'll come to you immediately after this delivery, Linda and Steve. At the moment, Quinn is on his way in and prepares to bowl now, and that one is left by Jordan Cox.
Bouncer there. As ever, many thanks for the commentary. They say pleasure. Somewhat delayed start to the season. Our best wishes to all of BBC Essex and Kent, and our hopes all are safe and well as we are here. We wish all our listeners much the same. We hope that we don't have any absent friends, obviously, for those reasons.
That's such a good point. So we must not forget the large number of people, many of whom will be supporters of cricket, who've not been lucky enough to make it through the first wave, as it were, and so we're the lucky ones so far. As this ball goes through outside off stump, again the batsman doesn't have to play.
Yeah, all of our lives touched in some way by this crisis, some more obviously devastatingly than others. But thank you so much for getting in touch. It's great to hear from you. Linda and Steve in North Yorkshire. So Essex expats, are they, effectively?
They are, and again, we must say, just as we're relieved to have sort of survived so far, it's great to hear from good friends that we've had emails from for many years that everything is okay with them. And so Quinn is in and bowls and play back to the bowler and no run.
Yeah, you're very welcome to get in touch just to say hello. We'd love to hear from you, whether you're a regular or a first-time emailer. Mike's back in touch, Mike Watkinson, about the format. 3 divisions of 6, fair enough, he says. Or some of the variations, the usual, seem a bit odd. Why 90 overs for the new ball, for example? As we were saying earlier, I think it's so that the teams aren't forcing their pace bowlers back into action prematurely, perhaps, that gets played out. We have seen more bowlers used, haven't we, in most of the game?
Yes, here's the next delivery. That keeps low, well kept out by the very watchful Jordan Cox, and once again there is no run. Kent are 45 for 3.
I'm not sure they will be keeping the format, Mike, but he points out there'll only be 10 first class games if you played home and away. Second, regional groups okay for this season, and in future I'd want the groups to be randomly drawn. The format could be very tired very quickly.
I must say I totally agree with that point, because otherwise you end up playing the same sides all the time. As Quinn bowls and this ball is defended by Cox, again there's no run, and you know, one of the great pleasures of having followed county cricket virtually all my life is that you enjoy going to all the counties, and if you sort of go a number of years and you think, crikey, it must be back in the noughties since we last paid a visit to such and such a place. In Essex's case it'd be Durham. Haven't played them in championship cricket, I think it's since 2008, and you'd love to go.
Absolutely. Thinking of some of the great outgrounds as well. Scarborough, for instance.
Oh, I love Scarborough. My number 1 as this next ball goes through outside off stump. No run, the end of a Quinn over, and Kuhn has 6 and Cox has 10, and 45 for 3 is the score. Add the 89 and the overall lead is 134.
As I'm sure Kent fans are supporters and listeners are bored of hearing, but my dad's family are from Scarborough, so I do have a slightly biased view on that, but it is a great outground.
It is.
But similarly, Yorkshire fans coming south as well,
Yeah.
not going to come to Canterbury or to Chelmsford, it would be a great miss if that were
No, that's right.
the case.
It's a pity that there are no longer any Essex outgrounds. There was a sort of misprint in the Times when they printed the fixtures for this competition and said that this game was being played at Colchester.
Oh, really?
And Dick and myself were ecstatic, and only for Dick to establish that in fact they meant Chelmsford. Not that, I hasten to add, I love it here at Chelmsford, but I just think that it is great to have at least one outground for each county to go to.
Part of the charm. Harmer then to continue. Bowling to Heino Kuhn now, who he had a very interesting battle with in the last over. A 4 from Kuhn with the reverse sweep, but that one's defended as the onside, and we continue this with Kuhn on 6, Cox on 10. The lead is at 134.
Good contest
Kent
between the two.
45-3. Absolutely. Kuhn hitting 140 in the first innings. Of course, reverse sweeps again. Doesn't really contact this one. Takes a quick run. Danger at the wicketkeeper's end. Shies at it. Cox with the dive. He's missed. And I think that's hit Chopra on the instep, in fact. And he's just trying to loosen that up. But that was a quick run taken by Kuhn. I don't think Cox was quite ready for it either. Ended up with a dive. And from the body language, wicket-keeper Wheater came round the front of the wicket to try and shy at the stumps. The body language, I think they think that was close, Paul.
Yeah, I think that's right, although I don't particularly say that he would necessarily have been out, but it would have certainly been close. It's difficult to tell because we're a long way away from it and at the wrong angle.
A miss-hit of the reverse sweep then. Cox now faces, that one bounces down the leg side from Harmer and is gloved by Wheater for once. Not a clean take.
Still, I thought he did well there because it turned very sharply.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was going a long way down leg side, so it's quite a test for him as well.
No disrespect to Adam Wheater at all. Very neat wicket-keeper. Flatter delivery, quicker as well, just outside the off stump. And Jordan Cox, perhaps seeing that one down the leg side, has left that outside the off stump. And there's an ooh from the Essex fielders, and I can understand why. Close to the off stump, that.
Ironically, Harmer's the only Essex bowler who's been used who hasn't got a wicket yet.
And he's bowling very well now. Turned behind square by Cox, but once again Sam Cook fields, and there's no relief for the Kent batsman. And Harmer, you just sense that he senses a wicket is close here. What can Kent do to see him off? Because he's getting purchase. Slower delivery, given more air, defended out into the onside. End of the over, going through all his variations there, Simon Harmer. It's cat and mouse. It's a real battle of the brains out there as much as the cricketing skills. End of the over then.
Yes, when I was saying before tea that Harmer had been involved in 9 of 10 Warwickshire dismissals at Edgbaston last year, I failed to point out he bowled 60 overs. And I interviewed him after the day's play, and I said, "The fingers getting tired?" He said, "It's not the fingers, it's the shoulder." So that's interesting. You know, with a lot of bowlers it would be the fingers, but he finds the shoulder is, you'll often see him just sort of reach his right shoulder and give it a bit of massage. So that's the problem area from his point of view. So here comes Quinn from the pace close end, and Kuhn plays the ball defensively into the covers to Aaron Beard, substituting for Ryan Ten to scout a no run.
Well, talking as we have been doing about seam bowlers' freshness, what a wonder it is to have someone like Simon Harmer. I say tie down an end, it's more than that, isn't it? I know he's an attacking spin bowler as well, but Essex, there's no reason why they couldn't have Harmer on from this end for the rest of this session, and you can
I think they will do.
You can rotate your fast bowlers from the other end, which they did so well to win the championship last year, of course.
It's difficult to get the ball off him, I think, as this next ball is worked away. That'll be 4 runs down to third man, and it kept low, and the batsman just came down on it late, and Kuhn picks up another boundary, and that brings up the Kent 50 in the 27th over of the innings. 26.2 overs and an hour and 44 minutes have so far gone, scoreboard tells us, and now all we need is the scoreboard to go back and show us what the actual score is. Here it is, 50 for 3, Physic 50 exactly. The overall lead 139. Kuhn has overtaken Cox 11 to 10, and this ball is hammered away to the point boundary. 4 more consecutive boundaries, 54 for 3, and it's one of those stories where the innings has lasted 104 minutes. We've had about 20 since tea, and in those 20 minutes he's overtaken his opening batsman partner, who's been there for sort of an hour and 3/4 now exactly. And that's not a criticism of Cox, because he's stayed in there, frustrated Essex's attempts to make further inroads, but Kuhn is a very classy player indeed. The slightest error in line and length and he's on to the bowling, and here he turns the ball. That was a slight one up to the bowler, because Kuhn stretched forward and played it uppishly. Had there been a forward short leg on that occasion, it might have been just a bit too straight for a forward short leg, but one that was placed, you know, in an unusually forward position, it would have been a catch. But as it is, the nearest fieldsman is Sam Cook at mid-wicket, and the ball's long since gone to ground and there's no run.
More emails coming in. Thanks everyone. KentCricket@gmail.com for emails from both sides.
Here comes Quinn again. Bowls, and forward comes Kuhn, and no run there. And you certainly feel, I think, Matt, that in terms of the match, if Heino Kuhn has another significant knock here, Kent is certainly not going to lose.
Yeah, it's obviously he plays his cricket at quite a speed. They had thought about, and he opened in the warm-up match, and Simon Cook, the Kent coach, said, you get what you get from Heino Kuhn. You can't tell him he's not going to do a Jordan Cox and block out 100 balls. He's going to go at this speed.
Good point as Quinn's in bowls, and it's driven back to the bowler. I think that's a bump ball, actually, Matt.
Catch.
Judging from the lack of any
true.
great reaction from the fielders, I think that's probably correct. And any case, he dropped it, but I think if he'd held it, it would have been a bump ball. Score is 54 for 3 at the 89, 143 the lead, and looks as if
short break for a bit of hand sanitizer. Well, that's good, because we've got loads of emails to get through.
Sorry, fire away.
And also, I can just smooth over the fact I just went for a crowd catch there, which is very embarrassing as a commentator.
Just before you start, while we were talking about Heino Kuhn, with the coach saying you can't tell him what to do. Now, that might be in terms of a control freak, a criticism, but it wouldn't have been meant that way, because when you've got a really good player, the worst thing you can do is to start programming them in what they ought to do. They already know what the situation needs. The thought
was more, where do we get the best out of him, rather than
exactly.
He couldn't possibly do it. John from Stepney Green saying, thanks Paul, he says, this is about hay fever. I grew into it from the age of 40. Well, that doesn't seem at all fair, does it? There we go.
You must have pinched it off me, John. And you're very welcome to it.
Oh, no. Is it Simjer on there, who's on the emails, talking about the live web stream? Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are not in control of that, I'm afraid. I mean, he says he's very disappointed in it, but we can't affect it. So we understand your comments, but it's working fine for me, is all I can say at the moment. So I'm sure Essex will do all in their powers to get that sorted. But there we go. Dear commentators, says Andrew on the emails. Andrew, great to hear from you.
Andrew, thank you.
On cricket having the moral high ground, and we talked about before tea, I wonder whether you'd like to take a look at this new coat of arms of Australia attached. No, I fear to, Andrew. They were Harmer to Cox off that short break, driven up to Porter at mid-off, and there's no run. Work out what the bird is and give it an Aussie pronunciation. I fear to, Andrew, to open that attachment, because I wonder if it's going to be something rude, and I'm going to be fooled into doing it. Harmer to Cox, not that you do that to me, I'm sure. Just paddles that, or just everybody pushes it into the onside, and there's no run this time. I'll have a look. Thank you, Andrew. Actually, I'm not sure if I can open this on my phone. It's possible. Here's Harmer to Cox. Just gets wrapped up there. Where is the ball? Ends up with Adam Wheater. Right, close to the wicket there. Really good take. Yeah, I'd lost it for a second in the flight. And I'm back here. Jordan Cox has to try and get rid of this from Harmer somehow, but this is an absolutely brilliant spell. And takes the edge there, thickish edge, kept it down. That's, you can say, for Cox, and they run through for a single. He'll be very happy to get off strike. He moves on to 11 on the score, on to 56 for 3, sorry, yes, 55 for 3, beg your pardon. Yeah, just not happening quite for Harmer in this match. He got 2 tail-end first innings wickets, but apart from that, had a long wait to get a wicket, and he's bowled very well here without much luck. onto the back foot goes Kuhn. That's a confection of a shot, that one, isn't it? He's just trying to a little push round the corner there, but finds Sam Cook. Again, the field is absolutely perfectly placed, which suggests that Harmer is bowling it in the absolutely perfect place as well. Leans forward, and that felt a little bit edgy to me as well, as an ooh from the bowler. Kept it down, they come back for a quickly run two. Throw's not accurate. I don't think it would have been out anyway.
No.
But certainly pushing the boundaries there. 57 for 3. It's the end of the over. Lead 146 for Kent now. Andrew, thank you very much indeed. A visual joke there. Doesn't work too well on the radio. Made me smile though. Thank you for that. One from Martin as well. Doesn't look like there's a message in that, Martin, so it might be my mistake. Thank you for that though anyway. The Ames scoreboard, Adrian Jewell on the emails. I'm the scoreboard operator at the Ames scoreboard at Canterbury along with Roy Lungley. It's great to hear from you, Adrian. Also first team scorer at Chelmsford Cricket Club after making the move from Kent to Essex. There we go. He straddled it. I mean, the Ames scoreboard is a well, certainly in Kent it's a landmark.
Yes, indeed.
And we always praise the abilities of those in the box. Great to hear from you.
Thank you very much
More
indeed.
power to you and Roy. And scoring at Chelmsford. There we are.
Jamie Porter replacing Matt Quinn. Sun for the moment has disappeared as a rather heavy cloud comes over us, although I don't think it's rain bearing as yet. And well, I thought Porter was going to bowl, but now Tom Wesley wants another word with him.
I have a story about Chelmsford Cricket Club. I'm not sure it's a particularly interesting one, which I don't know if I should waste your time with, but I thought there was going to be a brief break there. Perhaps I'll save the listeners as Jamie Porter bowls.
Comes in now, 2 slips, bowls, and Cox plays the ball defensively out to Beard in the covers.
Out on another assignment, call from the news desk. I wasn't doing sport at that point. Very early in my career at BBC Radio Kent. Can you go to the cricket? Our reporter's pulled out. Absolutely love to. But I can't remember where I was, in East Kent somewhere. Can you just shout me the postcode? So they shouted me the postcode. Brilliant. Chelmsford looks like a cricket ground. You know where I'm going with this, don't you?
Yes.
You know where I ended up, don't you?
As Porter's in. Bowls, and this ball is again pushed out to Beard in the covers, and again there's no run.
So I've been to Chelmsford Cricket Club, but that's not the same as this ground, is it?
No.
No, it's not. No. So I arrived there and had to ring the office and go, there doesn't appear to be any cricket here. What's going on? You sent me to the wrong ground. So yes, all in a panic. I managed to find my way to the home of Essex cricket here.
Yeah, they've certainly had a couple of players, current Essex players, who've been through the good offices of Chelmsford Cricket Club. As Porter, oh, that's a good delivery, and that one actually pitched, and whereas most of his deliveries are off cutters, that moved away from the batsman and left Cox groping at thin air. But he survives, and Kent are 57 for 3.
Yeah, he is surviving. 76 balls for his 11 so far, and it is obviously it's a decent lead at this point for Kent of 146, but beautiful delivery from Porter. Richard from Epping saying, hi gents, seems Essex are bowling much better and tighter this innings. We weren't here on the first day, but all I can say is they're bowling very well from where I'm sitting.
Porter's in, bowls, and it runs here as the ball's clipped off the pads.
Lovely
and
shot.
Away for 4. Beautifully timed from Cox, gets his second boundary, and he moves along to 15, and the score to 61 for 3, and the overall lead to 150.
Well, you could be critical of Jordan Cox, I suppose, for scoring rate, but in an innings like this, where it could be make or break for Kent in terms of any possibility of winning this game, I really do think someone had to play the anchor role, particularly early on, when they bowled well all through this innings so far in the Essex attack. So
Porter again comes in and bowls, and that keeps a little bit low, well dug out by Cox. There's no run. Neil Bainton is sent scampering along because the throw appeared to be being hurled in at the bowler's end. Wanted to get in a good position should there be any run out call, but in the end it didn't happen, and score remaining at 61 for 3.
Email from Debbie, great to hear from you on kentcricket@gmail.com. Great to both see and hear the cricket. Thank you, she says. I'm an Essex fan, but also a Heino Kuhn fan, and hoping he isn't doing this tomorrow with a picture of a Heino Kuhn celebration. There we go.
Yes, we'll come back to that, but here's Porter in and bowls, and this ball has been played for 4 more through the vacant third man area. There's no gully, and maybe there should be at least a gully out there, because rather too many boundaries from an Essex point of view are coming in that area. 65 for 3 as Cox veritably explodes along to 19 not out. He'd got 11 from 70 odd deliveries before this over, and with those 2 4s he's almost doubled his score. He's got 19 from another half dozen deliveries there, so well done to him, as you say, performing a very useful purpose, as Matt leaves us briefly to his update for BBC Radio Kent. And Simon Harmer, meanwhile, as Matt was saying, quite likely to bowl the session out from the river end if recent history is anything to go by. Veritably thrives, as spinners do, particularly successful ones, on long uninterrupted spells. As here he is, bowls, and first ball played by Heino Kuhn to mid wicket. Yes, Debbie, clearly the emphasis of your fandom is placed with Essex rather than Heino Kuhn. As you say, you don't want to see him with arms raised in triumph come the end of the game, but I must admit he is a terrific player to watch. And if you bowl him a loose delivery, it's almost certainly going to disappear to the boundary. Another dot ball goes on, and here comes Harmer again, whistling through his overs at a very rapid rate indeed. Again, he nudges the ball behind square on the onside. Sam Cook is up to it and prevents any sort of a run. 65 for 3 on the board, lead of 154, and Kuhn very respectfully for a third time plays the ball out to Aaron Beard, mid wicket. Harmer with Wesley just closing up a little bit at mid on, probably wanting to prevent Kuhn from pinching the bowling for the next over. And that one was a fast, flat trajectory from Harmer. Kuhn can do no more than play the ball yet again to Beard. So score remaining at 65 for 3. Harmer comes in again, slip in the back pad, bowls, and he's gone for the big one here. It's gone a long way up in the air. It should be caught. Nick Brown's underneath it and holds it. And that is the end of Heino Kuhn. And well, this is how Harmer gets his wickets. He first of all wears people's patience down, batsmen's patience, by keeping them quiet, and then they go for the big heave-ho. And if he'd hit it straighter, I think he would have got away with it, even though he didn't get all of it. But as it was, played out to the wide expanses of deep mid-wicket, it was a fairly standard catch for Nick Brown, just taking nothing away from Nick Brown, who's a very good pair of hands for catches out in the deep. You don't see him drop many, if any. And Kent 65 for 4, just at the moment when they'd added 29 since tea, without further loss, having lost Ollie Robinson, who put on 150 with Kuhn in the first innings, brilliantly caught by Harmer off Quinn just before tea, and 29 added since, and it was just beginning to look as if Kent had a good chance of, in this final session, gaining a position of some authority, which they may still do, but Kuhn is obviously the man that Essex, given the choice of any Kent batsman, 140 in the first innings, they wanted to see the back of him, which they have now succeeded in doing. So he departs for 17, and Kent are 65 for 4, leading by 154 with 6 second innings wickets in hand. Matt returns.
Any moment now. There we go. Second time I've been on the update and got a Kent wicket. So Essex fans will want to be rid of me for more than one reason this afternoon. Catch by Nick Brown in the deep then, and had a stall there to move things along quickly, as is his MO, and Jock Cox is still there on 19 as Darren Stevens comes out, so often the scourge of the Essex bowling. But at the moment Essex on top, it's their day overall, isn't it? But Kent obviously have this lead.
Walters in, bowls, and sorry, I think it's your shout. It's all played into the offside. There's no run. Yes, I was just musing over whether it's been Essex's day. I think you're probably right overall. Certainly it would be if they got another couple of wickets fairly soon. But Kent certainly, it was Kent's day massively on the first day and substantially on the second. So Kent still in the driving seat, provided they don't have another collapse.
Yeah, absolutely. Have this advantage, obviously, with that 89-run lead from the first innings. Porter bowls to Stevens, works his way on the offside attractively as well, up on his toes, just cutting it away for 4 runs. Good shot from Stevens to start his innings. He's underway with 4 from 2 balls, and he's in danger of catching Jordan Cotton, 69 for 4. But Cox has just played the anchor role. He's been dogged out there and needed to be as well. But could go to 17 then. And as you said, if he had got any sort of meaningful innings, it would probably mean that Essex would be batted out of this game. So they've done really well once again. Porter to Stevens, just leans on that to the onside, whereas Cushy feels that at square leg.
There is a sort of unfailing tendency in many ways, although obviously it did fail, this tendency in the first innings. But I was going to say that people who try to attack Harmer usually perish. And obviously that isn't true of the first innings, that fantastic partnership between Kuhn and Robinson. But generally speaking, as soon as batsmen think, I'm going to hit this bloke over the top, they might get away with it once, but they tend to come unstuck fairly soon.
Porter to Stevens, just cuts it away again. He's hit Nick Brown this time, or the ball's come to Nick Brown, I should say. Stevens has been very fluid with the bat to start with, I have to say, timing the ball nicely.
He is. Yes, Essex will consider it a rather ominous start from Stevens here. He did have a spell, if I remember rightly, at one point last season when he wasn't getting many runs, before he had that fantastic explosion at Headingley. But he looks in pretty good touch out here, and over the years, as you rightly say, he's been the scourge of the Essex bowling attacks.
Here comes Porter now to Stevens on sport. Oh, kept low, definitely shot that one, and Stevens equal to it. Pushes forward up to mid-on, and there's no run. We gather Sussex are the first team to win a match in the Willis Trophy, beating Hampshire by 94 runs. Ollie Robinson, the other Ollie Robinson, took 5 wickets today. Low scoring contest that between the two, but
did Kyle Abbott play in that game, do we know?
Don't know. I'll check in a minute, but Robinson was born in Margate, into the Kent Academy. This one just stands up a little bit on Stevens, but keeps down well into the offside. End of the over. He's moved to 4. Single boundary. Cox has 19. 69 for 4 Kent. Lead by 158 here at Chelmsford on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent. It's BBC Radio Essex now.
No, it's BBC Essex.
And it's Matt Cole and Paul Newton with you. Welcome wherever you are. Thank you for all your emails. I've still got some to get through, but we do need to concentrate on the cricket, me particularly.
Yes, we'll come to the next match after this over from Harmer, because he gets through it in about a minute and a half. KentCricket@gmail.com. We've thoroughly enjoyed your offerings today to date, and just waiting for the field to settle down, or for Tom Wesley, the new Essex skipper, to finish making the odd adjustment. And here comes Harmer from the river end in bowls, and Cox allows a ball to be taken by Adam Wheater there. Score remaining 69 for 4, but Harmer getting quite a lot of quite sharp turn now. Bowls again. Forward comes Cox, correct technique. I think it was bat and pad there, but if it had been pad only, he wouldn't have been in any danger of being LBW, because he got a long way across outside off stump. The sun has disappeared for the moment, but hopefully the forecast that perhaps the rain might arrive around 6 o'clock will be accurate, and it doesn't come any earlier, as the next one's tossed up by Harmer. And although defended into the offside, the very lack of any pace on the shot facilitates the single, for Matt Quinn can get to it from backward point running towards extra cover, and scores a 70 for 4, leading by 159 at Kent. Each of the 4 bowlers we've seen has a wicket. Porter dismissed Bell Drummond for 1, Cook dismissed Leaning for 6, Quinn dismissed Robinson for 14, and Harmer dismissed Kuhn for 17. Harmer, who took a quite brilliant catch at second slip to get rid of Ollie Robinson, the ball before tea. Now comes in bowls. First time he's bowled to Darren Stevens in this innings, and that ball turns back and takes Stevens on the pad, but it would have beaten leg stump, so no appeal.
Yeah, it looked like a quicker one as well, didn't it?
Yep.
Slightly surprised Darren Stevens there.
Yes, he's got plenty of variety to his deliveries, Simon Harmer. Proper craftsman. This one is short and flat, and that ball lifted. There was quite a lot of bounce there. Very well taken by Adam Wheater, as Stevens backed away and was looking to square cut, because he knows that either side of Matt Quinn at backward point there were 4 runs for the taking, but he missed. Elegant stance Stevens has. Nice easy stance at the crease. Hits it very firmly out of the middle of the bat, and fielded by Aaron Beard at mid-wicket. Another over ends with Kent at 70 for 4, leading by 159.
And the fields that they set for Harmer kind of betrays how tight he can keep things, doesn't it? Because they can't. There's 2 men more or less on the run up to long on, so a mid on and a long on. Absolute experts. So fascinating stuff. John from Florida, talking about our pre-tea conversation, suggesting another very famous Austrian who was in charge of Germany for a while. Yeah, absolutely, John. So perhaps they would fair to get that, to forget that as well. Long-time Essex fan, through to wicket-keeper Wheater, and Cox has had a shy at that one and has missed it. And goodness me, how close was that? Some has Porter bowled it, shaped away from, great delivery. Just seams away from Cox, who had a look at it. So landing on middle and off, and going away from the 19-year-old to Adam Wheater. Here's Porter then bowling to Cox. What's that one down the leg side, but good take from Wheater. Porter bowling from the Hayes close end. And Ben on the email saying, I'd like to praise Kent Cricket Club. I've received a letter from them saying my 6-pack, as they call it, could be used in 2021. I think it's a great decision. I'm not sure if evenings at the T20 will ever be the same as they were last year. I'm not. Well, it's a question, isn't it, Ben? So much of life has changed, and we don't know when any of that will come back. It's Porter outside the off stump. This time a leave by Jordan Cox. But Porter absolutely on the money, coming back for his second spell. He has 1 for 20 so far from 7.5 overs. Really testing Jordan Cox. So Porter turns, number 44 on his back. Blonde haired, absolutely brimming with energy. 2 slips behind Jordan Cox. Fields for that one outside the off stump, through to the wicket keeper, beaten again. And Jamie Porter's not short of a word or two. Bit of a shrug. I think his word for the slips perhaps past Jordan Cox, but Cox will be all too aware this is a very testing spell indeed for him. And yeah, feeling outside the off stump, through to the wicket keeper, no run. And where's the best play? What's the best way to play Jamie Porter, you might say, at this point? That old cricketing adage from the non-striker's end. It's Porter again down the slight slope from the Hayes close end. Bat on at this time from Cox. He threatens the stumps. It's Porter. There's no run. Mike's gone very controversial about Essex Outgrounds. I think he's joking. Here's Porter then returning to his mark. To Cox. up on his toes this time, trying to cut it past Brown at point. He won't. That's the end of the over. Superb over, that one from Jamie Porter. It's another maiden, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 20, and had Jordan Cox at least twice playing and missing outside the off stump. Wonderful stuff. Heck of a contest, this one. And as the scoreboard emphasises, that is a maiden over. Kent 70 for 4. 159 ahead now in their second innings. Harmer continues, having got rid of Heino Kuhn in the previous over. Mike saying, Essex don't have an outground? Question mark. I never did like Essex, he says. Well, obviously I'm a Kent fan, but no outground. He is joking, Essex fans, don't worry. We're not trying to raise the temperature even further in the commentary box.
Well, of course, they used to have, I think, more outgrounds than virtually anyone, but they've all gone now as this next ball is played away to deep square leg for a single. Nick Brown, who took the catch to dismiss Heino Kuhn in a previous, I think it was 2 overs ago from Harmer. He bowls so quickly that it's difficult to keep track of just how many overs ago it was, but I think it was a couple of overs from Harmer back. Anyway, Kuhn has gone, but Kent progressed 71 for 4. That means the overall lead to 160. Harmer's up, bowls, and not out of the middle of the bat. The ball alights in the hands of substitute fieldsman Aaron Beard, on for Ryan Ten-Descarter. Cox is the batsman. There's no run.
Mike talking about his eldest brother watching Essex at Valentine's Park in Ilford.
Yeah, loved it there. Splendid ground. Harmer's in, bowls, and
hello.
this ball is clobbered in our direction for 6. And lusty blow from Darren Stevens. It was in our direction, but no danger of coming through the window, I think.
It's Jordan Cox, in fact, who's hit that
it's
one.
Cox, of course it is. I said
absolutely will be forgiven for thinking that was Darren Stevens.
Well done to the young man.
Yeah.
Splendidly picked up.
What a shot that was.
A Darren Stevens impersonation, no less. And, good enough to fool me. 77 for 4. And
well, had me rolling my eyes as well, and Cox, who's been conservative to say the very least in terms of
he's beginning to pick up the tempo, mind, to be fair to him. 26 now. A couple of recent 4s, consecutive balls a few minutes ago from Matt Quinn's bowling. Next ball's played to backward square leg. And Cox, of course, yes, very slow through the early stages, but as you were saying, Kent needed a sheet anchor, and he's now proving that he can make a nuisance of himself in terms of run scoring. Plays the next ball carefully, and just drops the ball down at his feet.
Yeah, quite a prospect at 19, Jordan Cox.
Absolutely.
And a wicket keeper as well, we should mention, but Kent they just roll off the conveyor belt, seemingly at Canterbury. Not quite sure why.
Here's Harmer again, Sun back with us. Bowls, this ball's turned away into the onside, easy single. So he moves along to 27 and Kent to 78 for 4. And a well dealt with over there by Cox from Harmer. And better to be a player who looks a bit stodgy and takes his time to get going than one of those many players who've got all the shots, but just when you think, oh, I think I've found one here, this guy's tremendous, and then gets out. And I couldn't help having that thought. I don't mean it unkindly, but James Vince, who, you know, one of the best players I've seen in terms of absolutely magnificent range of shots. But I've been watching him in the 2 one-days, and he's no sooner announced himself with a couple of typically fine shots, only then to get out.
Porter then to bowl to Jordan Cox on the front foot, driving him up to mid-off, and there is no run. Mike did continue. I think part of perhaps he's saying, yes, eldest brother, he said, he watched Essex at Ilford. Another reason, as if I need anything to dislike Essex. Tongue firmly in cheek. Don't worry, Paul, or Essex fans. There we go.
Yeah, I mean,
if your eldest brother supports Essex, then I can understand maybe go a different way.
It was a terrific ground. First and foremost, it produced great cricket pitches for really. It was a fast-scoring ground. We saw some wonderful cricket there.
Bowls full length, that one, Porter, with some pace as well. I think this is as quick as I've seen James.
Yeah,
Porter.
no, I agree.
It's been a long time since I've seen him.
Yeah, may have put a yard on.
Yeah.
Certainly compared to what he was bowling last season. He bowled excellently here. Just wanted to go back at talking of Valentine's Park. It was there that Michael Vaughan first came to my notice. He got 149, I think it was there, before he became a Test match player, and it was one of the best county innings from an Englishman I'd seen in many a year, and it wasn't misleading. He went on to have a great career.
Porter to Cox again, just trying to get forward, and that one defended anyway, back up the pitch, and there's no run. Martin, thank you very much for your email.
Thanks,
as well. Welcome back, team. Nice to be able to access the live stream. He's got his own radio duties as well. He finishes his show at 4 o'clock. He'll be listening to the commentary right now then, I guess. So David's on the emails. Cricket having the moral high ground. I go in trepidation to these emails. I shouldn't have brought it up. Oh no, this is. Oh, I like this one. In lockdown, I started reading through the Poirot novels. I shall hold that for after this ball from Jamie Porter to Jordan Cox. Again defending the offside. Oohs and ahs from the slips. In the early 1920s, Christie wrote in a novel that the notion it's just not cricket, i.e. cricket players beyond reproach for their honesty, was a very old-fashioned idea, even 100 years ago. So it goes to prove what you were saying, Paul. Yes, it's not a... Gamesmanship in cricket is not something that was invented in the 2000s by the Australians. I think we should point out. So Porter just having a quick chat with Tom Wesley. No adjustment to the field though. 2 slips. Tim on the drive quite wide actually. So conservative apart from that. He's doing all the work though on the pitch at the moment. Is Porter. Cox is forward that and driving up to mid off. Quite secure that shot. Greetings, gents, says Steve. Great to hear from you, Steve.
Thank you.
On cricket from Istanbul, is that? He calls it
Istanbul, Steve, one of our favourites, yeah.
Or is it Constantinople? There's a song about that, isn't there?
Yeah, it could be Byzantium if you want. Depends how far back you want to go.
I think there's a song with that lyric. Istanbul, is it Constantinople?
Oh yeah, well, because of course 3 names, you know, there aren't many cities that can claim to have had 3 names.
Here's Porter once more to Cox, defends that one. Is that the end of the over? It is, with Kent 78 for 4, 167 ahead, 9 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 20, another maiden for Porter. Kent having to really defend for their lives here and occasionally attack, as we saw from Cox in the last over, but that's been a rarity. Such has been the excellence of the bowling. I've got a quick moment to get to Steve's email. Cricket has been seriously missed, he said, since April. Thanks for small mercies, etc. Read lack of left-handers. Being a lefty myself, I'm a left-hander as well, though I never really threatened anybody with cricket. Other terms you might like to try? We'll get through a few of those in a minute.
Harmer begins a new over, River, and Phil for LBW, not out. Umpire very quick to shake his head there.
Molly Duker, apparently, for a left-hander. I hope you're not fooling me into saying something I shouldn't here, because I've no idea if these are...
well,
I'm sure no.
If you're innocent, you're innocent.
He's a regular.
Here's Harmer to Stevens again. Stevens very firm drive back past the bowler, won't go to the boundary. Wesley with the ball now, single, 79 for 4.
Katie-handed or K-kneeved, possibly from Viking times.
Yeah,
apparently.
all good stuff.
He says, pretty well known. Goofy-footed from surfing, possibly. And my favourite, Cuddy Wifter, is that right?
A Cuddy Wifter, splendid.
Excellent.
Excuse me, are you a Cuddy Wifter? There's another leave here from Jordan Cox. Harmer's the bowler, 79 for 4.
A challenge to see if anyone knows where it comes from without search engine, though. Cuddy, is it to do with, no, I'm thinking cows, milking? No.
Next ball is played into the onside. There's no run. I suppose there's chewing the cud. It could be someone who I don't know, whisks a cud, whatever that would be.
That's what I think it might be, milking, something to do with dairies. Thanks for your thanks, Steve. Great to hear from you.
Thanks, Steve.
And hope this all ends with 3-4 more wickets for Essex. Oh, that was Bowling Kent out for 100-200, leaving a challenging chase tomorrow.
Now Harmer switches to round the wicket. Meets with the same dead bat from Jordan Cox. No run. 79 for 4, leading by 89 on first innings. 168 the overall lead. Slip and a bat pad. Quick flatter delivery there from Harmer, but didn't get the direction right, and it goes down the leg side, and Harmer wraps one set of knuckles on a bare open hand in annoyance there that he knew he hadn't got the ball as he intended it. And at the end of that over, Kent 79 for 4, lead by 168.
Bob on the video feeds, just a tip, he says that the quality is different on the different websites, which perhaps if you're not having success with one, you might go from the Kent one to the Essex one, the Essex one to the Kent one, etc. Perhaps you might want to tip your listeners off, says Bob. Happy to do so as well, but we're not just saying that because Paul and I might be a little bit technologically challenged, but we provide, what we do is a commentary feed is taken from our equipment here to accompany the pictures, which are dealt with by I think an outcome. I don't know if they're even dealt with by the counties themselves, but there we go. But yes, we'll keep going on. Don't you worry. Whether the pictures are better on the radio, someone once said famously, didn't they? Let's say Debbie. Oh, there we go. Debbie, Hino and Essex fan. Sorry, Hino. Yet woohoo as he gets out.
Of course, it's a cunning plan when you can claim to support both sides.
Yes, but
in both camps.
Ben or Benjamin, we've been listening all day as we've worked through the 21 locks on the Wolverhampton flight, enjoying the commentary, hoping Kent can push to victory. Benjamin, what a fantastic email that is.
Yeah.
On the with a narrowboat then, presumably.
Sorry, I was trying to work out what he meant, because I thought you said 21 rocks.
No, sorry, 21 locks.
Oh yeah, well, canals, wonderful aspect of life, canals. I spent quite a time studying them at one point, and if on the travels I'm ever anywhere near to a canal, I like to go along and have a good look. There's a good one actually. I'm just trying to remember where it was last year that I spent an evening after a day's play perusing. I'll try and work out where it was.
But thank you for that email. Fantastic. What a thing to do on a summer's day as well.
Yeah.
Be on the canals. Must be by water myself. Stevens will face Jamie Porter. Quite a long conversation between Porter and Wesley. Not a great adjustment to the field, but a bowl to Stevens now. Stevens is getting on the front foot to that one. Angles it out to point, and there's no run. Richard in Billericay. Welcome, Richard, on kentcricket@gmail.com. Glad to finally hear some cricket while working from home. Matt, if you'd be so kind to read some praise out for Paul Newton. Okay, the rest of the email is illegible, sorry. Can you read some praise for Paul Newton?
This isn't going well. If only I could get the emails myself.
Oh, grudgingly I'll read that out, Richard.
Thank God.
Here we go. Jamie Porter to Stephen, straight drive, Chopra half fields. No, in fact it goes underneath him, bobbling towards him. That will be 4. It actually just represented the bat there with the pace of Porter. Stevens excellently timed. Chopra dives over it, but to give him his credit, it's bobbling towards him. Couldn't get the big barrier behind it, and that's 4. Score moves on to 83 for 4, lead of 172. I thought his comment about Harmer boring batsmen into mistakes was spot on. He seems like the bowling equivalent of Alistair Cook in his prime, waiting patiently to force the error. Come on, Essex. So Paul, Richard says you're absolutely on the money there.
Thank you very much indeed, Richard.
5 in the post, etc. Porter to Stevens. Oh, leading edge. Is that from Stevens? No, bit of an outside edge as he pushed forward to try the same shot again, I think, but ends up at point, and he gets 2, perhaps inadvertently. Stevens moves to 12, the score to 85 for 4.
Just going back to the canals email, who was it who was doing the 21 locks?
Benjamin there.
Benjamin,
yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, I finally got round to perusing the Bingley 5 riser. It's called the 5 riser, where there are 5 parts of the lock.
And in Yorkshire, I'm presuming?
It is,
yep.
Yes. It's just up the road from Leeds.
3 balls to come with this. Porter over to Stevens, defended, and there's no run.
And there's another one which is a 5 riser. I can't remember the name of the tiny little hamlet, but it's just the first stop on the railway line out of Fort William. And there's a 5 riser there on the canal there.
I'm a Scottophile, having been there a few times in the last few years. Particularly to the
lovely
West
area.
Coast and Islands, but yes, yeah.
Of course, Ben Nevis is right, on Fort William's doorstep.
It's, Porter, rising delivery to Stevens, and there's no run. There's more praise coming here, and we don't want to swell either of our heads. But Mike, that's very kind. Brad is on the email.
Mike, thank you.
Calling you fair-minded, Paul, as well as knowledgeable. Well,
Might be right on one of the two, but thank you very much. I have to tell you that I somehow managed to blag a university degree reading one of the 31 set books.
Oh, well, crikey, well done.
I'm winning £150 by so doing.
Porter to that wasn't a bet, was it? Was it some sort of scholarship? There was angled down, controlled by Stevens, down through third man. He'll take a single, and they are 86 for 4 at the end of the over. Stevens 13, Cox 27, the leader 175. I must away
Yes.
do an update for BBC Radio Kent.
100 of the £150 was from my mother, who was sick and tired of me and wanted, I still haven't left home, and wanted to speed up the process that I'd do a proper job. And the other 50 came in 10 of my Hall of Residence colleagues who knew I'd never done the work, and I won a £5 off each of them who bet that I wouldn't possibly be able to get a degree. So I got the best of all worlds, because having dodged all the lectures, I then taught the subject whose lectures I dodged for the next 14 years. As Harmer's in around the wicket and bowls to Darren Stevens, plays the ball down to backward point, and there is no run. The score 86 for 4. So when Heino Kuhn was out, 65 for 4, Essex would have felt a bit of moral ascendancy, but now a good partnership developing here. However, that is an excellent delivery from Harmer, who has the satisfaction of doing, in inverted commas, Darren Stevens in the flight as he came down, but the ball rather went down leg side, difficult for Wheater to have gathered it in immediately, and Stevens was able to dive back into his territory before the bails could be removed. As Harmer is in, bowls again to Stevens, who plays this from the crease and has again a little bit of good fortune as the ball takes an inside edge, past leg stump and down to, in fairness, it was going some way past leg stump, but could just as easily, for all the batsmen knew, have gone into them. Goes down to Sam Cook at a backward square leg. Harmer bowls again, and this has been clobbered by Darren Stevens, and it really is Darren Stevens. So in fact he's holed out, because out of my vision Tom Wesley was lurking on the long on boundary, and I thought at first that he was going to pick up either a 4 or a 6, but Wesley, the new captain, one of his ruses this year is to make sure he hides out of my vision, and he suddenly appeared from it and held a fairly comfortable catch at long on. So Stevens has holed out, and that comment we were just hearing about how Harmer frustrates batsmen out, and in fairness to Harmer, he bowled a pretty good over here. He'd had the better of Darren Stevens twice, and the third time Stevens decided he'd go for broke, and has holed out to Tom Wesley there, and Essex have a 5th wicket, and Kent are 86 for 5. So Essex picking up the Kent wickets at fairly regular intervals.
And the good news for Kent,
and certainly, as I was saying earlier, if you do go after Simon Harmer, you may have a success or two in terms of scoring a couple of boundaries, but he has an unerring knack of eventually getting his own back, and of course you only get one chance as a batsman, provided people hold their catches. Stevens made 13, caught Wesley, bowled Harmer. 86 for 5. Kent can in some ways console themselves with the thought that it may be just as difficult surviving for any length of time when Essex come to bat. And it is Grant Stewart who's making his way out to the middle to join Kent's opening batsman, Jordan Cox. And what a good job Cox has done, and the point that was being made by Matt Cole, that although he'd only got 5 on the board from the first 47 deliveries he faced, but he was doing a good job, and it's looking a better and better job as the wickets have fallen at the other end. He's now got 27, so he's currently Kent's top scorer. And the 5 men out, 1, 6, 14, 17 and 13, rather tells its own story. So Kent will be looking to one of the remaining batsmen to sort of spend some time at the crease, I think, first and foremost, as Harmer's in, bowls to Stewart. Taken on the pad, it was both going over and missing leg stump. And so height and direction would have discounted any sort of an LBW, and Harmer duly does not appeal. Coming round the wicket now. And Alistair Cook having an interesting word with Simon Harmer there. Obviously he's not Essex captain, and officially never has been, as Harmer's in. Bowls, shorter flatter delivery, played to Sam Cook at backward square leg. No run. End of the over. Successful one for Harmer, who now has 2 of the 5 wickets to fall. The other 3 shared between Jamie Porter, Sam Cook and Matt Quinn. Harmer 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 29. And the ball now is gripping quite noticeably in a way I suspect it wasn't on the first day. I wasn't here to see it, but don't think it can have been. He's now looking much more like the man who took 83 wickets last season. And Kent 86 for 5, leading by 89 on first innings, 175 to the good, but they'd like a 50 partnership hereabouts.
Yeah, I can't claim that wicket went on the update, but it was very close to it from BBC Radio Kent, so that might be 3 and 3 for me. But good, great news for Essex, and Kent, as you say, they need to steady things here, and they're in danger of being bowled out cheaply by Essex and having lost that advantage of that first innings lead. More adjustments are there? Just Faraz Kushi's been pushed out towards the leg side boundary now for Jordan Cox as Jamie Porter continues. Mike from Norfolk, Brad continuing. As an Essex boy, I would visit the various grounds near me: Ilford, Gidea Park, Leighton and Brentwood. Happy days. But each summer we spend a fortnight on the Kent coast at Westgate. Is Porter to Cox, one bounce back to the bowler, and there's no run. And for that reason, Essex against Kent is always very special for me. Fantastic.
Yeah, and me too, as far as Westgate goes. The first holiday my parents took me on, well, it was technically, but I was a baby at the time, Cromer, but when I was 5, we went to Westgate. I've been a steam engine fanatic all my life, and apparently the barber who cut my hair in Westgate put the chair right by the door, which was overlooking the railway line there, and so I had a good time.
Fantastic. It's Porter to Cox, just inside edge onto his pads there, but with soft hands, so they come through. It will be a run for Jordan Cox, who moves on to 28. Grant Stewart yet to score, has 2. Sorry, from 2 balls, I should say. He can't be yet to score and have 2. That would be tricky.
Just to tie up a loose end, the name of that other 5 riser on the canals by Fort William, it's a name similar to Banoffee. It's just out of Fort William, a very picturesque site with the railway line that takes the Jacobite preserved steam engine service from Fort William up to Mallaig, and the first station it crosses is at this place by the 5 riser.
Porter to Stewart, gets behind that. A bit like Harmer, Stewart. He gives the ball a big thump, very solid player.
Yeah, heavy bat.
Mid-on, yes, absolutely. Sorry.
I was just going to say, plenty of chatter from the Essex fieldsmen you'll be picking up.
Tails up now.
The background, and they have this practiced art of making a batsman feel he's so lucky to have survived a delivery which has come straight out of the middle of the bat.
Here's Jamie Porter then to bowl to Stewart. Lifts it up, upish. The man most in danger of catching that was Jordan Cox, though, at the far end, and Grant Stewart.
Well, I think he should have caught it, personally.
So it was upish, so no way Porter could get to it. But definitely upish on the drive. Martin saying Essex outground on the kentcricket@gmail.com. A record score by the Aussies way back at Leighton.
Yep. Or I think that may have been, if it's the record score, at I think it was Chalkwell Park. If it's the one where Keith Miller and Trevor Bailey both played.
Here's Porter to Stewart on the drive again. They'll come through for a quick single and make it as well. Shy at the stumps from the far end, but by Wesley was never going to trouble them, I don't think.
And if it's the one I'm thinking of, either late 40s or early 50s. It was in the Bradman era, and Australia knocked up a mere 720 in a single day. And Trevor Bailey got Keith Miller out. They were great friends for naught, and then broke a finger, I think, in the subsequent play. So it was a rather eventful first day. It's before even my time of actually watching it. But yeah, fantastic day, if that's the one the emailer refers to. But there may have been another one at Leighton, I don't know.
Here's Porter to Cox. Looks at the back foot to defend that, and there's no run. End of the over with Kent 88 for 5. Cox has 28. Stewart has 1. And much so, we've been talking about Cox playing slowly. He's still the top scorer in this innings, isn't he? 28. Stewart has 1.
Well, he is. And if you had offered Essex the man they'd most like to have got out, they would have gone for anyone but Cox, simply because he scores relatively slowly. And from that point of view, they can say, well, he hasn't put Essex out of the game. If Heino Kuhn was still there, he'd probably be approaching a 50, if not past it by now. So there is that point. But all credit to Jordan Cox for getting his head down, playing very sensibly. And you can make an argument that far too few of the modern generation of cricketers actually know how to play solidly. And worry about stroke play a little bit later, you know, maybe an hour or two into their innings. Harmer is about to begin a new over, again round the wicket from the river end. And this ball is played very nicely through the covers. 2 runs of certainty, 3 a possibility. Long chase for Porter, won't actually go to the boundary. Cox, who's played the shot, can duly come back for the 3rd, and that takes the score to 91 for 5. It takes the lead up to 180. And 31 now to the excellent Cox.
And that's one of the questions I'll be asking in the post-day interviews. What do you need to bowl at, Kent, and vice versa?
Yeah, as this next ball is played away to deep backward square leg for a single, and Nick Brown does the fielding there over by the hospitality suite, and score along to 92 for 5, and Stewart moves up to 4.
That's always assuming Essex don't bowl Kent out in the last hour of play that we're in.
Harmer's in bowls, and that ball is turned to backward square leg. Great gasps of anguish from the Essex fielders there, because he did take the ball off the stumps, but on another hand he did play it off the meat of the bat. Yeah,
did play it late, but a little bit of a sigh myself when that happened.
Harmer's in bowls. He's at this one, does Stewart.
And you were pointing out, weren't you, and he's missed that one, that you attack Simon Harmer at your peril. Jordan Cox has done it once to great effect for 6, but both Kuhn and Stevens got out that way.
Yeah, and there is a man on the square leg boundary where he was aiming that, as the next ball produces at least 1 run, and it will just be the 1, as it's run down to 3rd man, and from backward point Matt Quinn makes sufficient ground quickly enough to prevent any sort of a 2nd. There's a slight mishap in relaying the ball to Simon Harmer, who now has to run at least 6 times the length of his run-up to retrieve it in order to be able to bowl the next delivery. Single to Stewart takes him to 5. Cox is back on strike on 29. 93 for 5. 182 in front, and the next ball is played a yard or 2 back down the track. End of the over, and Kent 93 for 5 lead by 182.
Both these Kent batsmen, as Kent was, the club have just pointed out, the Sandwich connection, both from Sandwich Town. Jordan Cox and Grant Stewart batting together right now. Andrew's also been talking about Leighton. He says, thanks for reading my last email, not mentioning the sandpiper replacing the emu on the Aussie crest. I see what you mean now. I didn't realise it was a sandpiper. Be careful how you pronounce that, obviously. I see where you're going with that. Maybe smile anyway. Do you remember Leighton Cricket Ground? Yes, we do. The first match ever went to Essex against Northants. Frank Tyson bowling. Oh, that must have been something. Also remember the oil drums, which constitute the gents' urinals. How things have changed. There we go.
Yes, so talking of Northamptonshire quick bowlers, I vividly remember in the very end of his career Dennis Lilly bowling for Northamptonshire against Essex here at around about 1990.
Porter to Stewart. This one squirts away through 3rd man, and they'll come back 4-2 all the way along the ground, just out of my view there. I think about a third actually. Jordan Cox was turning, but the throw came in. Actually, may have well been accurate enough to trouble them, but it certainly was enough to stop them. But 2 more to the total at 95 for 5, 184 is the lead for Kent, and they may well finish almost on the dot of 6 today, I think, with Harmer at one end.
Yes, certainly.
I think we went for our top of the hour updates. They're almost exactly 16 overs remaining, which is what they roughly expect to do in an hour, isn't it? So it may be the 6 o'clock finish. Here comes Porter to Stewart. Drive on that, but again, I just feel it's slight outside part of the bat. Maybe I'm doing Grant Stewart a disservice, but he's giving the ball a good thump. I think Porter's very much in this contest.
No, he's bowled well today,
Yeah.
Jamie Porter, and as you say, with an extra bit of pace. Quickest bowler we've seen on the day. Matt Milnes would have been the quickest for Kent, but I think Porter's a little bit quicker still, and probably wouldn't have been flattered if he got at least 1 more wicket.
4 for 46 for Milnes with 3 in 7 balls, and of course a hat-trick ball to come.
Indeed.
We presume he'll bowl in the Essex innings. Are probably quite quick up. We may well talk to him after the end of the day's play. Is Porter then to Stewart, edges to the yes, gone, heard a click from here, and Grant Stewart has gone. Never really looked comfortable out there for me. Grant Stewart 7 from 11, and Kent are 95 for 6. The lead is 184, and you do, from a Kent point of view, start to think this has turned quite solidly in Essex's favour, but 6 down now. It's looking like a collapse. Jordan Cox is still there, 29 from 108 balls, but he's seen now 6 partners leave him at the crease. Stewart the latest to go in the 41st over, and the excellent Porter has him caught behind by Adam Wheater.
Well, certainly Essex, who I wasn't here on day 1, but they can hardly have looked like champions on day 1, with Kent already 344 for 6 at close of play on day 1. But you wouldn't be too hard put to it if you were told they were champions on today's performance. They've really raised their game. First of all, making sure that they saved the follow-on and added more than 100 runs, and in fact they probably should have added rather more from the position they got into, but the last 3 wickets went down rather quickly, and then they've consistently nibbled away at the Kent second innings. It's not been an absolute cascade of wickets, but it's been wickets at very regular intervals. So the first wicket fell at 6, the second at 13, that became 36 for 3, 65 for 4, 86 for 5, 95 for 6. You can see that while there hasn't been 2 wickets in very, very quick succession, but there hasn't been a single partnership that's really lasted for any great length of time. And Essex, with Harmer looking back in something like his top form, and Porter looking particularly good today. Not that the other 2 bowlers, Cook and Quinn, have been any slouches. It's been a good performance in the field from Essex, one particularly outstanding catch from Simon Harmer, and so now Kent will be very aware that they need a contribution from these last 4 wickets.
Yeah, as you say, it's not been coming thick and fast, but the 3 wickets, 3 mid-innings wickets for 30. What they did in the first innings, with Marcus O'Riordan coming in next, made 41 in the first innings, and big ooh from everybody involved as he defends that one into the onside, but a bit toe end of the bat, played it late too.
Kent could do with a spell, even if they're not really scoring, where they don't lose any more wickets, because possibly you can argue that in their understandable desire to get into a winning position and for their best batsmen, to see if they can push it along a bit, trouble is that hasn't actually worked.
No, if they can take this into, well, definitely want to take it in tomorrow, but tomorrow with 6 wickets down, that would certainly change the momentum, or at least halt Essex's momentum as this runs up to mid-on off the bat of O'Riordan.
I like the way O'Riordan has played the first 2 balls from Porter. He sort of gets his eye line fairly low and gets behind everything. The obvious practitioner of that particular art is Virat Kohli, not a bad man to follow. And it's said of him, you know, that he sort of almost crouches down as he's playing the shot because he gets everything absolutely over the top of it. Not a bad habit to have in cricket.
So once again, Jamie Porter in his 12th over, last ball of it, turned to the onside by Arin, again showing that good intent in behind it, trying to work it past Varun Chopra, a mid-wicket dot ball to finish, but Porter has another wicket. Few emails coming in, Simon, saying the stream's fine for him on the video today. It's been fine for me too, Simon, for most of the day, so that was all going on. Mike with another email. Cricketer very definitely not beyond reproach. None other than WG himself is famously reputed to have put Bales back on after being bowled early with the words, "They paid to see me bat, not you bowl." Absolutely. You mentioned that earlier, Paul, didn't you? In the moral high ground taken by it's just not cricket.
There are many similar stories to that among overseas players who played club cricket in the club leagues up north, who, let's say they were caught when they'd made 10 and just refused to go and said, "There's a crowd in here, who do you think they'd come to watch?" And they go on and make 100. Harmer's in. Bowls, that one is played by Cox through the back pad. It wasn't a chance. Chopra, and retrieved by Sam Cook. There isn't a run. Score remaining 95 for 6. Here comes Harmer around the wicket river end. Cox leaves the ball, going down leg side, 95 for 6.
Tim sent us an email on James Vince, we were talking about earlier, weren't we?
Yeah.
In terms of wonderful stroke players, but perhaps not making the innings they should.
Harmer bowls, well defended into the offside, no run.
I have to be very careful. Apparently, he has a nickname, or had a nickname from the New Zealanders. They call Jamie Vince Prince Nick, apparently.
As this next ball is just played up into the onside again, there will be no run.
In that he batted dreamily for a while, then nicked off.
Yes.
One of the most talented batsmen though I've seen at Canterbury, but always be Prince and not the King, which his ability should allow. It's a pity, says.
Oh, this one turns and would have gone over the top of the stumps. There's only a muffled appeal. Yes, I mean, they're nice people, the New Zealanders, because most countries would have a more insulting name. Nice people as long as you're not on a rugby pitch, that is.
Well,
but,
yeah.
yeah, it's such a shame, as he says there, that, you know, he could have been such a great player for England if he didn't keep throwing it away when he seems well set. Dot ball to finish the over, just push a few yards into the offside. And score remaining at Harmer now 15 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 34. Just waiting for the ball, which only shows us one bit of information when they're highlighting figures. Here we are, we're back up with the score. It remains 95 for 6. Maiden over that, therefore, from Simon Harmer.
I take your point, yeah, he made a start again for England, didn't he? Again, in the second one-day international, looked absolutely superb, but then
got out to a ball he could have left.
Yeah.
I know that in one-day cricket perhaps you don't look to be leaving the ball very often, but nevertheless it was a needless way to get out. We're going to see Sam Cook.
Yeah.
Long time no see, actually. He had 5 overs, I think it was 6 overs in his first spell. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. He's a very good bowler indeed, and he gets the advantage of coming down the slight slope that Jamie Porter so favours here at Chelmsford. It has to be said, Cook actually has probably taken the majority of his wickets in his short career so far from the river and going up the slight slope, because of course can't both bowl from the same end at the same time. As Cook's in.
And bowls now to Reardon, defends it into the offside, and there's no run. Good forward defence of that one. So yes, so Tim saying he's a travelling member of the Barmy Army. Canadian Tim, he says, resident of Canterbury. Thanks for getting in touch, Tim. Great to hear from you on kentcricket@gmail.com.
Thanks, Tim. I have to say, so far, if you were a really picky coach watching his first 4 balls he's received, you really would be fairly ruthless if you made any criticism at all. He's got right behind everything and played everything from the middle of the bat.
Reardon Facing Cook, leaves it outside the off stump, judges that one fine. It's got through the wicket-keeper, no run.
I liked his technique there, though. He got the left foot a long way across, so if the ball had been an off-cutter and come back a long way, he had it covered.
Rob on the emails as well. A Kentish man marooned in Essex, he says. Woodford Green.
Yes, I've spent most of my life marooned in Essex.
He says, my knowledge of the Chelmsford wicket is poor. How typical a Chelmsford wicket is this, he says, and how quickly will it continue to age or degrade? His Cook to O'Riordan. Again, he's very studiously behind that one, on up to mid-on and no run. Batting looked relatively easy this morning, but looks like a fair bit more challenging now. Is 86 for 5 under par. Can't help but feel that Ryan Coon and Darren Stevens have thrown it away a bit.
Well, they have, you're right, and the point is, you couldn't really say, I mean, it's not a batsman's paradise, but you couldn't really say, bearing in mind the opener is still there on 29, Jordan Cox, that there's a lot wrong with it.
May just be a pitch that you can't take liberties with, I guess.
I think that's right.
And certainly, as Cook comes in, probably less and less outside the off stump, left by O'Riordan, and there's no run. Nicholas saying score reflects poor batting rather than good bowling. A couple of reckless shots from experienced players. Youngest guy showing the correct temperament for the game situation.
Yeah, the surprising one there was Darren Stevens, but he'd been beaten in the flight 2 balls before he was out, and then beaten again the ball before he was out, and he just seemed to me to decide that he'd try and settle it by hitting a 6 and paid the penalty.
Tiny margins, obviously. If it had gone to 6 for 6, we'd be praising him for his fine swashbuckling batting, I suppose. Outside the off stump, and this one grubs along the ground. It's beaten Wheater. Might just hit him on the thigh, actually. Is it going for 4? Might be a night of the realm, but Alistair Cook isn't above, chasing the ball to the boundary, and in concert with Simon Harmer, they come back, and that is buys. Yes, it's gone through Adam Wheater. A bit like you said with Ollie Robinson, I think in the end of the Essex innings. I don't think he can really be faulted for that.
No.
That suddenly just grubbed along the ground.
Yeah, I mean, he might have stopped it, but it'd be harsh to say that he darn well should have done.
Mike saying, you sure Paul wasn't there in 1948 at Leighton?
That's one of the few I missed.
Very, very, very.
I was born that year, actually.
Here comes Cook to O'Riordan. So, well, he has angled that away, and he'll get himself a single. Will he come back for a second? He thinks about it, but no. Just the one. And that will be him off the mark. Jordan Cox has 29 from 114 balls. 98 for 6, and the lead at 187. Very vivid, he says. 721 in 1948. Bradman's Invincibles. Although it was at South Church Park, Southend,
right.
Not Chalkwell.
I knew it was at Southend, but I'm feeling someone had told me it was Chalkwell. It's South Church Park then. A lovely ground, I might add, South Church Park. And when that was deserted in favour of a ground called Garum Park in the noughties, for me it was not a good move. South Church Park was one of those grounds like Ilford that produced some really good cricket.
So Harmer's continuing as we expected, I suppose, throughout this this evening session so far, and with good results. Two wickets for him so far.
Lovely sunshine still. I think we're going to be all right today. And the first ball takes the batsman on the pad, but O'Riordan in no danger of being LBW there.
Yeah, I think Mike said nothing on the radar. He says we're going to be fine. So it's good news.
We're very lucky in this corner of the country as this next ball's played to mid-wicket. There's no run, and Harmer, who bowled the first ball of the over, switching to over the wicket, has very quickly decided to go back to round the wicket to bowl to his fellow off-spinner. And oh, that's a good delivery, and that does beat O'Riordan there. And Wheater whips the bails off, but the batsman had not left home. That's well bowled. Does the batsman in the flight. Harmer comes in again, and that one also has got the better of the batsman. It's gone through, it's beaten everything. I think these will be buys. We're waiting to see the signal. They've taken 2 somethings, and yes, buys indeed. So the score goes to 98 for 6. I'm just wondering if they've already put those right. No, in fact, that takes the score to 100 for 6. And that means that the overall lead is 189. Harmer again. Gives us plenty of air. It's played carefully out to, I think that's Aaron Nijjar who's come on at mid-off. And so it looks as though Aaron Beard's still there. It looks as though someone else maybe has just taken a brief break. Tender Scout hasn't appeared at all. Appeal for LBW and out. The finger goes up. And O'Riordan makes his way disconsolately away. He was fairly adjacent there. A batsman looked disappointed with the decision, which, to be honest, everybody does. You know, nobody likes being out. He'd begun very well, but his stay was all too short from a Kent point of view, as he's LBW to Harmer, who now has 3 wickets, and O'Riordan makes only the 1 run. And he made a good 41st innings, so he will not be that dispirited. But Kent are now 100 for 7.
Yeah, it looked like he made a late decision to leave that, didn't he? He was motioning towards it with his bat and then left it, and certainly left himself vulnerable to that decision from the umpire. Looked good to me. He's gone just the 1 then, and Kent in trouble here. Their bowlers will be well, they'll be coming in. They are coming in at this point, but wanting there to be with Harmer's wicket maiden put up there, 3 for 34 rather, 100 for 7, the lead 189. The bowlers will be thinking, we need something to bowl at here. And Essex, well, they're not, I would say they are used rather to steamrolling sides. Second innings, certainly they've done that a couple of times to Kent in the previous year. Will this happen again? Is it be a same old story for Kent?
Well, of course it may be. They've already got enough runs. We don't know. We have said, I think correctly, that trying to score quickly on this is going to take a lot of skill.
Yeah.
And probably only the likes of Dan Lawrence might have what it takes to score quickly enough to get Essex to a bigger total of 189. Obviously, if the last 3 wickets don't aggregate very many additions to the score, and Essex had all day to make, shall we say, 210, then they wouldn't need to bat quickly. So important for Kent that the tail wags here. That was the last ball of the Harmer over, and it's going to be Sam Cook to continue, initially to a man who came in opening the innings and is still there. Jordan Cox, 29 not out from 114 deliveries. And if the fact that he scored rather slowly has in some eyes been a criticism, then he can turn round and say, at least I'm still here and I have made the top score, as Cook's in, bowls to him. And that one takes the pad and just squirts past leg stump. Sam Cook, you may have heard his shout of anguish there as it's stopped by Adam Wheater. Haven't been many moments, in fairness to Jordan Cox, when the bowler could feel that he'd almost got his man. Played very, very soundly. Not entertainingly, but most definitely soundly. And in fairness to him, he's hit a very good 6, which I mistakenly thought must have been Darren Stevens at the time. It was such a good blow out of the blue from Harmer. Cook bowls and bowls him. Hits the top of off stump. Perfect bowling from Cook. And now even the obdurate Cox is making his way back to the pavilion. And all of a sudden Kent are 100 for 8. And Kent's destroyer at Canterbury last August, when he took 12 wickets in the match for something like 40 runs, 7 for 23 he got in the second innings. I wasn't there for the first 2 days, but Cook takes a second wicket. And the point I've made about Cook whenever he's been bowling is he is absolutely arrow accurate nearly all the time. He doesn't give the batsman any time off, and that's why I think it's not impossible in the fullness of time, when Broad and Anderson have retired and England need a reliable dead straight stock bowler. He'll never be lightning quick. Not that he's particularly slow, but he's not going to be bowling at 90 miles an hour. I should think he bowls sort of low to mid 80s. But someone who nags away the whole time and is difficult to get away and never proves very expensive. He hardly ever goes for much more than 2.5 and over. Is invaluable. So 100 for 8. Still that lead is just on 189. And just looking to see, it's Matt Milnes who's now made his way to the middle.
Yeah, that...
No, sorry, it isn't. It's Kadri is making his way out.
Ahead of Milnes, that's interesting. Yeah, long vigil then ended for Jordan Cox. So
Yes,
116 balls.
The complication is Harmer took a wicket with the last ball, the 7th wicket, and so Milnes came out there, and I haven't mentioned because he's at the non-striker's end and because I'm short-sighted, and so now the Milnes did come ahead of Kadri.
Oh right,
but
gotcha, yeah.
Kadri will actually ironically face before Milnes will have faced the ball, because first ball of the next over, I think it was second ball of this over, the next wicket has gone down. Indeed, it was Cook's second ball. So here he is now, in bright sunshine. Cook in, bowls to Kadri. Plays it well. Gets solidly in behind it. Plays it up to Chopper, short mid-wicket, no run.
And now, well, I don't think I'm overstating this, but I have Essex favourites at this point. They have bowled themselves into a fantastic position. Whole day to go tomorrow. There's no lack of time. They could do it slowly if they take these two wickets quickly now.
To be fair to you, I think the bookmakers would agree with you. I think they would take that view now. And Kent needs some runs from these last 2 wickets as Cook is in. Bowls, digs it in short. Kadri sways out of the way. And the status quo obtains at 100 for 8. And although a couple of wickets went fairly early, with Cox digging in, it looked at various stages that Robinson, Coon and Stevens were all beginning to build Kent's advantage to a point where you'd have expected them to be setting Essex at least 250 at some point tomorrow. That probably isn't going to happen now. Cook is in again. 2 slips, bowls to Kadri and goes right through his defences. Essex think they've got a 9th wicket, and yep, he is walking apparently. The umpire didn't seem to raise the finger, but Kadri is making his way off. He's not going off totally yet, he's sort of hesitating, but he is now leaving the arena, and I think must feel that I nicked that one, and it's 100 for 9, and Cook has a 3rd wicket, the 2nd in this over, and all of a sudden a one-time 100 for 6 is 3 more wickets in the wicket column and no more runs in the runs column. And you're dead right, the bookies, rightly or wrongly, because nothing to say Kent can't bowl Essex out cheaply, but rightly or wrongly they would now make Essex favourites.
Yes, that's a 2 in the over for Cook, isn't it? And Kadri goes a 3-ball duck, and Kent in all sorts of trouble. And as Ivan Thomas comes in last, and he's averages in single figures, Kent now badly needs to get Matt Milnes, I would suggest, up at the business end. He's marooned on none with no balls faced at the moment. Absolute disaster for Kent, but they bowled really well, Essex here.
They have.
I would say Jordan Cox is kept low to him, didn't it? And perhaps you'd think of all the batsmen so far, perhaps he's the unluckiest as well, because he kept very patient for his.
They played well.
29, but otherwise
hasn't been. There's been an insufficiency of that type of batsman for Kent today. Different matter in the first innings, where Coon and Robinson magnificently put Kent on the front foot after early wickets had fallen. But Ivan Thomas has made his way to the middle, and one slight thought to sort of include here: we don't know why Ryan Tenduscarter has at no stage been out in the field. He made Essex's top score of 78. Didn't seem to be anything wrong with him, but I reckon he would have to come in no earlier than number 7 on my reading of the rules, that if you've been off for an innings or even less than that, you can't come back, as Cook is in bowls, and that's a bouncer over the top of Thomas's head, score remaining 100 for 9. You can't come back until either the time has gone that you spent off, which is a long time in Tenduscarter's case, or wickets have fallen. So admittedly he'd be coming in at number 6, and it's not a big drop to have him at number 7. It would just mean Wheater had come in ahead of him, but that is a factor to take it in mind, as would be the possibility. I would like to think, knowing Tenduscarter as I do, that something would have to be very badly wrong with him not to appear at all, but Essex could, for all we know, be a batsman like if it turns out that he's really got an illness that or an injury we didn't know about that it's too serious for him to take any further part.
Well, as it is, Kent need to try and eke something out from these this last wicket partnership, and Matt Milnes is very deliberately marking out his guard here.
Tell you what, Essex could be batting tonight.
They could indeed, yeah.
Palmer's in, bowls, and the ball's well watched and just played a yard or two out by Matt Milnes. First ball he's received, and of course the Essex openers would actually ideally like the last wicket to go down so they don't have to come out tonight. In other words, to be delayed just a little bit. This ball goes up to bat pad. And
it's a 10-minute turnaround, isn't it? So
yeah. Usually they sort of take a couple of overs, I think, if for that 10-minute gap. They discount as this next ball is played just wide of Cook in the slips.
You're right. It's 3, but including the one that you bowled, as it were. You're in. So yeah. So 7.5 remain.
Harmer's in, bowls, shorter, flatter delivery. Played to Beard at mid-wicket, who's been out there throughout this innings because Ryan Tenduscarter has not been.
Every run could be absolutely vital for Kent here.
Absolutely. Harmer bowls. And, well, Wheater fails to take a ball that could just about to...
Oh.
Yes, it has disappeared for 4 byes.
I thought they were going to call a dead ball there because I'm not...
Yeah, I thought they might do.
It felt like Matt Milnes didn't play a shot.
On the other hand, though,
he played forward.
I think that only applies if it hits him at some degree.
Fair enough.
That would have been leg buys, but are discounted because he wasn't playing a shot.
Yeah.
If it's buys, the runs are legitimate.
Oh, it's buys. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's gone down the leg side.
And Harmer bowls and the ball's played back down the pitch. So, bearing in mind what you were just saying about every run could be vital, those are 4 very welcome runs for Kent. Wheater, it's not easy keeping to Harmer in these situations where he's bowling on or around leg stump coming round the wicket and the batsman is obscuring his view. He'll be a little disappointed, I think, to have conceded as many byes as he has. But Harmer's 17 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 34, and not a run off the bat to either batsman. 104 for 9 on the board represents a lead of 193.
Mike with an email saying, "Hi mate, I said to Ben on day 1, what could be better than listening to your team completely stuffing it up against the opposition? Essex listeners will be less familiar with this sensation than Kent fans." It was mostly meant to be tongue-in-cheek, but lo and behold, he says. Yeah, it's not been edifying from a Kent point of view. Ivan Thomas, not much expected of him with the bat, but here comes Cook and presents the bat, does well actually, keeps it down low through backward point. And I don't think Matt Milnes necessarily was offering the second to Ivan Thomas, but he's run it. Might as well take it. Does it get to the boundary? No. I think the umpire is asking the fielders to adjudicate whether that's gone to the boundary or not. Messrs Brown and Wesley say assuredly it didn't. Or did they? Are they? Is it 4? Is it 2? Umpire Bainton. It's a simple question. They say they don't know, but they believe they've done it honourably. And we'll believe them too. 106 for 9. Kent 195 ahead. I don't know if 200 psychologically makes any difference at all here. It's going to be a low total.
Yes, out of our view, that I should say. The Tom Kiss stands in front of us, obscures that part of the territory.
Here's Cook then to bowl to Thomas, who presents the bat to that one. Played into the offside, and there's no run. And a lot of excitement, Essex. You look at the 2 scores, and Kent 387. 298, no indication that this was a 100 all-out pitch, that's for sure.
No, I was going to say, reading through the dismissed batsmen's scores, 1-6, 14-17, 13-7, 1, 29 and 0. There's no real justification for that.
No, it does. I mean, it looks like this pitch has got something in it, but it's not a minefield by any stretch of the imagination. Essex are bowled really well. This was defended in the onside, by the way, by Ivan Thomas, and there's no run.
Well, the pitch is keeping low, but it always does at Chelmsford. So you adjust your batting style to cope with that. And it's not really, no batsman's been out because something has sort of shot underneath the bat at the last minute. The return, certainly for Simon Harmer, no doubt about that.
So here is Cook again, left outside the off stump by Ivan Thomas, and there's no run through to the wicketkeeper. Decent leave. And here's Cook going back to the back to his mark.
Just checking how many overs we have left. 6.2.
Yeah. So the change around at this point, and we've got a wicket here. We'd have 4 overs left, would we? Or 3 overs left, rather. Here's Thomas, though, pushes forward, does well there. There's no run. Good forward defensive.
Yeah, if a wicket fell in this over, I think there'd be 4 overs left.
So yes, it's 2 and a bit, isn't it? Yeah, that would be the 2 in the remainder. It would be. I'm sure Messrs Cook and Brown aren't particularly excited at the prospect of coming out.
No, they
2 overs.
What would suit Essex better than anything is for about the next 3 to 4 overs to be maidens, and then to get the wicket, because obviously Essex would rather chase as few runs as possible, but they'd also rather start out tomorrow morning rather than have to see off a couple of overs tonight. So
long run from Sam Cook. He, like the rest of his teammates, been so effective today. Bowling figures in a minute. That's defended by Ivan Thomas, and that is the end of the over. Efficiently done by Thomas, or good enough, gets in the way. So Sam Cook now has 3 for 12. Harmer 3 for 43. All these figures are going to sound pretty good because Kent haven't scored many runs.
Yeah, according to the board up in front of me, 3 for 14 for Cook. But
oh, beg your pardon.
That's
sorry,
from 9 overs, and you know, I've been saying how he bowls arrows straight. I mean, 1.5 an over. It's tremendous going.
2 for 31 for Porter, and Quinn has 1 for 19. Bowled very well himself.
He did.
Yeah.
No, all the Essex bowlers have bowled extremely well today. By all accounts, they didn't distinguish themselves on the first day, to take nothing away from terrific 100 from Heino Kuhn. There aren't a lot of hundreds from any batsman here at Chelmsford nowadays. It is a result pitch as Harmer comes in. Bowls a tempted heave here. Now, I think Wheater's put that down from the reactions.
Sounded woody, certainly.
Yeah.
Toe end of the bat.
Looking at the toe end of the bat, and Wheater seemed to have the ball as he dived to his left, but the ball just squirted out. He hasn't just had the happiest evening with the gloves here. It's not been easy against Harmer, who comes in again. Bowls to Milnes. Milnes comes forward, plays the ball back to the bowler. So Essex have passed up a chance to have dismissed Kent. The score is 106. And Harmer comes in again with a slip in the bat pad. And runs here, 1 at least, maybe 2. Porter gets to the ball now. Was a misunderstanding between the batsmen, but in the end the throw's not accurate enough from Porter, who did well to get to the ball quickly and prevent the second run.
I think they have to go for 2 there. Really, I mean, I know they probably would have made it for the throw, but Milnes needs to be on strike.
Yeah.
If they're going to get runs, Thomas's job is to block one end, but you don't want him in. Where are we? I suppose 3 balls to go, but still.
Harmer's in, bowls to Thomas. Thickish inside edge, plays it up to bat pad. Varun Chopra.
Quite often, tail enders more vulnerable to well, certainly to an excellent spinner like Simon Harmer than they are against the seam bowlers.
Yeah, no, quite right. Harmer's in again. Bowls, and Thomas plays the ball to Beard, substituting for the absent Ryan Tender-Scarter. No run. Beard fielding at a shortish mid-wicket.
1 to come then.
Last ball of the over. Harmer bowls, well defended, no run. So the over ends, and Kent are 107 for 9, leading by 196. 2 to Thomas, 1 to Milnes, and in that over Wheater's apparently spilling not an easy chance off the bowling of Harmer there, but one which she would normally expect to hold on to.
Yes, good point. Solid defence by Ivan Thomas. I did him a disservice. Shows what I know about cricket. Please don't join in on the emails on that one. But keep you proud of drive tomorrow. kingcricket@gmail.com. We'll be here. Well, we'll definitely be here tomorrow at 11. whatever happens. The game will start again at 11. But I say that because the weather forecast looks fantastic.
Good. I think there's certainly, assuming the forecast is accurate, I think there's certainly going to be a result.
Yeah.
One way or the other here. I think the draw, which was probably, could even have been close to favouritism of the three results at the start of the day, but I think that'll be the outsider now, because you would think that if Essex can't get somewhere around 200 in a whole day's play to win, then the explanation will be that they've been bowled out and Kent will win.
So here is Sam Cook then from the Hayes close end, bowling to Matt Milnes. 1 wicket needed, and he advances down the pitch. Milnes does well there, just flicks it down to a long leg, and Thomas will have to defend these next 5, or at least see them off, as Quinn throws the ball into the wicketkeeper and there's no run.
Yes, well, it is Milnes who's had a life out there, and Thomas has looked reasonably sound in his defence to this point. So alright, there's 5 balls of the over left for Thomas to survive, but he doesn't look by any means the worst batsman I've seen, and maybe he can even add a few.
So Cook, second ball of his over, 2 slips in behind Thomas, long front foot down the pitch, 6 at 6, defends that. Point field is Aaron Beard. No run.
Must admit, I never did, by choice, field in the slips, and thought that you stand out there all day and the ball may never even come to you once, or if it does, that you can look a right turn, so you know, if you don't catch anything that comes. It looks an enviable position because you're not having to run around much, but I prefer to do a bit of the running round, I must say.
Cook to Ivan Thomas. Thomas gets late on that one, but manages to tickle it round the corner, and again it's Quinn who fields. 109 for 9, the lead at 198 now. Milnes has 2, Thomas has 3. It's been an absolute parade for Kent after tea, from 65 for 4 to 100 for 9, and lost 3 wickets for no runs on 100. O'Riordan, Cox and Kadri all going in the space of 2 overs.
Yes, Alistair Cook is going to be a key man for Kent to dismiss tomorrow, because assuming that the last wicket doesn't sort of put on something quite extraordinary, you know, 80 to 100, the scoring rate is not particularly demanding, and Cook's the last person you want just to block off one end.
Sam Cook then to Milnes on the attack there, punches it back past the bowler. It's gone past the fielder as well. Will it go for 4? No, it's stopped before the boundary. Didn't quite catch the number of the fielder there. Is that Wesley out there?
I think it probably is,
yeah.
Yes.
They'll come back for 2.
Good bit of work between the two, because Porter took some of the way off the ball, and Wesley eventually was on the case and ran after it to prevent it going to the boundary. 2 onto the score, 111 for 9, Nelson for 9, so this last wicket has put on 11.
Yeah.
Could yet be vital runs.
The lead exactly 200 now, as Cook bowls to Milnes. Goes for a pull there, Matt Milnes. He's beaten the field, he hasn't. He's going for his attacking strokes, and reasonable as well, but that'll just be a single as it goes down to Matt Quinn, again at long leg. So ball to come. Ryan Thomas to perhaps see out, and we'll have 4 remaining in the day. So at the very most, if this ball is defended and not wicket, there will be only 1 over for Alistair Cook and Nick Brown to face should they come out. Kent's ambitions will be greater than that, certainly. Cook to Thomas, defends it, end of the over. Good defensive shot by Ivan Thomas. Milnes 5, Thomas 3. Cook had 3 for 19 from his 10 overs and 2 maidens. Superb stuff. 3 for 35 for Simon Harmer from 18 overs and 5 maidens. 112 for 9, the lead at 2:01. In fact, I've got a bit behind there. So Simon Harmer continuing his bowl throughout this tee session. He's taken the wickets of Kuhn for 17 and Stevens for 13. Grant Stewart went to Jamie Porter for 7. O'Riordan LBW to Harmer for 1. Cox bowled Cook for 29. Kadri caught Wheater bowled Cook in the same over for none. And Harmer about to come in. First 3 wickets to go. Bell Drummond for 5, Leaning for 6, Robinson for 14 to Messrs Porter, Cook and Quinn respectively before tea.
Harmer bowls, and this ball is hit into the deep and has been taken. That is the last wicket as Feroze Kushi takes a fine low catch on the mid-wicket boundary, and that is the end of Matt Milnes, caught by Kushi off Harmer, whose 4th wicket that is. 4 for 35 to be precise, and Cook, the other significant wicket taker, 3 for 19, and Kent have been dismissed for 112, and Essex will need 202 to pull off what would be another amazing come from behind victory, should they be able to do so. Obviously from a Kent point of view they have to try and remove Essex for under 200 basically.
And it looks to me like it'll be a single over, as we said, for Alistair Cook and Nick Brown to face when they come back out. The umpires, I think, have just said to the ground staff, we're not gone yet. The roller's coming out, and we will prepare for a final over. What more drama can we have in this day? What drama we've seen certainly has involved Kent losing batsmen at regular intervals, and Milnes finally going. Harmer has a 4 for 35, Milnes goes for 5, and Kent's joy at Simon Harmer going for more than 100 for no wickets in the first innings have turned to despair, and likewise for Essex fans. You never count this man out. Been such an important part of demolishing the Kent second innings, and they're all out for 112, and so yeah, the target will be 202 to win.
Yes, they do have a well-balanced attack, Essex, and just as importantly an attack that has sort of grown together from the time they got up into Division 1, when Harmer joined Essex, when Porter had a particularly great season in 2017, the first time Essex won the title this century, and Porter on that occasion got 74 wickets in 2017 and just pipped Harmer, who had 72, and the two of them were, you know, in direct competition with each other. They both wanted to be the top wicket taker. Jamie Porter was rightly proud that he'd seen off Simon Harmer, who got his revenge last season when he took 83, but Sam Cook came into the side at the end of that season, and he has been a revelation as well. So those 3 bowlers have really provided Essex with you know, most wonderfully reliable, consistent wicket taking record, and to them you've often been able to add the likes of Peter Siddle. Question coming up, who's the number 2 rated bowler in the world of Test cricket at the moment? Who is the currently number 2 rated bowler in the world of Test cricket? And the clue is he's played for Essex.
Peter Siddle is one of them, did you say? No.
Yeah, it's not
Sorry.
Peter Siddle.
No, Peter Siddle.
I was saying Peter Siddle had been a more than useful addition to the Essex attack. It's the man who was overseas player here before Peter Siddle. It is the New Zealander.
I'm completely drawing a blank here.
It is Neil Wagner.
Oh, Neil Wagner.
Now, Neil Wagner...
I wasn't thinking New Zealand at all. There we go.
Neil Wagner doesn't compare in terms of what he achieved with Essex to the ones I've just been mentioning. Because he's basically, I don't mean this unkindly, but he is basically a one-trick pony. But that one trick where he just digs the ball in short for 6 balls and over is working wonders in Test cricket. People keep falling for the trick. He only actually won Essex 1 game by that method. But as I say, to my surprise, but I've got to believe what I read in the paper the other day, I forget who was currently rated number 1, but Wagner was number 2. And such was my shock at him being number 2, I completely forgotten who was number 1. But and of course Essex have also had, since they had this great run of success, Mohammed Amir, who really was, you know, I have to say was, because he's not going to play first class cricket again, red ball cricket, which is a tragic waste of a brilliant talent. Wonderful bowler.
Well, we're waiting for Messrs Cook and Brown to come out, which I presume they will. But yeah, we first saw Mohammed Amir playing in Pakistan tour game when he was, I think, still in his teens, maybe.
Yeah.
At Canterbury, and all the Kent players were saying, "Goodness me, this boy can play."
Yeah.
Or how fast he was, how accurate he was, Mohammed Amir.
It is tragic that he lost 6 years of his career.
Yeah.
And before anyone gets on their moral high horse, if you could see the wages the Pakistan players are paid compared to those of England, Australia and India, you would immediately think, yeah, well, it's easy to get on a high horse, but, you know, some test sides are paid so much that they don't need to cheat. And here's a callow youth of 18 who's been press ganged by the then Pakistani captain into, I think it was bowling a wide, wasn't it? It was something,
no ball, yeah.
A no ball,
yeah,
yeah. Which, for me, 6 years is. I know you don't want people cheating, I get that, but it's an incredible amount of a player's career for what is, for me, not a hanging offence. I don't want to encourage it at all, but in many ways, part of the problem is, you know, the fact that you've got the captain who's basically organising the show, and if you're a young 18-year-old and you're just making your debut, the captain tells you to do such and such a thing, and you think, well, I suppose it's not a big deal just to bowl a no ball here or there. You know, I think he more than paid the penalty, I'll put it that way. I know there are those who say he should never have played for Pakistan again, but I have to say I greatly disagree. Nothing to do with the fact that he eventually played for Essex. He was a major talent that has never actually really come to total fruition, because when he did play, within 3 or 4 years, he's realised that he can make a lot of money from one-day cricket and won't bother with playing the longer form. It's a great shame. You want to see the best talents in the world, of which he was undoubtedly one, on show. The players are coming out. So we think there's just 1 over remaining, and indeed this is confirmed. And well done to the players, because we're finishing pretty much bang on time. It's 1 minute past 6. The Kent boys are coming out to the middle, and there's no way, even though they'll be very disappointed to have been bowled out for 112, but there's no way they should feel disheartened by what's happened today. They need to bowl Essex out basically for under 200. Technically Essex need 202 to win. And Essex, no Ravi Bopara this season, no Dan Lawrence. Not absolutely certain Ryan Tenduscott, who never appeared in the Kent second innings, is going to be fit to bat. I suspect he will bat when it comes to it, but you know, you have to believe in yourself and set about bowling Essex out. And Jamie Porter is making his way out here. We've got a night watchman, and not only is he night watchman, but as makes sense, he is going to be facing, because if he's out to the first ball, it's the end of the day's play, and none of the major batsmen will be affected. So it's not a ploy I particularly like, but having said that, I can totally see the logic. Oh yes, thank you. Reason for the slight delay is that Matt Cole is very shrewdly reminding me that this is a hat-trick ball for Matt Milnes, who tidied up the Essex tail with taking the last 2 wickets in consecutive deliveries. Hat-trick ball, 3 slips of gully, and the night watchman Jamie Porter entrusted with trying to see it off. Stand by, here comes Milnes now on a hat-trick, bowls to Porter, oh, and it's not a good delivery. It's 18 inches outside off stump.
But Kent
and Porter is far too shrewd to even be interested in it.
3 wickets in 7 balls and 2 in 2 balls.
5 balls left of a wonderful, enjoyable day here at Chelmsford. Matt Cole is a superb man to work with, and I have thoroughly enjoyed my return to the fray. More than 10 months since my last day for BBC Essex. Milnes bowls, Porter everything behind it. And Porter rather likes playing the role of night watchman. He's not afraid of the ball, and in his early days he performed the role very effectively, twice appearing the following morning and almost seeing it through to lunchtime. I remember a notable occasion at Cardiff where he made 34 as night watchman, and he was beginning to look a more than decent bat.
He doesn't look as much like Alistair Cook as you'd expect, this bloke, does he?
No.
No.
As this next ball goes through. No, he's not as much of a... well, Alistair Cook is not as much as a cuddy wifter.
Indeed. I've cuddy whiffed myself in the past, apparently. Who knew?
Yes, in case you missed that reference earlier, Istanbul Steve, one of our distinguished emailers, and while on the subject, thank you very much to all of you who've emailed us today. It makes the show a lot more enjoyable. But he was coming up with terms, little known terms for left-handers. Here's the next delivery, play and a miss from Porter, but does a bit too much. Goes through to wicketkeeper Robinson, whose wicket-keeping impressed us today. And among Istanbul Steve's offerings for unknown names for left-handers was a cuddy wifter.
Yeah, I think there's a Molly Duker in there, but we like cuddy wifter best, I think.
I rather like Molly Duker, I have to say. you can have cuddy wifter.
Not quite sure where it comes from.
Best not to call anybody that if you meet them in the street,
just in case,
especially if they're bigger than you. Here's the next ball. Porter plays it solidly out to Kadri. Points and no run.
One to come.
One to come. And Essex resumed 179 for 5. They were all out to 298. Tenduscarter absent in the field, but top scored with 78. Kent bowled out for 112. Harmer 4 for 35. Cook 3 for 19. Top scorer was the opener Jordan Cox with 29. Essex need 202 to win. They've opened with a night watchman. Here's the last ball of the day. Milnes to Porter, keeps it out. It was a good delivery. Keeps it out. He's performed his job admirably. And Essex will need the aforesaid 202 with all 10 second wickets in hand tomorrow. Just possible that Tenduscarter may not be able to bat, but I rather think he will, even though he's not appeared today. But will have to come in no earlier than number 7. Been fabulous fun today with Matt Cole, myself, Paul Newton. Thank you very much to all of you for your emails. And tomorrow Glenn Speller, the BBC Essex sports editor, will join Matt Cole to describe the action for you on day 4. I shall next be with you for the last 2 days of the Surrey game here at Chelmsford. And that game starts actually next Saturday. These matches, rather like the Premier League football matches, come thick and fast. A very good evening from Chelmsford. Matt, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, great to work with you again, Paul, and see what happens tomorrow.
Indeed.